And welcome back to continued coverage of the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. Now, the day is Thursday. The storm is Nicole, and the location, well, it is Jacksonville Beach. And I'll tell you, we've seen conditions evolve quite a ways over the last several days to what we're dealing with at this moment. Rain has been intermittent, but the real constant, wow, the air couldn't run out of me, is the air that's moving towards us. We've had winds anywhere from 30 to 40, some gusts up to 50, even 60 at times. And it's amazing that we are so far from the center of circulation, yet we're still feeling the muscle of this system. Now, what's interesting is because it's away from some of its primary power sources, that being the water, as it moves inland to a weekend, it still poses a tremendous threat in the form of the heavy rainfall, the wind, and what that wind does, it causes that water to rise in a major way. You know, we're still in that high tide cycle, and if you look right over my shoulder, you might be able to get a glimpse between the dunes at the Atlantic Ocean. Now, it's weird. It's as though the sky is just pasted there. Off in the distance, you can see maybe a half mile offshore, and then it becomes inseparable where you have heaven and ocean meet. And now, right there on the pathway, you'll see every now and then just a bash of water that comes right over, spills over the tops there, the dunes that point between it, and it rolls its way on through. I'll tell you, what we can expect is the tide to eventually drop, but still, you have to think about what's been happening up and down the coastline. There are many places where they've had quite a bit of erosion, to say the very least. There are concerns along the St. Johns River, what they can expect there in terms of some flooding. You know, 5 years ago, you had flooding there from Hurricane Irma that was the worst they've had in 250 years. I mean, we're talking more than 2 centuries, right? So they take this very seriously. Well, the wind is coming in from north, and if we were to set up sails, it would carry us well to the south to Jim Cantori's location. Let's send it in to Jim and see what conditions he's experiencing at this hour. Jim, take it away.
You know what, Reynolds? Even if you didn't have sails, the longshore current on the east coast of Florida right now is enough to bring you down here as well, because it's so strong. The water's just coming right down from north to south. Hey, we just had this end collapse while Reynolds was doing his live shot. You can see the support that's left, that's sitting still on a little piece of sand, still has a chance of going. And once that goes, we could lose, you know, certainly the entire right side of that building. I mean, who knows? This thing could fold up like a lawn chair before all is said and done. But the damage has been done. All of this has been this morning. All of it. Let's take you back about an hour and a half ago when this happened, when we saw the thing collapse. We finally gave way, and the whole thing just kind of bent down and fell as a result of the wave action, undermining the sand, literally leaving the support beams bare. So they're just hanging there, and eventually gravity takes over, right? 9.8 meters per second squared down on the top of this thing. More sand is removed from the pilings, and boom, we wind up missing all of it. This is interesting. Say, right here, look at it. I was noticing this particular piece of wood here, obviously decking of some sort. Look at the brand new bolts in here, okay? This was probably a fix from Ian. Same thing back here, all right? This is the old decking. They may have lost the stairs. New bolts from the new decking that was trying to be repaired. I mean, think about it. Who anticipated another storm coming in and taking it out and leaving us in a worse case that we started with? Probably nobody, including yours truly. But that is what's happened. We're coming into high tide right now. The damage has been done, though, to this structure, and there's even more fractures as we kind of look under where the sand is still getting eaten away under what is probably the pool part of the building. Okay, this is the Pirates Cove condominium, one of 12 that was evacuated yesterday, successfully, I might add, and you can see why. They were worried about the structural integrity of the building, and certainly parts of it have failed. All right, we understand that down the road about a mile in Wilbur by the Sea, there has been at least a partial collapse of a home, because there's nothing but sand and then the home. And several emergency vehicles have been going by over the past several hours, or the past hour or so, I should say, down that way. So I'm kind of wondering if somebody was left inside, they had to get somebody out. I don't know. Just speculation. I have no idea. But we're going to try and get down there at some point and check it out. But the damage has been done here. You can see this one last piling hanging onto the sand, okay? And once we undermine that or get that eroded away, you're probably going to see the last of that piece go. But the damage has been done here. here at Pirates Cove. Look at the wave action come in. Just comes in, rolls right up, and here we are at high tide. Just incredible wave action so far away from the center. And that's been the calling card of this. Last night, we had about a 500-mile wide area north of the center of tropical storm force winds. I mean, that's incredible. That's absolutely incredible. And so that's what caused these waves to build over the past 2 or 3 days. And this is about the 5th high tide cycle that we've had to deal with. So any damage that Ian did, which it did a lot, now has been exacerbated, Alex, by what's happening here with Nicole. Hopefully, winds will be a little bit more offshore as we get into tonight's high tide, because this area cannot take any more of this. Unbelievable sights here with a storm that came in over 100 miles to our south.
Wow, Jim, yeah, just incredible. You said it. I mean, the duration of having to deal with that pounding over several days and just the scope, the size of those big winds impacting such a huge zone. We still have tropical storm warnings that are up here across portions of Florida. You can see the areas in red, southern Georgia, and also coastal sections of Georgia into South Carolina as well. Those tropical storm warnings still remain in place. Storm surge, still an issue that we face as well. We've got storm surge warnings here in that sort of darker shade of the pink, including around Cedar Key, still here on the East Coast as well. And then we've got watches that extend up to around the Charleston area. You can see some of the values that we could see and reach in terms of storm surge potential. 3 to 5 feet somewhere here in the Big Bend area. You've got 3 to 5 feet still continuing here along the east coast of Florida. And then moving up the southeast coast, we're in that 2 to foot range up towards Charleston. And even beyond that, into North Carolina, Myrtle Beach to Surf City, 1 to 2 foot storm surge is a potential risk that we do face there. So again, these are areas that are well away from, again, the center of the circulation. We've been talking about just the scope of those tropical storm force winds would extend hundreds of miles away from that center, and that continues at this time. There is that center of the circulation. You can see how things are kind of rotating around here for you. Some heavier rains off towards the north there in the northern part of the state, including in and around Jacksonville, getting it a bit tighter there. That's actually an area that's under a tornado watch until we get into this afternoon. That watch in effect until 1 o'clock. That extends up to around the Brunswick area. We always talk about these tropical cyclones as they move on through. They can spawn off these tornadoes. They tend to be brief, and they tend to be on the lower end of the scale in terms of the intensity, but tornadoes are tornado, and you certainly want to respect that. So any warnings that do fire up, please heed them and get into your safe zone. And then extending away from that, we've got the wind issues that we are going to be dealing with here. Some of these going through tomorrow into Alabama and Georgia, North Carolina there as well. In South Carolina, where we have some of the wind advisories, those are the areas, that lightest shade of the purple. That's where we could see winds gusting 30 plus 40 mile per hour winds. And in that darkest shade, Macon towards the Vidalia area, high wind warnings. Winds could gust over 40 miles per hour in those areas. So watch for some sporadic power outages here, again, in these areas across the southeast as we watch what's going on with Nicole moving across Florida and eventually curving towards the north and the east. Of course, the Weather Channel streaming app has you covered with a new Tracking Nicole special live option now on the main page. Simply press down to pull up our special coverage of the live streams and then select Tracking Nicole. Here you'll find updated storm paths, wind and pressure conditions, as well as the very latest warnings. You can head to streamtwc.com now to download. All right, well, we are continuing to watch what's going on with this system. Let's bring in Dr. Greg Post. Actually, we're going to Mike Seidel. Mike, you've been dealing with the system over the last couple of days. How have you seen things change over the last, let's say, 24 hours?
Well, certainly our weather got a lot worse yesterday as Nicole approached the coast and made landfall just south of here. What we've seen, we've been here since Sunday. So we've gone through at least 8 high tide cycles with this kind of weather. Look at the surf, this kind of weather. Let's go out to the surf and show that. This kind of weather and big waves continuing to pound these beaches. They've lost a lot of sand. In fact, day before yesterday, if we look this way to the south, we did have a dune about 4 feet high. It went out about 6 or 7 feet, dropped off. Big escarpment. So that is gone. That's been gone for 24 hours. More sand goes out with each high tide. Now, the tide is going out once again. The surf is still cranking, but nothing like yesterday and last night if you were watching. I mean, they were just, we really couldn't see how far out they were breaking. Now, they're still breaking far out. Now the wind, though, has shifted around at the south and south-southwest. So at a bit of an offshore component, and that's going to help with the issues with higher than average tides. Our fortunate thing is Nicole came in when we had low tide. Low tide was 218. Now, as far as impacts here, we do have power outages. Statewide, 237,000. Here in Indian River County, we have 17,500 customers without power. But the number you really need to know is how many is that? That's 18%. So about 1/5 of the customers in this county are without power. Vero Beach Airport picking up 1.88 inches of rain. Down at West Palm, just about the same, just under 2 inches of rain. West Palm Beach does have some flights canceled, about 20 flights outbound. Those are from this morning, I'm guaranteed, but inbound flights just 9. That's just about 3 or 4%. So air travel getting back to normal. The rain has moved out. We're really done with the rain. And now it's just a matter of getting this ocean to calm down, which will take place today and tomorrow as the winds subside. We're still gusting over 40 miles an hour. We had a gust at the airport to 60 miles an hour, Dr. Postel, and a weather station just up the coast here reported a gust to 75. So that's where our winds came in. Around the hotel, no structural damage. There is some debris, a little bit of debris here in the front yard. That's from the waves crashing over the seawall and bringing some stuff in yesterday's high tide cycles, but not so much this morning. And on the streets, as you would suspect with this kind of wind, palm fronds littering the streets here in Vero Beach. So, Dr. Postel, short of the beach, everything else is in pretty good shape. But this is a big deal. I mean, this is tourism. This is what people come down to do, get on the beach. And they'll slowly repair themselves naturally, but not to the point where they were before the storm.
Yeah, Mike, the big legacy of Nicole will be the destruction from the wave action and the significant beach erosion and, of course, all the like of the coastal flooding. Thank you very much for that reporting. And let's get to the live radar now of Nicole as it's rumbling across parts of Florida. There is plenty of rain still across central and north Florida. Perhaps the most significant rain, and I would argue the most dangerous weather, may now be in North Florida, where we're seeing some big thunderstorms roll in off the Atlantic. And we earlier had a tornado warning for a couple of these as they moved on board. And the reason why is because this is precisely the part of a tropical cyclone that would support severe weather, with the notion that, you know, we have plenty of instability over the water, and also there's a lot of wind shear in the atmosphere. So that's why when you look at this radar, you can see some squirrely little signatures to the elements of the radar. There are some supercells in there that are coming in off the Atlantic. I would not be surprised to see more tornado warnings in the next couple of hours. And no surprise, of course, we have a tornado watch out that goes until 1 o'clock. So the conditions are favorable for the development of tornadoes in northeast Florida and southeast Georgia right as this outer band of Nicole rolls on in. And that's going to be the case for a few more hours. Now, the wind beyond that, overall, I never found evidence of hurricane winds coming inland. We had some strong tropical storm winds. We had wind gusts of up to 70 miles per hour, a couple of them, but generally the wind gusts were in the 60 to 75 mile per hour range, which is exactly what I told you yesterday would be the case as Nicole moved inland. So it has behaved right on cue. Now, the strongest of all the winds still remain well offshore. You can see out here we have some very strong winds in that marine environment, which brings me to another point. A lot of times I get the question, why didn't we get the wind that we were supposed to? It was supposed to be a Category 1 hurricane. Why didn't we get Category 1 winds? Well, because the designation of the strength of a tropical cyclone is for a very special place, the offshore marine environment where there's no friction slowing the wind down. So once that wind moves inland, it slows down a lot. So, for example, a Category 1 hurricane doesn't bring Category 1 winds really beyond the beach. In gust, yes, but it's not the same animal once it moves inland. That's what we're seeing. But the important point now about the wind, while we still have gusty conditions, is the direction of the wind and the onshore component, where the wind is moving from the water to the land, like in Jacksonville, Fernandina Beach, or areas in and around Melbourne. There are still significant water rises. Places where the wind is offshore, like here in Cedar Key, the water is being pushed away from the land. Lynette, so that's an important point. This is, again, why track matters with tropical systems, because the precise wind direction has a lot to do with who gets the coastal flooding.
You said it, Dr. Postel. And also, if it goes into the Gulf of Mexico, then we can start to see a little bit of storm surge there as well on the west coast. So we're going to continue to monitor this as we go through the next several days. We are not out of the woods quite yet. So this is what we're working with as of now. We can see those outer bands that Dr. Postel was talking about, and we can see some lightning. These outer bands coming in around Jacksonville right now. We have gusts coming up to about 35 miles an hour, close to 40 in some spots like Brunswick. So southeast Georgia, yeah, we are in the thick of things as of now. And this is going to persist for a while. As we head into your Friday morning, we start to see even more activity around Charleston. We do have those gusts up to about 30 to 35 miles an hour. And this system is just going to continue to move on up to the north and the east. We'll be right back.
Some people like to talk into microphones. We prefer dropping them. The MDX Type S, a new era of premium performance.
You'll always remember buying your first car and buying your starter home, or whatever this is. But the things that last a lifetime, like happiness, love, and confidence, you can't buy those, but you can invest in them. We believe that your investments should work harder for the future you imagine. And that's where our strategic investing approach can help. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
Age is just a number, and mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. Boost High Protein also has key nutrients for immune support. Boost High Protein.
This the biggest bounce of the summer.
Hey, if you're coming then come down, play. If you feel too shy, then watch for me. Watch for me.
Shake it. This the biggest bounce of the summer. If you ain't coming, that's a bummer.
Watch for me.
This the biggest bounce of the summer.
The unknown is not empty. It's a storm that crashes and consumes, replacing thought with worry. But one thing can calm uncertainty: an answer. Uncovered through exploration, teamwork, and innovation. An answer that leads to even more answers. Mayo Clinic. You know where to go.
But all you got was ham? And all you got was turkey?
With gravy.
That's an all-you-can-eat holiday buffet. A smorgasbord of all you want, all you need. Did I sit at the wrong table?
I'm Mike Corey.
It's a cocktail of excitement and terror.
Let's go on an uncharted adventure.
Hi, folks. It's the Medicare annual enrollment period, and this year it's simple. 1, before the deadline, call the number below. 2, check your zip code for a Medicare Advantage plan with prescriptions, dental care, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every month. 3, you'll find out what you're eligible for. AEP has a deadline. Call now.
I called to find a plan that covers more of my dental expenses.
I call every year to make sure my doctor is still in my plan.
I called to find a plan with lower copays.
I called to see if my zip code has a plan with the benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I call every year.
Millions of people have called the Medicare Coverage Helpline. You can too. Get what you deserve. AEP has a deadline, so don't delay. Call now.
Call 1-800-530-9947. That's 1-800-530-9947 now.
Stay tuned for your local on the 8s, brought to you by Cosentyx, Secukinumab.
Psoriasis really messes with you. Try, hope, fail.
No one should suffer like that.
I started Cosentyx. 5 years clear.
Real people with psoriasis look and feel better with Cosentyx.
Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections, some serious, and the lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Tell your doctor if your Crohn's disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
Best move I ever made.
Ask your dermatologist about Cosentyx.
Currently in our area, 55 degrees under fair skies. Today, sunny, high 66. Winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy this evening, then becoming cloudy after midnight. Low 56. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, rain likely. High 68. Chance of rain 90%. Rainfall near a half an inch. Higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
You can't stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there, where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
I want you to show you how powerful the winds are here.
America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Where we are looking in live, Daytona Beach Shores, Florida. That's where we have our very own Jim Cantori. We'll chat with him in a bit, but you can see what has been done to some of the shores and even structures as that water continues to pile on in. We're right around the time of now high tide, so we're seeing some of the worst conditions here because of that taking shape, along with, of course, those winds continuing to push the water ashore. Lots of issues here along the coast in a number of areas. A number of locations here because of the wide and huge scope of this storm system.
All right, let's take a look at Daytona. We can see this, the waves just crashing over. And this has been the thing, beach erosion, the high waves. And, you know, I know you have surfers out there, but these waves are not even the type of waves that surfers want to be in. So we definitely have to, you know, keep everybody safe. And it looks like people have been listening, so that's some good news there. And we are not done with Nicole quite yet. Once this is done, it's going to move on off to the north and east. And so we'll see some of those scenes there as well. So the keys to getting out safely before a storm arrives in your hands.
Meteorologist Paul Goodlow teamed up with State Farm to help you get your hurricane evacuation plans in gear.
This is a sight often seen with an approaching hurricane. Thousands of coastal residents evacuating inland. Here's some things you can do to make it go smoothly. First off, only evacuate when told to do so by local officials to help reduce the volume of traffic on the roads. And try to fill up with gas before an evacuation order is given. Plan a primary evacuation route along with a backup and double check your supplies. You'll want to have a first aid kit, snacks and beverages for the drive, and everything you'll need for where you'll be riding out the storm. And since you're leaving harm's way, make sure you pack your important paperwork and take that with you as well.
The hurricane seems to be strengthening with landfall later tonight.
During the storm, make sure your vehicle's in a safe spot. It should be on high ground, out of flood danger. If you can't get it under cover, park it away from trees that can blow over. Wait until local officials give the all clear before traveling home. And driving after the storm can be dangerous. Avoid flooded roadways and be on alert for downed power lines. Never drive over one. Not only could they still be live, but driving over them could bring more poles and equipment crashing down. And for several days after the storm, be on the lookout for all types of debris, some with nails and even screws, and these can easily puncture tires. It's a good idea to have a working spare tire with your vehicle. Now, putting all these tips into practice can definitely help you stay safe this hurricane season. And whether you stay at home or ride out the storm from a safe distance, don't forget to check in on one another and do your part to be a good neighbor.
All right, Paul, thank you very much. Let's have a look now at Nicole rolling across Florida, bringing a lot of heavy rain and some gusty winds as well. We've seen wind gusts of 50 to 60 miles per hour this morning right along the Florida coastline. Florida's first coast here, just south of Jacksonville. St. Augustine had a wind gust of 59 miles per hour about a half an hour ago. And we can see that Nicole, the center of circulation is right about there. Can you find the center of that counterclockwise twirl? Kind of moving in that direction. And you might be wondering, well, when this gets back out over water, could it strengthen again? The odds of that happening are small. There's not enough time, and there's other factors in the way. So I don't think Nicole is going to get stronger. When it does, very likely, move back out over the northern Gulf of Mexico. There's not going to be enough time for it to reorganize. But still, it will bring impactful weather to parts of the Florida Panhandle, and then, of course, northward from there through Georgia and into the mid-Atlantic beyond that. But I also want to draw our attention to what's going on here on the far northern part of Florida. There are some pretty nasty thunderstorms rolling in off the water. There are some lightning strikes out there telling me that there's a decent amount of instability. So these thunderstorms are tall. The convection is vigorous. The potential for some wind gusts over and above what's already happening is high. So we could see wind gusts over 50 miles per hour with these storms, no problem, as they move toward the west. They also, these storms, have that characteristic signature to them that there's a lot of wind shear as well in the environment, meaning they are probably rotating. I think these are supercells as they move on this way. So the tornado threat is real. Now, there aren't any tornado warnings now, but we do have a tornado watch, and that means that the conditions are going to be favorable for several more hours to go at least. And I would not be surprised to see more tornado watches issued by the Storm Prediction Center, perhaps farther up the coast later on this afternoon. So the severe weather threat continues, and so does the rain and the wind, and of course, most importantly, the coastal flooding. We'll be right back.
This hurricane coverage presented by State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
When the unthinkable happens, good neighbors show up. For 100 years, State Farm has been among the first to arrive, with the latest technology and tools to help you recover faster. State Farm has been there before, and will be there again and again. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it takes stunning photos in the dark, can edit annoying items out of pictures, and unblur faces. Why, it'll even put some of that genius in your ears, or on your wrist. Beautifully, of course. Introducing the new Google Pixel Watch, Google Pixel Buds Pro, and our newest Google Pixel phones. Switch to Verizon and get Google Pixel 7 Pro on them with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans.
When we were a motorized bicycle company, they said that's fine for the streets, but you'll never win a race. They said motorcycles are one thing, but you can't make cars. All right, you're a car company, but you won't win Formula One in a hybrid. Well, you'll never compete off-road. What about when there is no road? No gas. They've challenged us to do a lot of things. What will we do next? Honda, the power of dreams.
It's Macy's Veterans Day sale with our lowest prices of the season, like the Jolene Sectional $12.99 and Hosting Essentials 20 to 40% off. Plus, get a free adjustable base with qualifying mattress purchase. Now at Macy's.
A breakfast croissant plus seasoned potatoes for $3, and they're red shirting you?
It's just a standard work shirt.
Hey, way to stay humble, man.
Thank you, Reg.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $3 breakfast deal.
Thank you, Nature Made, for seeing that life is a little chaotic and creating new targeted blends to help. So when our sleep, stress, and immune health are thrown off, new Nature Made Well blends can help us find balance.
Kevin! Oh, nice. Kevin, where are you? Kevin!
Hey, what's going on? I'm right here. I was busy cash backing for the holidays with Chase Freedom Unlimited. I'm gonna cash back on the gingerbread house.
Ooh, it's got little people inside.
And a snow globe.
Oh, I wish I lived in there.
You know, I can't believe you lost another Kevin.
It's a holiday tradition.
That it is. Earn big time with Chase Freedom Unlimited. How do you cash back? Chase, make more of what's yours.
Age is just a number, and mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. Boost High Protein also has key nutrients for immune support. Boost High Protein.
When pain says, I'm here, I say, so are they. Aleve, who do you take it for?
This holiday, make no mistake, everything here is Philadelphia cheesecake. Cheesecake is everything. Bake your own.
With lightweight Rubbermaid Duralite bakeware, you're able to go oven to table, or even 550-degree broiler to counter to freezer to microwave to table to dishwasher. Upgrade your bakeware with Rubbermaid Duralite.
All right, guys, coming back at you from Daytona Beach Shores, a much different situation now. Look behind me here. You can see this whole part of this outer decking here from Pirates Cove has collapsed. It has fallen victim to the sea. I want to take you back, show you it actually coming down. We had one part come down about 2 hours ago, all right, and then it's just been a slow, agonizing collapse of the rest of it, and then finally, boom, that was the end of it. Just amazing to see what has happened here this morning, literally on scene, where this whole thing was still standing. So over the last 4 hours, this is what's happened. This has taken about 4 hours to accomplish, and of course, with the sea coming in, the wave action, really never having a lowering tide at all, because we're kind of maximizing our storm surge with the storm coming to our south. At the time the tide was coming in, we never really got a break from these waves. So you can see the result, and frankly, my hat's off to the county for Kevin Guthrie calling this on Monday. Jim, we're going to see buildings or parts of buildings coming down. It's exactly what's happened. And again, this is just one building. If you go down the road, there are homes that have also fallen victim to the sea. We talked about this a little bit last night with Wilbur by the Sea, not too far from me, a mile or two, where there was just sand and homes. And with this kind of wave action, and certainly what we've seen happen here, it's not surprising that we've lost them as well. As long as nobody was hurt, this stuff can be pulled away and hopefully replaced, or, when we come back after this, we need to think a lot smarter on how we're going to come back from a situation like this. Because I was talking to a gentleman earlier who was here just 3 years ago, and he says, Jim, the beach was out 200 yards from where it is right now. And yeah, granted, you had, Ian and then Nicole do a 1-2 punch here, but he has slowly watched it recede. And now, once these kind of storms come in, with the kind of wave action that you're seeing out through here, which is just, incredibly destructive, you're going to see parts of buildings falling victim to the sea. All right, like this one in through here. Just incredible watching this, guys. I've never seen a large structure like this actually fall down. I've seen a roof ripped off in Louisiana, but to see a whole part of a structure just absolutely collapse before our eyes, watch it unfold in about a 3 or 4 hour time period. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Wow. Hopefully the sea calms down a little bit and we reduce even more potential damage, but we're going to have to get structural engineers out through here, which they're going to do to hopefully, assess all of these buildings and say, hey, we got to do this, we got to do that, we got to do this. In some cases, maybe not even rebuild at all, because Alex, this building went up back in 1970. All right, when the beach was another 300 yards out that way. There was no thought of actually losing it to the sea one day. But as you can see, that has become a reality, a big reality. Look at these. I mean, this is incredible. Incredible.
Jimmy, hey, you said it, incredible. And to think this was, and I'm putting this in quotes, just a Category 1 hurricane. Imagine if it were a stronger system. I mean, this is just a point to drive home that these categories, sir, they mean something, but tropical storm category 1 that can cause big damage.
I don't even want to think about it. But here's the thing, too, Alex. Here we are getting into winter. If we start getting a coastal storm, we could certainly have more waves and really inhibit any kind of beach rehab that may be taken on as we get into this winter. So that's another thing we have to consider. You go into the winter and storms just don't go away. They just change their structural integrity, if you will, by becoming cold core versus warm core. Back to you.
You said it. All right, thanks so much, Jim. We'll check back with you there in a bit. But yeah, this system continuing to batter us across portions of the Sunshine State, with more to come, though, for other areas here down the road through the southeast and eventually tracking its way up into the mid-Atlantic and northeast. There you can see on the radar the rain that is kind of spiraling around, rotating here for us. We got a little bit more lightning offshore. Some of those showers and thunderstorms will eventually come ashore. We do have to watch out because there is a risk when we talk about these systems for even a few isolated tornadoes. But all in all, tropical storm warnings, we still have those around here for you. Anywhere you see that red showing up, southern parts of Georgia, even getting up into the coastal sections of South Carolina, where we have watches and warnings in terms of storm surge. On the west coast as well, over towards Apalachicola, where we could even see storm surge 2 to 4 feet, not out of the question there, and also along the southeast coast as well. So we'll watch those winds where they are right now. We're seeing gusts, 30, 40-mile-per-hour winds, pretty commonplace here for us across Florida, Orlando right now. 33-mile-per-hour winds, you're gusting up around 40. And you can see, of course, you'd imagine airports are going to have some issues. A number of them closed, including Orlando as well as Daytona Beach. Tampa, well, we were looking at you right now. We've got the green plane, but still a day to certainly check those airlines.
More truck owners are switching to Ram, which means more people behind the grill are switching to Ram.
Gonna flip that?
And more people behind the grill. More first leg of the road trips. More uncles who take Thanksgiving football games too seriously. And more people who can't resist telling you that the leaves are changing.
Leaves are changing.
Are switching to Ram.
During the Ram Black Friday sales event, get 0% financing plus $2,000 total bonus cash on the 2022 Ram 1500.
Order up. Ticket, next. Order up. Go. Next in line. Watch the flames.
Yeah, I am stressed, Fitbit. Breathe. Listen to your body. Feel your power. Fitbit by Google.
My operator said, hey, one of our regular customers had a heart transplant recently. Would you be okay with me introducing you to them? I was like, absolutely, man.
That's when I got to meet Brian. We've both had a heart transplant and love Chick-fil-A. Brian represents older me because of what he's been through.
I was so happy to be able to be that person in Shay's life.
It's nice knowing someone in the community able to talk to like that.
I'm glad that I'm in this journey, in this story right now with Shay.
When you get a chip in your windshield, trust SafeLight.
This couple counts on their SUV as they travel for their small business. So when they got a chip in their windshield, they brought it to SafeLight for a same-day in-shop repair. We repaired the chip right away, and with their insurance, it was no cost to them. Plus, to protect their glass, we installed new wipers too. That's service the way you need it.
SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace.
This holiday, make no mistake, everything here is Philadelphia cheesecake. Cheesecake is everything. Make your own.
This is the reason for the season. It's a time for joy, so forget the compromise. At HomeGoods, you can spend less and find more to level up your holiday cheer. Because your favorite things about this season don't cost a fortune. They're found.
Age is just a number, and mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. Boost High Protein also has key nutrients for immune support. Boost High Protein.
Where can you get great appliances this holiday? Backed by our price promise every day. Lowe's, actually. Get our best deals of the season, backed by the Lowe's Price Promise.
Oh, that's my piece of the shakaroni. That's the biggest one we make.
They donate $1 from every shakaroni to the Papa John's Foundation.
Dang, that's huge. If the hoop was as big as that pizza, maybe you'd have made some of your free throws. Somebody save me a slice. Where'd he come from?
With lightweight Rubbermaid Duralite bakeware, you're able to go oven to table or even 550-degree broiler to counter to freezer to microwave to table to dishwasher. Upgrade your bakeware with Rubbermaid Duralite.
With thousands of live and on-demand classes to fit any schedule.
If you just added speed, you're my people, Peloton.
And world-class instructors, Peloton is the gift to get you moving.
Keep working, Peloton family.
Try Peloton risk-free with a 30-day home trial. Terms apply.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... All right. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact. For safe, clear driving visibility, be prepared for whatever Mother Nature throws at you with Trico wiper blades. Available at these retailers.
Welcome back to our live coverage of Tropical Storm Nicole as it continues to move across central and north Florida, bringing a lot of heavy rain and some very gusty winds and still significant beach erosion from the strong wave action eating away at the shoreline, particularly across parts of northeast Florida. So overall, that's the circulation. We are going to be dealing with it all day today across much of the Sunshine State with very heavy rain as the path of Nicole takes it northward and northwestward, perhaps back out over water over the Gulf of Mexico, but it will not re-strengthen. It will continue to wind down, but still bring the very heavy rain, gusty winds, and a tornado threat with some thunderstorms now rolling in off the Atlantic toward Jacksonville and areas nearby, which is where we have a tornado watch that goes until 1 o'clock, where the conditions are favorable for the development of severe thunderstorms and tornadoes in and close to that watch area. This is exactly where, in a tropical cyclone, a landfalling one, where we would expect to see the greatest chance for severe weather. That includes Jacksonville, and that's where I'm going to send it right now. Reynolds Wolf in Jax Beach for us, battling the wind and rain, and of course that wave action eating away at the shoreline.
Absolutely. You know what's interesting, Dr. Barcelo, is we often talk about when it comes to these landfalling systems, how they do pose that threat of tornadic activity. And you'll notice that right offshore, what do we often say about these when they come on shore? That they often tend to be rain wrapped. Well, look at this band that's coming shore. Now, a while ago, the horizon seemed like it was a half mile away. Now it looks like it's about 50 yards. So you see the white caps, you see the rolling waves, and then it disappears into a wall of nothingness. Pretty intense. There's a special marine statement right now for this area for the prospect of some tornadic activity or some water spouts. So this is just the beginning of what we're about to see. So sure enough, it has just been a mess. I mean, the wind has just been relentless at times. The one that has been kind of like has sort of an uneven flow to it has been the precipitation, where you will have some drier air that will come through. It feels different too. Then the shower activity, it really begins to get piled up where you have torrential rain at times, and then that too begins to kind of abate. But again, the wind has been the constant. The way it's been going, I'd say anywhere from say 10 to, more like 20 to 30 miles per hour, but gusts have been much stronger than that. I don't even know why I'm wearing the hood. At this point, everything's wet. That's how it goes this morning. Now, in terms of the moisture, in terms of the flooding, that's going to be a problem that we mentioned, not just along the shoreline, where every now and then we'll see a very, very large wave that'll come in and split right between the dunes and come right to really our present location. But the problem also exists well inland. On the St. Johns River, you'll remember that just 5 years ago, you had the worst flooding they experienced in more than 2 centuries. Could that happen again? Well, it's impossible to say, but there will obviously be some effects out there. Each and every one of these systems, it's impossible for them to be identical, but we learn lessons, which each and every one of them, we take those lessons, we apply it to the present, and also to the future. But I'll tell you, Jim, you've been showing us some of the lessons we've been learning in terms of the structural integrity of some of the buildings along portions of the coastline, especially your spot there in Daytona. Jim.
Yeah, Ralph, you think about, I think when they built these buildings back in the 70s, when the beach was 300 yards from the building itself, they didn't think that they would ever have to deal with the kind of waves that actually have made it all the way to the building. So behind me, here is what's left, a part of the decking of Pirates Cove. This is one of 12 buildings that they issued the evacuation order for yesterday. The other one was a hotel, all right? They got everybody out, as we talked about with Chief Fowler. But I want to take you back here just really within the last hour and show you what's happened here. We watched part of this go. about 2 hours ago, and then it took about another 45 minutes or so for the rest of it to go. I mean, look at that. And you know, it's a pool deck, essentially, up there. It's a pool deck. And when that thing went, it literally just came crashing down. Not surprising. There was just no support. So that's what the waves do. They come in and they just pretty much undercut what this is sitting on. And, you know, it's basically the base of the structure. What is it? Is it a concrete pillar? Is it like a poured subwall? You don't know. But the problem is what wasn't poured on was the whole thing. And anything that's not under there, or if any water and waves got underneath that subwall, then it's going to go. And we just watched all that occur. Now, guys, seriously, we got out here about what, Steve? About 5:30 this morning? Yeah. 5:30 this morning, and this whole thing was still here, still intact, still had a deck. So little by little, it started going. It started going. It started going. We went from right over there near that white door where we were showing you across the way with the big waves to over on this side. And my cameraman, Matt Safer, has been holding a camera now for about 3.5 hours on his shoulder. And we've been waiting and watching for this thing. So it's just been a slow, agonizing, painful thing to watch all this become victim to sea. And again, this is just one building. There are several structures up and down. As I mentioned, 12 were asked to evacuate, including a hotel. All right, and we don't know what the integrity of those buildings are going to be. They're going to have to get structural engineers out here to tell us that. And hopefully they fared a lot better than this one, because you know, I don't know what they're going to do. I really don't. But hopefully we build back smarter. And remember, you know, we're always going to fall victim to the sea, especially these days. We'll be right back.
A thin painted line. The only thing between you and a life-changing accident. But are these lines enough? A Subaru with eyesight watches the lines for any danger. And can automatically stop itself.
Is everyone okay?
I'm okay.
Your family is safer in a 3-row Subaru Ascent. Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
If Damian Lillard accepted his spot at the end of the bench, he never would have been at the rec center before it opened. If he listened to those who overlooked him, he never would have heard his name called as a first-round pick. And if he let 6 all-star selections go to his head, he never would have had the heart to give back to the streets that shaped him. That's the fighting spirit. That's what makes a lion. Modelo, root for those with a fighting spirit.
You'll always remember buying your first car and buying your starter home, or whatever this is. But the things that last a lifetime, like happiness, love, and confidence, you can't buy those, but you can invest in them. We believe that your investments should work harder for the future you imagine. And that's where our strategic investing approach can help. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Switch to Verizon and get Google Pixel 7 Pro on them with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans.
Break free. Cruise with Norwegian and enjoy free unlimited open bar, free specialty dining, and now free airfare, and much more. Be free at sea with Norwegian.
Do you like chocolate bars?
Do you believe in magic? In a young girl's heart, how the music can free her whenever it starts, and it's magic. Do you believe in magic?
Seems like things are very complicated these days. Are you sure you're doing that right?
No.
That's why Spectrum Mobile makes mobile easy with unlimited data and nationwide 5G for $29.99 a month per line. So no added taxes, no hidden fees, and no contracts. Just $29.99. It's simple. Just a coffee.
Decaf, half calf, cloud roasted.
I'll just do a water then.
Artisanal water, spring water, babbling brook.
Want simple? Get unlimited data and nationwide 5G for $29.99. Call, click, or visit a Spectrum store today.
The people here at AgeWell say it best.
Every day I go to work knowing that we're helping those who really need it.
we are a smaller plan, I feel like we can connect better with our members.
And we treat our members like our family.
We will assist you every step of the way to help you navigate the healthcare system and get the services that you need.
Extra attention, extra benefits, extra care. Feel well, live well, age well. Age Well, New York.
I travel the world to carve a path for those who aren't afraid to get a little bit dirty.
That is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life.
Let's go on an uncharted adventure.
Currently in our area, 57 degrees under sunny skies. Today, sunny, high 66. Winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy this evening, then becoming cloudy after midnight. Low 56. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, rain likely. High 68. Chance of rain 90%. Rainfall near a ½ inch. Higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back, and we are tracking Nicole, and Nicole made landfall early this morning around Vero Beach, and now it continues to work its way on across the state of Florida at this point. And we're going to continue to watch this make that turn on off towards the north and off to the north and east before it's all said and done. So not only impacting Florida, but also going to impact the portions off to the north and east as well. So we are tracking the fact that we are dealing with some very windy conditions with Nicole. Yes, we have the water, but we do have the windy side of things, and we're looking at all these purples on the map, but that high wind warning in these areas here, we're really looking at the fact that we could see gusts today up to about 45 miles an hour. Elsewhere, possibly gusts up to about 40 in that wind advisory. So it is going to be a very gusty day. Make sure you do tie things down, bring it in. Not only are we going to have the gusts, but we're going to have that rain with it as well. But sticking with that gust forecast, look what we have as we head into about 5 o'clock this afternoon. Look how far reaching those winds are. Even over towards Atlanta, we can see those gusts up to about 35 to 40 miles an hour. So we're talking tropical storm force winds still. This goes back into motion, and we can see what happens as we head into your Friday morning. Things starting to die down a little bit more, I should say, but still a bit breezy as we head over towards Macon, around Atlanta, Columbia, and the system will continue to track on off to the north and east. So this is what the future radar looks like as we go in through about 1 o'clock this afternoon. We can see those showers and thunderstorms continuing to move through Columbia. So the Carolinas now in on this. We can see this going to continue to filter in as we go in through your tomorrow morning. Of course, it'll be further on off to the north, so we are going to be even looking at Virginia, Roanoke. They're going to be getting in on the action as well. So speaking of the action, let's head now live to Daytona Beach shores, and that's where we find our own Jim Cantori. And Jim, this system has been a doozy, so to speak, and we've been dealing with lots of rain, lots of wind, beach erosion, and you saw that building collapse as well. So what's going on with the power outages? Have you seen any power lines down or any outages where you are?
You know what? We actually fared pretty well here with that. We had power all morning. Even on our drive in, I didn't see any power outages. And we were up in Daytona Beach. So we came down about, 10 miles or so, you think? About 10 miles or so to where we are here, right in front of the Pirates Cove. Thank you, behind me. Sorry, I've worked 3 days of double shifts. I'm brain dead right now. But this has been the issue. This is why we're here, frankly, because we knew we had potential structural integrity issues with these buildings, and so does Volusia County, because they evacuated 12 of them yesterday, including a hotel. All right, they got people out. And amazing, this is the second hit this place has taken here. really in about a month and a half. So you first had Ian. That was the big wound that never healed. It got reopened. It's a bigger wound now, obviously. And finally, with the kind of wave action that we saw over the last 2.5, 3 days, this building finally gave way. At times, because I can't really see a return where we're standing here, you may see the actual building collapse. But I'll take you back. 3 hours is all it took for this to go from a platform up on a pool deck, behind Pirates Cove to now what was really a pile of rubber and a gas leak, which is why we've moved back. We've moved back because there is a gas leak up there. They're trying to get that thing turned off, obviously. Absolutely unbelievable watching it. Just a slow, agonizing, painful situation where you just knew from looking at it that it was going to be worse and worse. Sir, I want to actually bring you in because we're just going to use this mic. I want to talk to you a little bit. You had mentioned that there's on the other side of the intercoastal, there's some flooding going on.
Yeah, we just got pictures from on Facebook about our place over here on Seabird Island. That how much water's up on it, we don't know. The last time from the last storm, it was almost just about ready to go in the doors. So this one here, we're not sure of because we haven't gone over to see. We're not allowed to get across.
Right, you're not allowed to get across with the winds this high. Yeah. And you have a place here at Pirates Cove.
Here in Pirates Cove.
And you stayed during Ian.
We stayed during Ian, but the wind and the rain was blowing so hard, it blew the water right through the air conditioner into the unit itself. Every floor got flooded in this building.
Holy
Every floor got flooded.
Are you worried they're going to condemn this building and say, hey, we can't? They're going to fix it up.
They're fixing it up now a little bit.
Yeah, I see the dumpster out there.
Maybe it's a little premature fixing it up with this coming along. But, looking at this, I've been in construction all my life. There's a good solid foundation right there and around that pool. So I'm not concerned about this building. A deck is a deck,
Right. Yeah, you'd rather lose the deck than the building, obviously.
I don't want to lose the building, but I don't believe the building's going anywhere.
It's hard to see it, though. How long have you been here?
2 years. So, you know what we're concerned about, Jim? We got no more today. They tell us it's just gone. It's gone. We're fortunate. We're building a home down in Ponce Inlet. We were very safe there last night in Ponce. We were high and dry down there. We had electric all night long. So we evaded the flood here and thrown out of here, so we went down there.
Well, listen, thanks for talking to us on the fly there. I wish you the best, sir. I really do. Again, just one of many folks that's obviously been impacted here by this with the building, and through here talking about the structure. Not worried about this one here, Pirates Cove, coming back. But as far as the decking is concerned, that's going to take a minute.
Some people like to talk into microphones. We prefer dropping them. The MDX Type S, a new era of premium performance.
Is that KFC's two-piece drum and thigh combo?
Yep.
Is it juicy?
Uh-huh.
Is it creamy?
You know it.
Is it flaky?
Yes.
And it's only $6? That's a real steal of a deal of a meal. Wink. Hurry, this $6 deal ends soon.
It's Macy's Veterans Day sale with our lowest prices of the season, like the Jolene Sectional $12.99 and Hosting Essentials 20 to 40% off. Plus, get a free adjustable base with qualifying mattress purchase. Now at Macy's.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Switch to Verizon and get Google Pixel 7 Pro on them with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans.
If advanced lung cancer has you searching for possibilities, discover a different first treatment. Immunotherapies work with your immune system to attack cancer, but Opdivo plus Yervoy is the first combination of 2 immunotherapies for adults newly diagnosed with non-small cell lung cancer that is spread, tests positive for PD-L1, and does not have an abnormal EGFR or ALK gene. Opdivo plus Yervoy is not chemotherapy. It works differently. It helps your immune system fight cancer in 2 different ways. Opdivo and Yervoy can cause your immune system to harm healthy parts of your body during and after treatment. These problems can be severe and lead to death. See your doctor right away if you have a cough, chest pain, shortness of breath, irregular heartbeat, diarrhea, constipation, severe stomach pain, severe nausea, or vomiting. Dizziness, fainting, eye problems, extreme tiredness, changes in appetite, thirst, or urine, rash, itching, confusion, memory problems, muscle pain or weakness, joint pain, flushing, or fever. These are not all the possible side effects. Problems can occur together and more often when Opdivo is used with Yervoy. Tell your doctor about all medical conditions, including immune or nervous system problems, if you've had or plan to have an organ or stem cell transplant or receive chest radiation. Your search for 2 immunotherapies starts here. Ask your doctor about Opdivo plus Yervoy, a chance to live longer.
Looking for something like this?
Superheroes are everywhere, in our movies, communities, and running our small businesses. And they can grow online securely with MasterCard tools, extending their reach far beyond the storefront. Because when you see the superhero you can be, that's priceless. MasterCard is proud to support Black Panther Wakanda Forever.
We get erosion. It's pretty unusual we get it this badly.
Whoa, there goes a tree. There it goes.
Same bike. Hey, welcome back to continued coverage here on the Weather Channel. I apologize, kind of hard to speak at times when the wind is coming in. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf coming to you from Jacksonville Beach, and we're getting a little bit of a brighter situation here because we do have some dry air that is coming in aloft, and that's allowing a little bit more light on the situation. Now, to give you a bit of light on the situation on the dunes, let's go check it out. Mark Weiss is the man behind the camera, doing a great job as always today. And sure enough, you'll notice the line of the dunes here, but there has been a breach in them right here, and that has been just because of the inexorable march of just this water that continues to pound its way along the coastline. Now, Mark, if you want to stay here at this location, I'm going to hop over here on this side and walk over. And again, you can just see where it's just kind of come on through, and it makes perfect sense, right? Because you just had this unstoppable, inexorable drive of all this water, which continues to fire its way through. Now, we've already passed the high tide cycle, but we still got a ways to go. Now, things are going to eventually begin to relent, which is some good news, but still, I'll tell you, we're going to see scenes like this. Now, this is unfortunately commonplace up and down much of the coastline, but the situation that we have here in Jacksonville Beach, you're seeing it right in front of you. This is the story that we have right along the water's edge on the coastline, but you go inland and you got to worry about the river. Any familiarity that you might have with Jacksonville, Florida, you know about the St. Johns River, which flows its way to the north, so 310 miles, passing Serpentine through parts of 12 counties. And today that area may also be one where you have a bit of flooding. But as we cut our way through the foam, one thing we have to deal with is going to be the threat of tornadoes. Certainly possible when you have a landfalling tropical system that in the northeast quadrant especially, you have the dynamics in the atmosphere that are conducive for tornadic formation. And when you have these tornadoes that are tropical in nature, that are with a tropical entity, a couple things you need to know. For one, they're usually small, they usually don't last that long, but they can be deadly. And they also can be rain wrapped, which makes them very, very hard to see. So the idea is to have a strategy in place, where to go, what to do if severe weather comes calling, and then you can act accordingly. But I'll tell you, it's amazing too, though, the system is moving inland, it's well inland. The center of circulation well more than 100 miles from our present location, but still we're seeing these kind of effects here. So it gives you an idea of the strength, the temerity, the violence of this system. Now, as we go forward in time over the next several hours and days, the story does not end. We're going to see this march its way through North Florida, eventually into Georgia, the Carolinas, and beyond, where we'll still have the threat of more power outages. And with that, Alex, we also have the threat of some flooding. Back on the power outages, before we send it back to you, Alex, one bit of good news is that we have not had a great number of them here. There have been some, but it's been minimal compared to what you have a bit farther down the coast, certainly in Brevard County. All right, Alex, let's send it back to you.
It's good to hear about the power outage situation there. No doubt about it. Reynolds, thanks. We'll check back with you in a bit. Meanwhile, we still have our tropical storm warnings that are up here across Florida into Georgia, up towards the Albany areas. We're actually expanding just a tad with the warnings and then extending up towards the Charleston area, just north and east of Charleston there along the South Carolina coast when it comes to our tropical storm, which again is working its way across Florida now. Still issues in the waters as well. Remember, again, the scope, just the huge aerial coverage of where those strong winds are having a big impact, not just on the East Coast, but even on the West Coast, where we have some of the storm surge warnings and even watches that are in place going all the way over towards Apalachicola. And there you can see on the East Coast what we're dealing with there as well. Some of the totals that we could see, again, these are the potential storm surges that we could see somewhere in these areas. Doesn't mean this whole zone in yellow will be seeing 2 to 4 or 3 to 5 foot storm surge, but somewhere in that area we could maximize that, particularly when we talk about being coinciding with the high tide. And then on the East Coast as well, we've got 3 to 5, even up to 2 to 4 in a few spots getting up into South Carolina. Airport travels, as you'd imagine, as a tropical system is working its way across Florida, there's going to be some issues. And we do have some closures that are in place in terms of the airports. Daytona Beach closed there, as well as Orlando. The airport is closed as well. Melbourne, the airport closed also. So a number of areas here on the East Coast, we're seeing closed airports. The West Coast, we're open, but I would absolutely say you're probably talking a lot of delays, if that. Certainly talking about cancellations as well. So this is a day to absolutely be patient, checking with the airlines, because we are certainly talking about quite a bit of slowdown in these areas. As you'd imagine, safety first, right, with the tropical cyclone coming through. Right now, we've got some steady rains in and around the Tampa, Clearwater area, up towards Jacksonville as well. Offshore on the East Coast, we got some of the lightning showing up on the radar. Some of those storms are trying to move on shore. And, we start to look at these areas here in the northeast portions of Florida into southeastern Georgia for that at least potential for tornadoes. These tropical cyclones, as they move ashore, they tend to spin these things up. They generally are on the weaker side of the scale. I should say the lower end of the scale when it comes to the intensity. They also tend to be fairly brief, but they can get up on you very, very quickly, spinning up quickly, so the warning can be very tough. But when they do come out, heed them, get into your safe place. Again, we've got a tornado watch here for us until 1 o'clock. That includes Brunswick, down through Jacksonville, the St. Augustine area as well. Of course, the Weather Channel streaming app has you covered with a new Tracking Nicole special live option. On the main page, all you have to do is press down to pull up our special coverage live streams, then select Tracking Nicole. Here you'll find updated storm paths, wind and pressure conditions, and the very latest warnings. You can head to streamtwc.com now to download. All right, well, let's get you back out live now to show you how things are faring in Florida. Our very own Mike Seidel in Vero Beach. Mike, how'd the beach hold up?
Good. Not very well, Alex. They've been losing sand since Sunday. The winds were onshore on Sunday, and on all the cams from Sunday right on through yesterday, big surf, especially yesterday as Nicole got closer. Now the surf is down. In fact, I'll give you an idea of how much it's dropped at the buoy. We've been mentioning this quite a bit east of Cape Canaveral. They had 32 footers, 32.8, I believe, yesterday at some point, late yesterday. They're down to about 20 feet. So they've dropped from 32 to 20. So they've lost about a third of their wave heights. That's the right direction. The tide is now going out. We had 8 high tides that were above average that ate away at the beach. In fact, 2 days ago, we were looking down towards the Ocean Girl restaurant, which, by the way, has been through numerous storms and is still standing. And they boarded up 2 days ago. But we had a dune here. It didn't go out very far, 4 to 6 feet. And about 4 feet high. That was washed away night before last. So that's the big issue. That's the main impact here on the coast, is the fact that the sand has been washed away. Now, there will be natural replenishment as we go on through, the next few weeks and few months. The sand does come back. Also, looking off to the north, water coming right up to the protection, the wall, and that really kept the water out of these properties. Unlike what we've been seeing with Jim up the coast, as far as I know here in Vero Beach, nothing has been compromised. You saw the restaurant is up on stilts, and yes, water got under the restaurant, but that is it. As far as power outages, boy, they are really mounting in the state of Florida now. About 335,000. That's up about 100,000 in the past hour or so. Here in Indian River County, they're starting to come down a little bit, just about 16,500. The important number, though, that's about 16% of customers. So about 1 in 7 customers without power. Winds are still gusting in the 30s. The rain, for the most part, is gone with a few spritzes, or it's either sea spray coming in from the Atlantic. Well, we're done with the rain. We had just under 2 inches. Peak wind gust at the airport, 60 miles an hour. Up the beach at a weather station, 75. Just checked Orlando. They had a peak gust of 63 miles an hour this morning in the 5 o'clock hour. Their high sustained wind was 43 miles an hour, Dr. Postel. So they did have tropical storm force winds, and they picked up just under 3 inches of rain. So a pretty healthy blow there in Orlando as the center came right over them between 5 and 5:30 this morning.
Yeah, Mike, I didn't find any reports of hurricane winds anywhere. And if you can find some, let me know and I'll report it. But I haven't seen sustained winds, much above 45 miles per hour anywhere. We saw some gusts in the 65 to 70 mile per range, as you mentioned, Mike. But that was about it. The primary big factor in the impact from Nicole was, as you see, the storm surge and the coastal flooding with that. Mike, thank you very much. Now let me get to my graphics and I can show you exactly where Nicole is rolling across parts of Florida. The center of circulation is somewhere in there, probably just north of Tampa, but it's a big system and the rain is being spread pretty far and wide now, creeping into southern Georgia and still impacting many other places with gusty winds. We saw Tampa gusting over 50 miles per hour lately. And you might be wondering, with the track from NHC kind of moving like that, is it possible that Nicole could re-strengthen at least a little bit, given that it's very likely going to move over the northern Gulf of Mexico, over water? The answer is no. There's not enough time. There are too many other factors in the way. Nicole will likely continue to weaken as it moves, even over water, for those few short hours. The worst weather now may indeed be in and around the Jacksonville area and just north there, Amelia Island, perhaps Brunswick Island, Cumberland Island. We have some supercells coming in from the water. What does that mean? These are thunderstorms that are capable of producing tornadoes. It doesn't mean they are right now, but this is the part of Nicole that is supportive of severe weather and that kind of thunderstorm. There's plenty of wind shear in the environment. There's enough instability. And with that in mind, well, of course, the great forecasters at the Storm Prediction Center went out and put this tornado watch until 1 o'clock, meaning conditions are favorable for the development of severe thunderstorms and tornadoes in and close to the watch area. Be mindful of that. Up and down northeast Florida and in southern Georgia, we're going to have that tornado risk. That is not going to be the last tornado watch that is going to be issued by SPC. I can almost guarantee you that. The wind right now, as I mentioned, is significant, but by far and away the legacy that Nicole will leave behind is the damage and the destruction from the wave action, the beach erosion, and the pounding, the relentless pounding from the rough surf that the beaches took. Now, here on the winds, you can see many locations, the winds are generally 20 to 30 with gusts, in some cases, over 50. By far and away, the strongest of all the winds are still out over water. You can see that here over the Gulf of Mexico and off the Atlantic shoreline. That means that the greatest water rises are where that wind offshore is moving onshore, that onshore wind component. Here near Jacksonville, we're seeing at Fernandina Beach, Amelia Island, the water rise is 3.5 feet above normally dry ground or normally dry areas. That is significant. We are seeing a water rise here with an onshore wind component just south of Cocoa. But here where the wind is offshore in Cedar Key, the Gulf of Mexico is being pushed away from the water's edge, meaning we don't have a storm surge threat there, at least for now. It's all about, Lynette, the direction of the wind and the path, the exact track of the center of the storm matters a lot in this way. Lynette.
Yes, Dr. Postel. And we do see those bands continuing to just move in across Brunswick and Georgia. And I say that because this is where we're seeing a gust of about 33 miles an hour. So it's still quite powerful. We could see, again, the possibility for some tornadoes. We have some lightning back offshore, and this is going to wrap in. So we are not done with this system at all. This will continue to move in and move on off to the north and east. So not just Florida, but yes, we are going to be talking about Virginia, Maryland before this is all said and done, as this continues to move on up towards the mid-Atlantic and the northeast. The winds are reaching far and wide still, as this has been a huge wind field. We can see what's happening in Atlanta as we head into about 11 o'clock this morning. We're looking at about 35 to 40 mile an hour winds, tropical storm force winds. That is what's on tap still. I put this back into motion. By Friday, things start to die down a little bit more as this system really starts to get off towards the north and east, but really we're still going to be on the breezy side. So these winds still high enough to blow off the trash cans, blow them in. So make sure you bring them in. And we can see what happens as we go into your Saturday. Finally, looking pretty good across the southeast, but now it's going to be the northeast problem as this will bring plenty of rain and still a little bit of winds kicking up there as well. So here's the Torcon, and we do have it. So the tornado conditions are alive and real for today. We are at a 3, we are at a 2. So again, the tornadoes, they come in contact with land and they just spin up that friction. And with that, we could see that. And I also tell you a lot that when you're seeing 1 through 10, that is the legend there. But if there is a number, there is a risk. So make sure you heed any type of warnings that you get. Make sure you go to the lowest point in your home. Alex, over to you.
All right, great advice, no doubt. Now let's go ahead and break it down in some of these areas, a little bit of a tighter view. We'll look in here on parts of Georgia into South Carolina, where rainfall is going to be an issue that we face as well. And you can see through tomorrow the amount of rain that we are anticipating, anywhere from 1 to 2 inches. I think that will be generally what we see here, widespread here across the board. Of course, locally there could be a higher amount here and there, but overall 1 to 2 inches of rainfall. We're already starting to see some of that rain coming into the coast. You're seeing that now around Savannah, up towards the Charleston area, just offshore, but winds are also picking up as well. Savannah, you're sustained at 21 mile per hour winds, and then you've got the gusts right around 30. So we're already getting quite breezy and gusty at this time. Now, we're going to have to watch that tide cycle because, of course, we can maximize that water rise at the time of high tide. So here in Charleston, you can see what we've got. Low tide as we work our way to about 3:20. So we're heading towards that, but high tide will head in right around 9 o'clock or so. 9:11 is the exact time for the high tide. And this is what the map will look like. We will be talking about more of an onshore push. So right in time for that high tide, things could get tough here for us in and around Charleston. And then another high tide comes in on Friday morning, right around 9:30 or so. And again, still talking about more of an onshore push. So again, those will be the times that we really have to be mindful. Of course, an area that is certainly susceptible to dealing with some of the issues there along the coast. So an area that we certainly are going to pay close attention to. So you can see the winds forecast here for us, 35, 40, maybe even 50 mile per hour winds, even farther inland in a spot like Orangeburg.
When we were a motorized bicycle company, they said that's fine for the streets, but you'll never win a race. They said motorcycles are one thing, but you can't make cars. All right, you're a car company, but you won't win Formula One in a hybrid. Well, you'll never compete off-road. What about when there is no road? No gas. They've challenged us to do a lot of things. What will we do next? Honda, the power of dreams.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Switch to Verizon and get Google Pixel 7 Pro on them with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans.
The holidays were lonely for the Yeti, but after saving big with early Black Friday at Amazon, Yeti became more social. Shop legendary deals at Amazon.
Age is just a number, and mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. Boost High Protein also has key nutrients for immune support. Boost High Protein.
Dry skin is sensitive skin too, and it's natural. That's why Aveeno Daily Moisture Lotion and Body Wash are formulated to be gentle on dry skin, with nourishing prebiotic oat and rich, soothing emollients. Together, this duo locks in moisture all day for softer, healthier-looking skin, proven on skin like yours. Aveeno, healthy. It's our nature.
But all you got was ham? And all you got was turkey.
With gravy.
That's an all-you-can-eat holiday buffet. A smorgasbord of all you want, all you need. Did I sit at the wrong table?
You'll always remember buying your first car. And buying your starter home. Or whatever this is. But the things that last a lifetime, like happiness, love, and confidence, you can't buy those. But you can invest in them. We believe that your investments should work harder for the future you imagine. And that's where our strategic investing approach can help. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
COP27.
the United Nations Climate Change Conference. Get complete coverage starting now on the Weather Channel and Pattern.
All hands on deck. Bravo's newest Below Deck is heading into uncharted waters with 5-star service.
Best chef I've ever had.
5-star drama.
We'll have an engine failure.
And 5-star adventure.
You only live once, right?
Set your DVR for an all-new Below Deck adventure every Tuesday night at 9 on Bravo.
Brought to you by your Tri-State BMW Centers. Visit us at bmwcenters.com.
Bedtime.
The thin, sweet bite to end the night. Oreo Thins.
When nature and science get together,
pretty sweet things can happen.
Like our Senecot laxative gummies. To relieve occasional constipation, Senecot starts with the natural Senna plant.
That science transforms into a yummy gummy.
Sweet!
Senecot laxative gummies.
Tuned for your local on the 8s, brought to you by Cosentix, Secukinumab.
Psoriasis really messes with you.
Try, hope, fail.
No one should suffer like that.
I started Cosentix. 5 years clear.
Real people with psoriasis look and feel better with Cosentix. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentix. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections, some serious, and a lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Tell your doctor if your Crohn's disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
Best move I ever made.
Ask your dermatologist about Cosentix.
Currently in our area, 58 degrees under fair skies. Today, abundant sunshine, high 65. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy skies early will give way to cloudy skies later at night. Low 57. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, cloudy with periods of rain. High 68. Rainfall around a ½ inch. Higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
I'm Mike Corey. I travel the world to carve a path for those who aren't afraid to get a little bit dirty.
There's a cocktail of excitement and terror.
Long way down.
That is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life.
Come on, let's go on an uncharted adventure.
Welcome back as we continue to track Tropical Storm Nicole. We're getting a chance to look at what it looks like there in Jacksonville Beach, Florida. Temps in the 70s, but we are quite breezy, gusting up, or should I say winds sustained up over 30, with gusts stronger than that. And look at what that does to the waters. Churned up and certainly quite angry at this time. We were getting a chance to talk with Reynolds, who was there in Jacksonville Beach. The good news there, not a ton of power outages, so that is really good news. But nonetheless, still a very breezy, raw day here for us in northeastern Florida.
Yeah, now let's take a look at what's going on as we head over towards Vero Beach, I believe. But we definitely did have that landfall there earlier this morning, and we are going to continue to monitor what's happening with Nicole. Nicole was going to continue to churn and bring issues to the north and east. But again, still looking pretty angry as we look at this Jackson Beach, Florida one, and it's quite mild there at this point. And the angry waves will continue. We can see the white caps on the water. And with that, we are going to continue to monitor this because Dr. Postel, this system really is not going anywhere anytime soon. Yes, it's posing problems for Florida still, but we still have the north and east to talk about too.
Yes, it's going to bring heavy rain into Georgia, South Carolina, the mid-Atlantic, and up into the northeast over the next couple of days. If you remember, maybe you're just tuning in, well, Nicole made landfall near Vero Beach early in the morning hours as a 75-mile-per-hour Category 1 hurricane. It is now a tropical storm, but still bringing very impactful weather with the center of circulation there just north north of Tampa. That's about where the center of that counterclockwise swirl is. And you can see some of the outer rain bands are now leaking into southern Georgia. And we still have that onshore wind across parts of northeast Florida, bringing that coastal flooding threat throughout the day today. Now, you might be wondering, and I've heard this before, here's the expected track of the center of Nicole. You might be wondering, is it possible it gains more strength once it gets back out over water? It's very unlikely that's going to happen. There's not enough time, there's not enough room, and overall there are other factors in the way of this regaining the strength that it lost. It is likely going to continue to weaken, but that doesn't mean the impacts will not be significant. They're continuing to be that way, with thunderstorms now rolling in off the Atlantic toward Fernandina Beach, Florida, just northeast of Jacksonville, Amelia Island. We got some supercells. These are thunderstorms that are capable of producing a couple of tornadoes as they move inbound from the Atlantic. This is the part of a tropical cyclone that is very good at creating the kind of rotation that supports tornadoes. So that's why we've got a tornado watch out until 1 o'clock as issued by the great forecasters there at the Storm Prediction Center. So the tornado threat will continue. Meanwhile, the wind is significant in places. There's no doubt about that. We're seeing lots of wind gusts still, 50 to 60 miles per hour. You can find your spot on the map and see your sustained winds are not that strong, but it's the gust that comes in. That's the kind of thing that can do damage. Now, there was a list right there I just showed you. Unfortunately, it disappeared, but it was of the maximum wind gusts that we've seen. I still have yet to find hurricane winds as Nicole came inbound. And that brings me to another point. That's normal, right? A Category 1 hurricane typically is not going to bring Category 1 winds inland. Those strongest of all the winds are very likely going to be reserved for the offshore environment. So when a hurricane is designated or a tropical cyclone is given a particular category, it is based on the environment over water offshore in the marine environment where there's no friction to slow the wind down. Once a hurricane or a tropical storm moves inland, the winds go down by a lot. Lynette, that's why we didn't see those hurricane force winds really move inland at all this time around.
Yeah, that's a good explanation. Dr. Postel, thank you for that. You're talking about the friction, and friction can cause problems too when we're talking about those tornadoes that will be moving in, that friction coming in contact with land. Show you all that. But we do have some problems down here in Jacksonville. Look at that gust, close to 50-mile-an-hour wind gust at this point. We can see lightning, these thunderstorms, these outer bands are going to pose a problem. So you heard me talk about those tornadoes. Yes, I do believe with some of these bands we could see that, because when we talk about tropical systems making landfall, that is possible that we could have that type of spin up. The gusts for today are going to be on the high side. I put this back into motion as we go into about 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. We're looking at some gusty winds still, so tropical storm force winds over by Atlanta, and we're looking at Columbia coming in 20 to 25 mile an hour. But look what's happening around Charleston, 30 to 35 miles an hour there in Savannah, and also around Brunswick. So this is what we're working with as we head into your Friday afternoon. A little bit better off into Atlanta, but these numbers are still on the higher side of things. It really won't to get out of here until we head towards your Saturday. So the weekend starts to look better in terms of lowering those winds and getting the system further off to the north and east. So that's what we're going to contend with. Here's that Torcon that I wanted to show you, because we can see that we are going to be working with the fact that we do have a 3 and we have a 2. So just know that we have a risk for today.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Switch to Verizon and get Google Pixel 7 Pro on them with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans.
The Great Big Tree Spree is going on now at Michael's. All trees are on sale. Get 50% off trees in-store and online, and get Black Friday prices now on select trees. Plus, earn up to 6% in Michael's Rewards. Hurry in. Sale ends November 12th.
Shop Macy's Black Friday specials now. Like sweaters starting at $24.99. Boots and shoes 40 to 50% off. And get 60% off holiday decor. Plus download the app for more great deals at Macy's.
Kevin! Oh, nice. Kevin, where are you? Kevin!
Hey, what's going on? I'm right here. I was busy cash backing for the holidays with Chase Freedom Unlimited. I'm gonna cash back on the gingerbread house.
Ooh, it's got little people inside.
And a snow globe.
Oh, I wish I lived in there.
You know, I can't believe you lost another Kevin.
It's a holiday tradition.
That it is. Earn big time with Chase Freedom Unlimited. How do you cash back? Chase, make more of what's yours.
It'd be hard to say somebody's as enthusiastic about football as I am, but Hannah's got to be pretty close. Me and the tailgate gang before every game order
3 strawberry milkshakes, no toppings.
for good luck.
He doesn't even have to order them. I know exactly what he wants. One weekend, you had forgotten to get those milkshakes, and then we lost the game. And then the next weekend, he came back. The milkshakes were left sitting on the table.
Here she comes running behind me. Mr. Chip, you forgot your strawberry milkshakes again. My 3 shakes. That is neat.
Buying a home? Rocket Mortgage will cover 1% of your rate for the first year at no cost to you, saving you hundreds, even thousands with Inflation Buster. That's more mini vacations, a lot more lattes, more date nights. Plus, if rates drop within 3 years of your home purchase, you get exclusive savings when you refinance with Rate Drop Advantage. That's more cash in your pocket. Save when you buy today and refinance tomorrow. Visit inflationbuster.com to get started.
Do you believe in magic in a young girl's heart? How the music can free her whenever it starts, and it's magic. Do you believe in magic?
Age is just a number, and mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. Boost High Protein also has key nutrients for immune support. Boost High Protein.
Olive Garden's never-ending pasta bowl is back, which means the never-ending pasta you crave is back. Starting it with our never-ending first course, well, that's always been here. Never-ending pasta bowl, starting at $13.99 for a limited time.
Break free. Cruise with Norwegian and enjoy free unlimited open bar, free specialty dining, and now free airfare, and much more. Be free at sea with Norwegian.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... All right. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact. For safe, clear driving visibility, be prepared for whatever Mother Nature throws at you with Trico wiper blades. Available at these retailers.
Do you like chocolate bars?
And welcome back to continued coverage here on the Weather Channel. I'm Meteorologist Reynolds, both coming to you from Jacksonville, Florida. We have at this hour a special marine warning just to our north, right off the coastline. You'll see where the skies go from somewhat bright to slightly darker. And if we pop up radar, you'll see a fairly intense line of storms. It's about to march its way up towards St. Mary's, and that is a spot where you could deal with possibly some water spouts out on the water, but inland, there's the chance you could have some rain-wrapped tornadoes. Now, as we often tell you, when it comes to tornadic activity, when it comes in relation with the tropical system, they're usually very small. They usually don't last that long, but they still can cause a great deal of damage and destruction. Just be careful. As we make our way to the beach, what we've been seeing is just this relentless onslaught of these waves. And right here between this cut, you'll notice we've got this break here between the dunes, and we've seen one wave after another that's come right up and just touched it. At times, we've had some that have blasted right through these dunes. Just a process that we've seen that has not become an anomaly. It's become pretty typical up and down the coastline, especially where Jim Cantori was live earlier in Daytona Beach. But unfortunately, we're going to see a lot of this erosion. They've been doing great work here. We actually spoke with the mayor just yesterday, the mayor of Jacksonville Beach, on the great job they've been doing keeping the integrity of these dunes. But one thing that's interesting about the dunes themselves, they are part of the natural fortification that you'll have. Now, they often tell people to stay off the dunes, and one of the reasons why is because you want to keep the integrity of the sea oats. Now, the sea oats are kind of like, think of a grove of aspen trees in the hills and valleys and mountains of Colorado. They kind of hold the soil together. Well, guess what? The extensive root systems of these sea oats pretty much do the same thing. But even though they do a great job of anchoring things, eventually you're going to have the incredible abrasion of that water, which continues, again, just relentlessly moving on shore. I'm very familiar with this area. Actually, as a kid, my grandparents lived in Ponte Vedra. We used to come up here to Jack's Beach. And there was a time where the beach was wide enough that they would actually park cars out on Jacksonville Beach. Not Ponte Vedra, but in Jacksonville Beach. They don't do that anymore, but what has parked its way out there now, again, the water. The horizon is improving. Now, for a while, it seemed that you couldn't see really that far out there. I know visibility was quite good, especially yesterday, but it has been limited to compromise to almost nothingness at times, especially when the rain came through. But again, we're getting some dry air where we happen to be. Mark, I don't know if you're able to see it. Mark Weiss, the man behind the camera. If you look up there, guess what? We're seeing some sunshine. We expected that might be a possibility, and that is something that we're going to continue to see on and off into the afternoon, into the evening hours, but we still have the threat of this system. The thing you need to remember is that once the situation improves here, we're going to see other threats as it cruises its way into North Florida, into Georgia, into the Carolinas, Alex, and there's also the chance we could have some flash flooding, especially when this moisture interacts with higher elevation, orographic lift. You know how that works. Could see some flooding there too. So a lot to deal with the story. Not done by a long shot. Still have a ways to go with Nicole. Back to you, Alex.
All right, thanks so much, Reynolds. And yeah, you said it. A lot of areas impacted by this wide-reaching tropical storm. There's the satellite as well as radar showing you the scope and the size. Rotating around, you can see some of the rain just offshore here in the Atlantic. You do notice a little bit more in the way of thunderstorms, and those are trying to make their way to the coast. We'll have to keep an eye on those because those are some of the ones that could potentially bring some spin-ups here as we work our way on through the afternoon. Otherwise, you see some of the rain now starting to move up into even the coastal sections of South Carolina. So you've really been dealing with that around Georgia as well. That continues to push westbound there across the southeastern part of the state there. So active times and more to come as we progress on through the next 24 hours or so as we deal with the system again right now, pushing its way across Florida, but it will eventually work its way here into the northeastern portions of the Gulf of Mexico. Now, as Dr. Postel mentioned, I mean, I got to spend enough time there to strengthen from there, but no doubt push north and east, spreading some of the tropical storm conditions even into southern Georgia as well as into South Carolina, including the risk for storm surge, not just the East Coast, but we talked about the West Coast feeling the impacts and over towards Apalachicola. We do have storm surge watches there as well. Some of the totals that we could see getting maximized if we can coincide so the worst push with high tide here for us. Maybe 3 to 5 foot storm surge here around the Big Bend area. Same for as you work your way up towards the East Coast from right around the Melbourne region to right around Jacksonville. And then you start to get into the 2 to foot range, coastal Georgia and moving into South Carolina. Checking out those winds now, and boy, they are certainly gusty. Orlando, you're gusting up to 45 miles per hour. In fact, one of the stronger winds, at least on this particular map, a little bit stronger up towards Jacksonville, where you're sustained at 35, but gusting up over 50 miles per hour. So you'd imagine we'd be dealing with some issues at the airports. The airport at Jacksonville is open, but I'd imagine not a whole lot of flights are going in or out there. Where they're closed, though, for some of these airports here farther to the south, including Orlando International. Of course, the Weather Channel streaming app has you covered with a very new Tracking Nicole special live option on that main page. Simply press down to pull up our special coverage live streams and then select Tracking Nicole. You'll find updated storm paths, wind and pressure conditions, and the very latest warnings.
Some people like to talk into microphones. We prefer dropping them. The MDX Type S, a new era of premium performance.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Switch to Verizon and get Google Pixel 7 Pro on them with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans.
There's a different way to treat HIV. It's every other month injectable Cabenuva. For adults who are undetectable, Cabenuva is the only complete long-acting HIV treatment you can get every other month.
Cabenuva helps keep me undetectable. It's 2 injections given by my healthcare provider every other month.
It's one less thing to think about while traveling.
HIV pills aren't on my mind. A quick change in my plans is no big deal.
Don't receive Cabenuva if you're allergic to its ingredients or if you're taking certain medicines which may interact with Cabenuva. Serious side effects include allergic reactions, post-injection reactions, liver problems, and depression. If you have a rash and other allergic reaction symptoms, stop Cabenuva and get medical help right away. Tell your doctor if you have liver problems or mental health concerns, and if you are pregnant, breastfeeding, or considering pregnancy. Some of the most common side effects include injection site reactions, fever, and tiredness. If you switch to Cabenuva, attend all treatment appointments.
Every other month, and I'm good to go.
Ask your doctor about every other month Cabenuva.
My moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, the burning, itching, the pain.
Emerge Tremfyant. With Tremfya, most people saw 90% clear skin at 16 weeks. The majority of people saw 90% clear skin even at 5 years.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to.
Emerge Tremfyant. With Tremfya. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
This is the sound of better breathing. Fasenra is an add-on treatment for asthma driven by eosinophils. It helps prevent asthma attacks, improve breathing, and lower use of oral steroids. Fasenra is not a rescue medication or for other eosinophilic conditions. Fasenra may cause allergic reactions. Get help right away if you have swelling of your face, mouth, and tongue, or trouble breathing. Don't stop your asthma treatments unless your doctor tells you to. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection or your asthma worsens. Headache and sore throat may occur. Ask your doctor about Fasenra.
Age is just a number, and mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. Boost High Protein also has key nutrients for immune support. Boost High Protein.
We make sit-down chicken, stand-up chicken, backyard chicken, oops chicken, lots of time chicken, no time chicken. If there's one thing we know, it's chicken, chicken, and chicken. More choices, more wow, more to love. Tyson.
Hey, Peloton, step into your power. Let's go.
Ah, you didn't come to work out. You came to outwork. Let's get it. Yo. Boom.
Come on, you got this.
Everyday man's on the block. Beats, no challenge, no change.
The ting goes. Let's go. Fitness that stays with you. Now you can rent the Peloton Biker Bike Plus. Terms apply.
Who wants burgers?
Ooh, it's the DQ Signature Stack Burgers menu. That is 5 tasty burgers right there. There goes a spicy flamethrower and loaded A1 Signature Stack Burgers.
Go, Mom?
You're still the cool mom.
Thank you.
DQ, happy tastes good.
Welcome back. Let's have a live look now at Nicole that is rolling through parts of Florida still as a tropical storm. Very impactful weather now with very heavy rain. Significant thunderstorms, especially in North Florida, not far from Jacksonville. We could see the potential for some tornadoes as that outer band moves from Florida northward into Georgia. We'll be watching that, and still some very strong wave activity impacting the Florida East Coast. The beach is still being eaten away by rough surf and coastal flooding. Now the question is, where is Nicole going from here? You can see NHC's track right there, which matters. I drew the center line because that's incredibly important to know exactly where the center is going, because around it, you know what the wind is doing. We're very likely to have some offshore winds as it approaches. That's going to keep the water at bay. No pun intended. But then as it moves on by, the wind will come back onshore, and that is going to bring some coastal flooding as well. But overall, there's not enough room or not enough time to re-strengthen as Nicole, the center of it, moves over water. It is likely to continue to weaken, but still remain very impactful, especially now in North Florida and into Georgia with heavy rain and gusty winds moving along the way. But conditions are getting better south of here. Let's say, for example, in Vero Beach, where Mike Seidel is, and can tell us that I can guarantee you the wind and the weather are a lot better now than they were, let's say, 12 to 18 hours ago.
I can tell you that. I don't have any rain gear on, Dr. Postel. Yeah. We've got some breaks in the overcast. Look at it. Nice to see this blue sky out here. We've had some sunshine. Our rain is over with. The winds are south and now I think coming a little bit around to the south-southwest as the tide goes out. And no more high tide cycles where we have water, I don't think, coming up against the seawall. Now, we did have somewhat of a dune left a couple of days ago. It was about 4 feet high, went out about 6-7 feet, and that was eaten away night before last. So as you can see, there's really no protection except for the man-made protection. The seawall, under that we've got the steel pilings. So all this property, the restaurant, Mulligan's, Ocean Grill, which has water going underneath it, but that's typical. That restaurant's been there for years, and they've been through numerous storms, and they've had issues they've had to rebuild, but you know what? It just keeps on ticking after taking a licking, as John Cameron Swayze used to say with the Timex commercial. Hey, look at the surf. It's coming down. It's still pretty rough, and you can see, if you look at the crest, you can see kind of how the wind's blowing a little offshore because it's blowing the top of the wave back to the east. So that's always a good sign. We had a peak gust at the airport of 60 miles an hour inland. Out on the coast here, we found one weather station that gusted to 75. And get this, I just was doing some research for Cape Canaveral. The Artemis 1 stack, that's launch pad 39B. Hopefully they'll get that off here in the next week or so. At the top, at 120 feet, the wind gusted to 87 knots, 100 miles an hour. That's a perfect example of how wind increases with height. That's why when we have hurricanes and storms, tropical storms approaching a metropolitan area, say like South Beach, where we have the condos, that's why we always discuss how the wind, even though on the surface at the beach may be gusting to 75, higher up it gusts higher. So how about that wind gust? 100 miles an hour at the top of the Artemis 1. Wow, what a wind. Let's go up the beach. Jacksonville Beach, the difference there with Reynolds is the wind is still east-northeast. And I just checked the latest ob at Jax, and it's still gusting in the low 50s. So you're still dealing with that onshore wind, whereas we're past that point.
Well, we certainly are, but I'll tell you, from what we've heard in terms of power outages, they've been really minimal here, so we're very fortunate in that regard. But the winds really they've been quite punchy, to say the very least. You know, it's interesting how there are some things that withstand in the winds pretty well. A lot of the oak trees, they have a difficult time with it, but these trees that you'll see right here, it's almost like the grand design, especially some of these giant palms. They're almost like tropical dandelions, so to speak, right? I mean, they've got the trunks. The trunks are kind of malleable. They do bend a little bit in the wind. And the palmetto although they do come down time to time, they do handle a lot of the strong winds. Something else we're seeing that's high up. Look at the blue sky that we're seeing off in the distance. Got to go around these trees. But sure enough, it's more of that dry air intrusion that is going to be a big difference maker. You know that Mike Seidel was able to shed the rain gear as the dry air comes in. We may be doing the same thing. Although that is improving, it's still awfully messy out on the water's edge. Look how rough those waves happen to be. And they come in inexorably, one after another, pounding the shoreline. And every now and again, you do see some of the higher waves that move through, and they cut right through this spot right here as we take a look at the dunes. Dunes split in that location, but of course right here, this is the path that leads us out to the beach itself. The beach, which for now is pretty much non-existent due to the encroachment of the tide. Tide is going to relent. We're expecting that to draw back, and we should get a better idea of how the beaches are going to fare. But notice there aren't any surfers out there in a day like today. I don't know how you'd even bother in a situation like this. Well, I'll tell you, we're about to surf our way to commercial break, but please know the story still has a long way to go. We're going to follow the journey of Nicole as it makes way through North Florida into Georgia, the Carolinas, and beyond, bringing with it all kinds of trouble. But I'll tell you, if you look at this view and look at those skies, let's enjoy the beauty of that while we still have to deal with some of the ugly situations with this continuing to march storm as it trips a bit more to the north. All right, we'll see you on the other side of the break.
You got KFC, mijo.
This drum and thigh combo is only $6.
Good deal. For you. But you bring nothing home for your abuelita.
You okay?
No.
Hurry, this $6 deal ends soon.
Ain't nothing like the real thing, baby. Ain't nothing like the real thing.
When we were a motorized bicycle company, they said that's fine for the streets, but you'll never win a race. They said motorcycles are one thing, but you can't make cars. All right, you're a car company, but you won't win Formula One in a hybrid. Well, you'll never compete off-road. What about when there is no road? No gas. They've challenged us to do a lot of things. What will we do next? Honda, the power of dreams.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Switch to Verizon and get Google Pixel 7 Pro on them with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans.
What do you mean the connecting rooms were not confirmed?
Exactly, not confirmed. But they're super close, though. There's just a courtyard in between them. Well, actually, it's an alley, but nobody lives in it anymore, so that's cool.
Go ahead and lock the door.
What?
When you want your kids in a room that's actually connecting,
Lock the door. Why would I lock the door?
it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
Thank you, Nature Made, for seeing that life is a little chaotic.
and creating new targeted blends to help. So when our sleep, stress, and immune health are thrown off, new Nature Made Well blends can help us find balance.
It seems like places are giving you less and less food these days.
Yes, Mama, it's called shrinkflation. Oh, shrinkflation, that's just another word for robbery. But this is shackflation. What? Dang, that's huge. Extra pepperoni, extra cheese on that thing.
Because your lives are forever entwined.
Darling, please be mine.
Love Entwined, exclusively at K.
No, it has to be 5-star. It's my treat. I could get used to this.
Double chains and so many diamonds. It's the most we sell in the store.
Oh.
If they have your personal information, anyone can be you. Spectrum One keeps your personal data safe and private. That's privacy protection. That's Spectrum One.
No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic.
Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
I want you to show you how powerful the winds are.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Currently in our area, 60 degrees under sunny skies. Today, abundant sunshine. High 65. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy skies early will give way to cloudy skies later at night. Low 57. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, cloudy with periods of rain. High 68. Rainfall around a ½ inch. Higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. We are tracking Nicole, and Nicole is going to continue to make that push on off to the north and then off to the north and east. And with that, it's just not going to be affecting Florida anymore. We do have wind advisories in effect already. All the areas here shaded in the purple coloring, and that extends all off over towards Alabama as well. But look what we have. This area here, right with the high wind warning. So where you're seeing that, we could see gusts today up to about 45 miles an hour. It is going to be a very gusty day on tap, and we put this into motion and we look at that gust forecast as we head towards about 5 o'clock this evening. We do see those gusts still high. Look at Savannah, 35 to 40 mile an hour wind gusts. That's a tropical storm force wind. And even as we head over towards Macon and Atlanta, 30 to 35 mile an hour winds there. So it is going to stay on the gusty side. Even as we go into Friday morning, we really don't start to die the winds down a bit until we head into your Saturday. Saturday, that's when things will start to be a little bit better, I should say. Now, in terms of the wet weather, we'll start to see more spokes really coming in, more heavy rain coming in as we head into the evening time frame around the Carolinas. Columbia getting in on this, South Carolina, and then it goes back into motion, and we can see what's going on as we work our way towards 9 o'clock in the morning on Friday. Still some rain and some heavier rain. Look at that, even as we head over towards portions of Tennessee, dealing with some heavy rain there. Look what's going on up towards Raleigh and Roanoke as this system continues to make its way on off to the north and east. By the time we hit your Friday, your Saturday, things start to look much better as we slide down off towards the south and east, and even starting to look a little bit better as we go into the north and east there. The rain still to come. Yeah, it's pretty potent, and you know, topography is going to play a role in this. As we can see, 3 to 5 inches. That's where you're looking at the yellow color there, as those mountains just really squeeze out all that moisture. So you could see spots of that 3 to 5, but most of us going to see up to about maybe 1 to 2 inches. This really extends all far off to the north and east as well. So as we continue to track Nicole, we're going to continue to watch this jet stream that continues to merge with this. That's that system back off towards the west that's bringing all the snow, the blizzard conditions, and these two will get together, and it is going to cause a problem. So we are going to be dealing with plenty of winds in the days to come, also plenty of rain in the days to come, and we could be dealing with some flash flooding out there as well. So that's something that we're going to have to continue to monitor. And remember, whenever we're talking about flash flooding, you definitely need to know and seek higher ground and know where you're going to go before that even happens. We'll deal with that southerly wind, that gust over 50 miles an hour as we look right here in this circle from Bangor all the way back down to Norfolk. Alex, over to you.
Thanks so much, Lynette. As we continue to track Nicole, of course, we've been talking about that potential for strong and severe storms, including isolated tornadoes, and that now being realized with a tornado warning here in northeastern Florida, therefore Duval as well as parts of Nassau counties. And we're dealing with that warning. You can see where it is in place here until about 11:15. Storm moving on off towards the west at about 60 miles per hour. So it's moving very, very quickly at this point. Actually, we're located near the airport is where this particular warned storm is at this point. So it's racing on off towards the west. 60 miles per hour. It's not going to be one you're going to be able to outrun. Probably not going to see much at all. A lot of rain associated with this storm as it's tracking, again, westbound. Again, the radar kind of obscuring the view just a bit as it's moved essentially right over the radar location, but it will eventually move west of that, heading to just east of St. George. Now, St. George, you are not in the actual tornado warning as of now, but if this were to hold together, you can see the timing of this, so right around 11:17, that would be on top of you there. So if you're in some of these areas here, including Ratliff, St. George, you're not in the warning, but I would certainly be watching this very, very closely. Now is going to be the time to get into a safe location, a low floor, sturdy structure, and away from the windows is where you want to be. Quickly, these things can spin up, so you got to get there as quickly as you can. So we're going to continue to follow what's going on with Nicole, but we also have a winter storm that we are following as well. You had two systems here on this Thursday, dumping some snow here across the northern plains. You can see what we've already dealt with over the last 24 hours or so. Big bullseyes. You work your way into parts of Montana, around the Glasgow area. I haven't seen the reports around Glasgow reaching the double digits, but 6-7 inches of snow there. Then you work over towards Bismarck, another spot that's seeing about 6 to 7. Dickinson as well, right in that range. So the snow's continuing to fall. So reports will go up. We'll see more of that snow adding up there for you. Bismarck, Glasgow, you're also seeing that. Temperatures in the single digits. So it is cold and snowy in these areas, a full-blown winter storm. And there has been some ice to deal with as well. In fact, right now, freezing rain being reported in Fargo. That's gotten a chance to add up in portions of South Dakota. I've seen some reports of quarter to even close to half an inch of ice showing up. So that certainly could be a dangerous situation. Ice storm warning right now in and around Aberdeen. Then you get the blizzard warnings that are in place as well, including around Bismarck over towards Grand Forks. It's a combination of some of that wind and the snow helping to reduce the visibility, making travel pretty treacherous in this zone. So nasty day here for us across the northern plains, upper Midwest with wintry weather. And of course, we have a tropical storm in Florida.
You'll always remember buying your first car and buying your starter home, or whatever this is. But the things that last a lifetime, like happiness, love, and confidence, you can't buy those, but you can invest in them. We believe that your investments should work harder for the future you imagine. And that's where our strategic investing approach can help. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Switch to Verizon and get Google Pixel 7 Pro on them with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans.
From the back to the middle and around again, I'm gonna be there till the end, 100%. Your love, you'll never have to run away. You'll always have a friend to play. You'll never go out on your own. In me you will find a home. From the back to the middle and around again, I'm gonna be there till the end, 100%. Your love.
A breakfast croissant plus seasoned potatoes for $3, and they're redshirting you?
It's just a standard work shirt.
Hey, way to stay humble, man.
Thank you, Reg.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $3 breakfast deal.
Age is just a number.
and mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. Boost High Protein also has key nutrients for immune support. Boost High Protein.
At the Home Depot, you'll find appliances to fill every holiday need, in-store and online. From festive sweater washing to keeping your holiday favorites fresh, so you can do more together. Shop Black Friday savings on select LG kitchen packages at the Home Depot.
He can drink from my saucer anytime.
Where did he learn to slide like that?
I know where.
They say you eat with your eyes first, so here's a good look at our new thick and fluffy French toast. Artisan challah dipped in vanilla cinnamon batter. French toast the way it's meant to be. Try all 3 flavors, only at IHOP. Download the app and earn free food with every purchase.
Do you like chocolate bars?
Because your lives are forever entwined.
Darling, please be mine.
Love entwined, exclusively at K.
This holiday, make no mistake, everything here is Philadelphia cheesecake.
Cheesecake is everything.
Bake your own.
I recommend Nature Made vitamins because I trust their quality. They were the first to be verified by USP, an independent organization that sets strict quality and purity standards. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
Welcome back. We got breaking news. We got a tornado warning just north of downtown Jacksonville, near the Jacksonville International Airport. There is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Ocean Way or near the International Airport, moving west at 60 miles per hour. This is a radar-indicated circulation. We don't have confirmation on the ground, but for example, if you live in and around these areas, take shelter now. For example, in Callahan, Nassau Village, or areas nearby, take shelter immediately because of the rapid movement of this storm. There's not going to be much time at all to prepare for it. So once the warning goes out, take shelter quickly as possible. Again, this is just to the northwest of Jacksonville in a supercell thunderstorm that is capably producing a tornado moving west at 60 miles per hour. There's a lot of rain around. You're not going to be able to see much. Don't even try. But if you live, for example, at some of these locations, this thunderstorm will be there at those times. And again, there is a possible tornado inside of this. We don't know for sure if they don't have confirmation in it, but certainly the rotational off is indicative of a strong supercell thunderstorm that is moving toward the west very quickly. There are going to be more tornado warnings today in North Florida and in southern Georgia. There are going to be likely new tornado watches issued. This is a very dynamic system still, and it is in that part of Nicole, the northern and eastern part of Nicole right now that we're talking about. That's the area of a tropical cyclone that is very good at producing thunderstorms with tornadoes. That's exactly what we're seeing right now. Reynolds, I hope you're safe there in and around Jax Beach, just to the east of downtown Jacksonville, where the weather is pretty nasty, but you got to watch out for those tornadoes embedded within the heavier rain bands.
You certainly do. You know, for people maybe tuning in, what's interesting in the state of Florida, and I've been fortunate to call Florida home twice in my life, once as a kid, then another time as an adult. What's interesting, the population, we broke it up 3 ways. You've got people who've been here for generations, then you've got people who have recently moved here that may not be as familiar with the tropical weather. And then, of course, then you have visitors. So many people that visit every single year. But Florida at this point has got the third highest population of all the states in the United States, right? So for people hearing about tornadoes during a landfalling tropical system, they may give it a double or triple take and think, okay, why are we talking about tornadoes when we're referring to a tropical storm? Well, it is very, very typical when you have a landfalling tropical system to have tornadoes that do form. They tend to be relatively weak. They don't last that long, but the problem is they can still be very destructive. They can still cause all kinds of damage. They can also cause loss of life. So please be very, very careful. And as Dr. Postel mentioned, it's a story that is not going to be just in here. When I say here, referring to Florida, could be in Georgia, the Carolinas, and beyond. So we certainly have a ways to go. One thing we've been dealt with here have been really the winds. The winds have been more of the constant. The rain has been sort of a sporadic event. When it does fall, it's very, very heavy, but the wind is really the big kicker that has caused so many of the power outages up and down parts of the state, although they've been very minimal here at our present location. But the issues that you have with the wind enhancing the surf activity, especially right around high tide, we had some breaks over right between the dunes that were just ridiculous. And of course, we've seen more of that in places like Daytona Beach, certainly down towards Vero Beach. And now the problems are going to be posed well inland. One issue that you often have is with a switching wind. Sometimes the St. Johns River, which flows to the north, can flow in the opposite direction. And you can have flooding. Certainly had our share of that with Hurricane Irma back in 2017 on September 10th and 11th. Some of the worst they've had in the city's 250-year history. So there are a myriad of situations that you could deal with when it comes to tropical weather. So a lot to follow there. But I can tell you today, weather-wise, although we're covering this event, there's a lot to follow in many other ways. Although we're talking about tropical weather, we also should talk about winter weather. We've got parts of America where you have dropping temperatures, other places where the temperatures are skyrocketing, a little bit of everything. Alex, you could almost argue that you can find any season you like in the United States on a day like today. A little bit of everything, to say the least.
Oh, you said it, Reynolds. Absolutely, that is the case out there. Pretty crazy times. Well, let's focus in on Nicole, because that still is bringing the impacts to us here into Florida, but down the road as well. Tropical storm warnings, we still have those in place. So tropical storm conditions within these red zones, that is what is expected. So all the way up into southern parts of Georgia, even coastal sections of South Carolina as well. One of the impacts will be that storm surge, that push of water moving ashore here, being pushed by all that wind. Well, we've got it not just on the East Coast, but also working towards the West Coast, around the Big Bend area, over towards Apalachicola. That's where we have a storm surge watch, and then you head east into the storm surge warned zone. That's where we could see the storm surge totals getting a little bit higher in that 3 to 5 foot range here for us. If we were to kind of maximize the greatest push with that high tide, could see some of those water rises in that range. Now, it's not everywhere in that zone, but somewhere in that area we could see that. The same for as you head over towards the East Coast. Again, there's some 3 to 5 foot totals that we could see before it's all said and done. Airport travels, certainly imagine that's going to be a difficulty here. We got a number of airports that are just downright closed, so you're not going anywhere. Orlando is one of those, so is Daytona as well. That's another spot that is closed. Now you head up towards Jacksonville, where we actually had that tornado warning. Well, that's an airport that is still open, but yeah, trying to get flights. Yeah, you can imagine that's not going to be an easy task. A lot of cancellations, a lot of delays out there for you. So a day to absolutely be patient and check with the airlines. So there's that big overview of the storm system here on the radar picture. We still have that tornado warning that's in place here for us. It's getting a little bit tighter with that, where we do have a tornado watch. Still a few counties there in northeastern sections of Florida, as well as southeastern Georgia until 1 o'clock. Tornado watch is in effect. And again, we've got that warning that's in place for parts of Duval and Nassau counties there. And then surrounding that, as we head northbound, as we work our way through the day, the winds will start to crank up. ATL, Athens, all the way up towards Asheville. You've got a wind advisory in place there. Watch those winds get gusty. So bring in some of the furniture that you may have outside, the trash bins. Make sure they are in an area where it's not going to get thrown around by some of these gusty winds. High wind warnings, including around Macon, where those winds could get up over 40 miles per hour. Well, the Weather Channel streaming app has you covered with a new Tracking Nicole special live option on this main page. All you have to do is press down to pull up our special coverage live streams and then select Tracking Nicole. Here you'll find updated storm paths, wind and pressure conditions, as well as the very latest warnings. All you have to do is head to streamtwc.com now to download. Well, now let's work our way back out live to Mike Seidel, meteorologist Mike Seidel. They're in Vero Beach, Florida. And Mike, it's been a very prolonged period of that onshore push, really helping to eat up the beaches.
Yes, this is day 5, although the wind is now beginning to come a little bit offshore. But Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, yesterday was the worst of it as far as the strongest winds. But 8 high tides, I'm counting about 8, maybe 9 high tide cycles where the tides were above average. And you can see the impacts. This is the beach, what's left of it. I mean, sure, there's still a lot of sand, but summer before last, the beach went out about 75 yards or so. They did a beach replenishment project, the Corps of Engineers, like they do a lot up and down the East Coast. And this is what's left. We've got the protection, basically man-made, not natural. We've got the concrete barrier. We've got the steel pilings underneath. We've got the big boulders thrown in here. Now, the surf is coming down. It's now being lit up by the sunshine. By the way, the tropical storm warning and the storm surge warning, all those warnings south of Sebastian Inlet, which is north of here, both of those warnings have been dropped. So we're in the clear for the warnings. We just have to wait for the surf to tame down. Watch out for the rip currents. Water temperature is still 81, so I'm sure there'll be folks out here, especially when the tide is lower, because there is sand to be found here in Indian River County. Speaking of that, 17,000 customers without power. That is about 17% of the county. That hasn't changed over the past few hours. What has changed is the power outages have jumped up across the Sunshine State now, 354,000 customers without power. Winds now still gusting at times 30 to 35 miles an hour, so we've gotten through it. The worst of it is obviously on the coast. Back inland, besides the power outages, we've got some palm fronds down, some vegetation took a hit a little bit. But Dr. Postel, again, as we had talked about this going into Nicole, that by far, it was all going to be about out here and not so much inland. We did get a couple of inches of rain here in Vero Beach, about 3 inches in Orlando. They gusted to 63 miles an hour. So that's how it stands here, kind of wrapping up what we saw. But beach issues, the sand is gone. It will naturally replenish as we see in time. But, those big dunes we had here just 2 days ago, they're gone. I mean, it's all gone. Just some sea oats right here, the sea oats that have grown up into the ground to the west of the fence. Dr. Postel?
Yeah, Mike, I mean, the legacy of Nicole is going to be the beach erosion, the coastal flooding, and the like. It is really a wind and rain event still, but not to the extent that we've seen that pounding of the surf eat away at the water's edge, particularly along the east coast of Florida. There's where Nicole is, rolling toward the northwest across parts of Florida. The center of circulation of that counterclockwise rotation just to the north of Tampa, right about there. Maybe it's a little bit farther along now. That was about an hour ago. And the expected track of the center, which matters a lot, don't forget, is along this path. And the question is, it's going to go up back out over water. Is it going to strengthen it again? No, I don't think so. There's not enough time. There's not enough room. A lot of other factors are in the way of this regaining any kind of strength, though it is likely to continue to weaken as it moves northward. But it is going to be very impactful still with, of course, a lot of heavy rain, and especially in Florida's east coast, an onshore wind. And where the wind turns around out of the south eventually, in the Big Bend area, we're going to have an onshore wind and some coastal flooding there as well. The problems continue in North Florida and southern Georgia. We got a tornado warning out for Duval and Nassau counties. This supercell thunderstorm capable of producing tornadoes moving toward the west at 60 miles per hour. This is exactly in the region of Nicole that we would expect to see the chance for tornadic activity. Severe thunderstorms and tornadoes can occur in landfalling tropical cyclones, especially on the northern and eastern sides of them, which is exactly where this is. So this is in the area that is expected to see this kind of bad weather. We've got the instability and we've got the wind shear in place to allow it all. We got a tornado watch out until 1 o'clock. I have a feeling, and I'm almost certain, there are going to be more tornado watches out today, perhaps for southern Georgia and areas nearby, so heads up there. The winds, you can find your spot on the map. Not so much of a problem anymore. We had some 60 to 75 mile per hour wind gusts along Florida's east coast. I have not found hurricane winds yet where the sustained wind was anywhere near really 75 miles per hour. I'm waiting for more data to come in, but here's some wind gusts that we've seen across the region. 62, how about that? That can do damage. No doubt about that. You don't need a hurricane to do wind damage. A 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gust, a lot of them can really be problematic, and we saw plenty of that. Look at this, Daytona Beach gusted to 84 miles per hour there. So very significant wind gusts, but the vast majority of the strong winds earlier and now still are out over water. Which brings me to another point. Remember, the designation of the strength of a tropical cyclone or hurricane, whatever you want to call it, right, is based on the wind over water, offshore in that specialized marine environment where there's no friction. So, like, for example, a Category 1 hurricane is not going to bring a Category 1 winds inland outside of the beaches. Pretty much. There are some rare exceptions, of course, but that is pretty much it. I get a lot of questions about that. Why didn't we get Category 1 hurricane winds when this is a Category 1 hurricane? Because those kind of winds are typically reserved for the marine environment over water. They come to the beaches at times, but generally not much beyond the beach fronts. Lynette, it is something to consider when you think about going forward with the hurricane landfall.
Yes, Dr. Postel. As we move through time, we're going to see this system continue to work its way on off to the north and east. But as for now, it's still impacting Florida for sure, but also portions of southeast Georgia. So Brunswick, we're looking at a gust right now at about 33 miles an hour. But Jacksonville, look at that, 45 mile an hour wind, close to it, 43 in fact. And this extends even further inland as we're going to be quite gusty as we head through the rest of today. We can see Atlanta, we stopped this around midnight, and we have tropical storm force winds there. As we head off towards Myrtle Beach, we're looking at 20 to 25 mile an hour winds. Goes back into motion Friday at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We're still looking at winds that are up to about 30 to 35 miles an hour. We're looking at that over towards Wilmington. Friday evening, things starting to look a little bit better in the interior, like what we see in Atlanta, Macon, and Valdosta, but we're still up along the coast here. And then finally, Saturday rolls along, and we are much calmer out there, so that's some good news down off towards the south and east. But remember, this system's going to go all the way up towards the mid-Atlantic and also the northeast, so then they're going to be dealing with some issues. But sticking around the southeast, we do have that potential for the tornadoes for today. Again, we already are dealing with that tornado warning, and so we will have more of those most likely before it's all said and done. And when we're talking about the Torcon, we have tornado conditions, Torcon, and that is what we have for today. So we're in a 3, we're in a 2, 1 to 10 is what we can get. But the bottom line, as I like to say, is if you do have a number, then there is a risk out there. So make sure you know where you would go if you had the tornado warning. You definitely need to go to the lowest level of your home. Make sure you stay in the interior and put a lot of walls between you and the outside. As we head towards your tomorrow, we're going to do it all over again as this threat continues to work its way on off to the north and east. So that threat will be more for the mid-Atlantic, and we are going to have the severe thunderstorms with the possibility of the tornadoes once again. So we're not quite out of the woods. The Torcon for this area tomorrow will be 3 and also 2. Again, make sure you keep your eye to the sky because Nicole does not mean any type of business. We'll be right back.
The holidays were lonely for the Yeti, but after saving big with early Black Friday at Amazon, Yeti became more social. Shop legendary deals at Amazon.
Tis the season to buy the new Maytag Pet Pro Pair, so you and your sweater can forget all about those hairy situations. Enjoy instant savings when you purchase multiple appliances. Shop daily steals this Black Friday exclusively at Lowe's.
With Choice Hotels, there's always a reason to book it. Whatever your reason, save 20% when you stay 2 or more nights at participating locations. Book direct at choicehotels.com. Terms and conditions apply.
My moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, the tightness, stinging, the pain.
Emerge Tremfyant. With Tremfya, most people saw 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. The majority of people saw 90% clearer skin even at 5 years.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to.
Emerge Tremfyant. With Tremfya. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
Some people like to talk into microphones. We prefer dropping them. The MDX Type S, a new era of premium performance.
Extra hard studying calls for something extra. So you serve up new DiGiorno fully stuffed crust pizza. Because pizza with an extra layer of cheese stuffed edge to edge throughout the entire crust always hits the spot. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
All you got was ham? And all you got was turkey?
With gravy.
That's an all-you-can-eat holiday buffet. A smorgasbord of all you want, all you need. Did I sit at the wrong table?
This holiday season, give your family the gift that keeps on going.
Our very own Energizer Bunny?
Energizer Ultimate Lithium. The #1 longest lasting AA battery.
I'm Mike Corey.
It's a cocktail of excitement and terror.
Let's go on an uncharted adventure.
AAA Insurance has the right coverage at the right price. Drivers who switched their auto insurance to AAA saved an average of $528. It only takes a few minutes to find out how much you could save. AAA Insurance. Switch and save today.
Personalized financial advice from Ameriprise can do more than help you reach your goals.
I can make this work.
It can help you reach them with confidence. No wonder more than 9 out of 10 of our clients are likely to recommend us. Ameriprise Financial. Advice worth talking about.
When nature and science get together,
pretty sweet things can happen.
Like our Senecot laxative gummies. To relieve occasional constipation, Senecot starts with the natural Senna plant.
That science transforms into a yummy gummy.
Sweet!
Senecot laxative gummies.
When the hands that do the fixing need fixing. When the hands that do the caring need caring. That's a job for O'Keeffe's Working Hands. It's America's #1 selling hand cream and guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked hands. Also available in O'Keeffe's for healthy feet.
Stay tuned for your local on the 8s, brought to you by Cosentix, Secukinumab.
Psoriasis really messes with you. Try, hope, fail.
No one should suffer like that.
I started Cosentix. 5 years clear.
Real people with psoriasis look and feel better with Cosentix. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentix. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections, some serious, and the lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Tell your doctor if your Crohn's disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
Best move I ever made.
Ask your dermatologist about Cosentix.
Currently in our area, 61 degrees under fair skies. Today, a good deal of sunshine. High 65. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy this evening, then becoming cloudy after midnight. Low 56. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, rain. High 68. Chance of rain 90%. Rainfall near a ½ inch. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Stronger surge and stronger storms makes a stronger hurricane season. You know what else is getting stronger? The #1 most trusted TV news network, the Weather Channel. Now available for anyone to stream on the new and improved TV app.
This is epic!
With real-time radar and maps to track all the action. Trust the strength in numbers. The Weather Channel. Available on these platforms. Go to streamtwc.com to start your free 7-day trial.
We had activated 600 National Guardsmen, have 7 urban search and rescue teams on standby. We're ready to respond as soon as the weather clears. We also have FWC's high water vehicles ready to assist in response efforts should that be needed. We have 250 Florida Department of Transportation crews that are ready to deploy and begin damage assessment, bridge inspections, and cut and toss operations to clear roadways as is necessary. 61 school districts are closed for today, and of course schools are closed tomorrow for Veterans Day. If you an updated list for that, you can go to FLDOE.org, FLDOE.org. I want to thank Kevin and everybody for working hard. This is obviously not as significant a storm as Hurricane Ian was, but coming on the heels of that, you're seeing communities, particularly in the Volusia County area, where you had a lot of that erosion on the coastline. You know, this has put some of those structures lives in jeopardy, and they've been working very hard to make sure everybody's safe. So I want to thank everyone for their efforts there.
Let's have a look at the latest now on Nicole as it continues to roll across parts of northern Florida, bringing now some heavy rain and some gusty winds into southern Georgia as well. The center of circulation, where the kind of rotation in a counterclockwise fashion, that's where the center of Nicole is, where the lowest pressure is. But look, the bad weather extends on either side of that point by hundreds of miles very clearly, and that is significant because when you think about where Nicole's going to go, and you might be wondering, well, you know, it's getting back out over water. Is it possible it strengthens again? No, there's not really enough time or enough room, and there's other factors in the way. It's not likely to strengthen, even though the center is indeed expected to move out over the Gulf of Mexico for a few hours. But the bad weather with it, extending over, as I mentioned, hundreds of miles, is going to continue to inch on northward and move farther and farther into Georgia and bring some nasty weather conditions along the way. Right now, we have a bad weather coming in off the Atlantic with showers and thunderstorms and gusty winds and breaks in the clouds too. I didn't put the satellite picture on here, but that's an issue, right? Because if you get the sunshine out, you can destabilize the atmosphere, and some of the thunderstorms already in progress, even ones that haven't formed yet, could get pretty strong with the afternoon sunshine heating the ground a little bit. Watch out. I think we still have that tornado threat ongoing. Even though there aren't any tornado warnings out now, there will likely be tornado warnings, I think, in the future. During this afternoon hours, we have a tornado watch out till 1 o'clock. This is probably not the last tornado watch issued by the Storm Prediction Center. We will likely continue with some of those favorable conditions for supercells and some tornadoes to continue beyond the 1 o'clock time frame. But right now, the winds across much of Florida are less than they were even 6 hours ago for many of us. They're still strong, and I want to remind you that a 40 or 50 mile an hour wind can do some damage. So even though I haven't seen yet hurricane winds come on shore, even when it made landfall last night near Vero Beach, we had wind gusts that were over 75 miles per hour, certainly capable of doing damage. And look, we saw some wind gusts last night over 80 miles per hour in Daytona Beach. But the background mean wind, the average wind was a lot less than that, thankfully. This was less of a wind event and more of a water event. That's not so good in lots of ways in many areas facing the beach, because that onshore wind right in here, where the winds are much stronger again over water, that onshore wind continues to lead to water rises. Fernandina Beach, Florida, almost 4 feet of water now above normally dry ground, especially in those ocean-facing beaches, Lynette. That's where the water rise and the storm surge flooding continues, even though Nicole is weakening and moving farther inland.
Yeah, so that's where I pick up the story, Dr. Postel, as we will watch Nicole continue to push its way on off towards the north and east. So it's not just a Florida problem. It is going to be the Carolinas problem, Georgia's problem, even on up towards Virginia and also Maryland, D.C. before it's all said and done. We do have some wind alerts that we're tracking, wind advisories, and also high wind warnings. So in these areas where you're looking at this purple coloring, watch for winds gusting up to about 45 miles an hour as we continue through the rest of today into your tomorrow. And we can see just this as we start you out around 5 o'clock this evening. These winds pretty high, especially along the coast here. We're looking at the winds sustained and gusts, I should say, up to about 35 to 40 miles an hour in Savannah. Remember, when we're talking about tropical storm force winds, we had those winds starting out at 39 miles an hour going up to about 73. So we're seeing that in Savannah. Also, as we go through Atlanta throughout the day into your tomorrow, we can see that. And then finally on Friday into your Saturday, that's when things will start to die things down a little bit more. So that's some good news out there. But with those rain bands, they will continue to spin in here, and we will be dealing with more rain as the day goes on, even as we work our way on up towards Columbia. We'll be right back.
Tis the season to buy the new Maytag Pet Pro Pair, so you and your sweater can forget all about those hairy situations. Enjoy instant savings when you purchase multiple appliances. Shop Daily Steals this Black Friday, exclusively at Lowe's.
You'll always remember buying your first car and buying your starter home, or whatever this is. But the things that last a lifetime, like happiness, love, and confidence, you can't buy those, but you can invest in them. We believe that your investments should work harder for the future you imagine. And that's where our strategic investing approach can help.
T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
For too long, spicy fast food has been anything but. No more. Spice Nirvana awaits at Arby's. Just say, I'll have a Diablo sandwich and loaded fries. Arby's, we have the meat.
Power outages are unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning. Your well or sump pump won't work. Your modern daily electronics are rendered useless. And what if the power's out for days or weeks? Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator.
With the Generac, it powers our well, our refrigerator, and my CPAP machine, which are all things that we need to survive on a day-to-day basis.
When a power outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Generac generators run on your home's existing natural gas or propane, and Generac's Mobile Link remote monitoring system keeps you posted on operating status, maintenance updates, and more. Generac generators are designed, engineered, and purpose-built in the USA. Generac is the #1 manufacturer of home standby generators in the world. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
We chose Generac because we see them everywhere. After the hurricane, I looked at my wife and said, thank God we have a Generac. We were safe.
Prices start at just $19.99, and owning a generator is easier than ever. Special financing is available with low monthly payment options. Act now, and you will also receive a free 7-year warranty valued at $695. Call or go online now to request your free quote with one of Generac's 8,000 nationwide dealers. The call is free, the quote is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Call or go online now so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to request your free quote today.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it takes stunning photos in the dark, can edit annoying items out of pictures, and unblur faces. Why, it'll even put some of that genius in your ears, or on your wrist. Beautifully, of course. Introducing the new Google Pixel Watch, Google Pixel Buds Pro, and our newest Google Pixel phones. Switch to Verizon and get Google Pixel 7 Pro on them with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans.
Meet the unstoppable Shark Hydrovac. It powerfully vacuums and high-speed mops at the same time. From the wet to the dry. Even the Hydrovac conquers all of life's messes. Shark Hydrovac, the unstoppable power of clean.
Unc, that's my piece of the shakaroni. That's the biggest one we make.
They'd donate $1 from every shakaroni to the Papa John's Foundation.
Dang, that's huge. If the hoop was as big as that pizza, maybe you'd have made some of your free throws. Somebody save me a slice. Where'd he come from?
Good morning from Vero Beach. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel, and the storm is gone. Nicole went through here. In fact, it made landfall just south of here early this morning. Our peak wind at the airport was 60. There's a weather station up on the Barrier Island about 5 miles north of here. It peaked at 75. So we did have some gusty winds. Power outages still around 7,000 in Indian River County. And I just checked, I think it was 350,000 now across the Sunshine State. A lot of those basically on the East Coast and especially up around Jacksonville. Let's take a look down the coast. Chris Erickson has been out here with me for 4 days watching the surf, and it's been up since Sunday. Now, it was really ramped up late Tuesday night through last night and this morning, but things have calmed down. You can see when the waves crash that the bit of an offshore wind now blowing the surf back to the east. With that said, we are now heading towards low tide. We are about 3.5 hours past high tide, or 3 hours, and still the water coming up at times all the way up to this concrete barrier, the wall and the pylons, the steel pylons underneath the dune. It's gone. I mean, it's been gone. They've lost a lot of sand, but naturally it does come back. I lived on the beach, grew up on the beach up in the mid-Atlantic, Delaware, and Maryland, and every time it will replenish itself, but a big cut in the dune, gone. It also protects the properties too. But again, here they have the seawall. We've checked with city management, and they've had some issues around the boardwalk south of here. Now, what you're seeing in the distance, that's the Ocean Grill restaurant. Very well known, very nice restaurant, and the water coming under that. That's not unusual. That restaurant has been through plenty of storms. Now, the other impact for locals, and the big story was, will they close the bridge or not close the bridge, Alex? Well, they did close the bridge last night from midnight to 4:30 a.m. this morning, and that's the best time to close the bridge. They usually do it when they have sustained winds of 45 miles an hour. So outside of the beaches, that's a lot. Things are fine inland, but again, a huge hit, and the dune line compromised here in Vero Beach in Indian River County. Alex?
Yeah, Mike, pretty crazy. Have you gotten a chance to talk to any folks out there, Mike? Hopefully we can get you back in a bit. We'll try to get back to Mike in just a tad. All right, well, let's talk about what's going on with this pretty large and sprawling tropical storm. You can see there's the footprint, or say the breadth of it. The radar, the satellite picture, all superimposed. Spinning and churning here now, right across Florida, getting ready to kind of emerge out over the waters of the Gulf of Mexico. Now, not expected to spend enough time in that zone to re-strengthen, but still impacts will be felt. Again, in the center, away from the center, and we're talking well away from the center, hundreds of miles. We've been talking about tropical storm force winds. So tropical storm warnings, they are up. You can see the areas that are in that red. Still dealing with that from Tampa up towards Jacksonville, southern counties of Georgia, and moving up along the coast of Georgia into South Carolina. Anywhere in that red, that's where tropical storm conditions are expected. And watch for the waters as well. That push of water here onto shore really helping the water to rise here in these areas. Storm surge warnings are in place, and it's not just been here on the East Coast, but also here on the West Coast as well. Storm surge warnings in that darkest shade of pink, so throughout the Big Bend region, and then sliding over towards Apalachicola, the lighter shade of pink, that's where we have storm surge watches, where the water level rise not expected to be as high, but still, I mean, 2 to 4 foot water here, 2 to 4 foot storm surge is a possibility somewhere in this red yellow zone, maybe even 3 to 5 feet in that area here around the Big Bend over towards Cedar Key. Now, it's not that everywhere in that area, it's not just going to be a big wall of 3 to 5 feet of water, but somewhere in that area we could maximize 3 to 5 feet if we can coincide the biggest push with where we have a high tide. So that cycle is very, very important. Same as you work your way over towards the East Coast. I'd say lesser amounts of storm surge issues as you work your way towards South Florida, maybe 1 to 2 foot surge there, but going up to 3 to 5 feet, including even around Daytona Beach. Look at the winds. They are still quite gusty and strong around Orlando. So they're 35 mile per hour sustained winds, but gusts are getting and approaching 50. So yeah, that's the type of wind that could certainly knock out more power in those areas. So heads up there. Jacksonville as well, you're gusting up to 45. And then here on the West Coast, you got Tampa gusting close to 40 miles per hour there. Of course, you'd imagine with winds that gusty, some of the rain that we're seeing, airports, yeah, we would see some issues, and we are no doubt dealing with that. A number of airports here, including Orlando, that are closed. Now, we're still open around Jacksonville, still open around Tampa, but flights getting in and out, that's something that's a rarity. A lot of cancellations and certainly some delays out there as well. So it's not the best of travel days here on this Thursday. Of course, the Weather Channel streaming app has you covered with a new Tracking Nicole special live option. On the main page, all you have to do is press down to pull up our special coverage live streams and then select Tracking Nicole. Here you'll find updated storm paths, wind, and pressure conditions and the very latest warnings.
This the biggest bounce of the summer.
Hey, if you come in and come down, play. If you feel too shy, then watch for me. Watch for me.
Shake it. This the biggest bounce of the summer. If you ain't coming, that's a bummer.
Watch for me.
This the biggest bounce of the summer.
Meet Martha. Martha is 75 years old and has been on Original Medicare for 10 years now. But she's a bit cranky because she heard the 2023 Medicare Advantage plans are now available during the Medicare annual enrollment period, and she wants details.
I'm already on Medicare. Why doesn't my plan have additional benefits?
Hi, Martha. Many Americans like you may not have a plan with all the Medicare benefits that are available to them. Now is the time for everyone on Medicare to call during the Medicare annual enrollment period for your free 2023 no-obligation Medicare benefits review.
I I already have my Medicare card. I am not calling.
Martha, right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. 2023 Medicare Advantage plans are now available, so everyone on Medicare can call to see if a Medicare Advantage plan may help save money or include additional benefits.
They probably won't answer the phone.
Well, Martha, if you call 800-296-8089, a licensed insurance agent will speak with you and look up your plan options and see if there is a plan with additional Medicare benefits.
Why don't I get these automatically?
Martha, right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. 2023 plans are now available, so now's the time to call.
I think I called before, so I'm not calling.
Martha, 2023 plans are now available, but you won't get a plan with additional benefits automatically. So everyone on Medicare should call now during the Medicare annual enrollment period and get your Medicare benefits review today. Just call the toll-free number on your screen. It's free.
Free?
Yes, Martha. The call and no obligation Medicare benefits review are free. They can look up your plan options and let you know if you're eligible to enroll in a plan that may have additional benefits.
Why didn't you say that sooner? It's time for me to call and get my free, no obligation Medicare benefits review.
That's right, Martha. I should have just given you the toll-free number. It's on everyone's TV screen now. Call 800-296-8089. 800-296-8089.
My father didn't know his dad.
She knew that I always want to know more about my family history.
With Ancestry, I dug and dug until I found some information.
I was able to find out more than just a name.
And then you add it to the tree. And I found ship manifests.
Birth certificate.
Wow. Look at your dad.
I love it so much to know where my father worked, where he grew up. It's like you discover a new family member.
It's the greatest gift.
Now on sale at Ancestry.
When you get a chip in your windshield, trust SafeLight. This couple counts on their SUV as they travel for their small business. So when they got a chip in their windshield, they brought it to SafeLight for a same-day in-shop repair. We repaired the chip right away, and with their insurance, it was no cost to them. Plus, to protect their glass, we installed new wipers too. That's service the way you need it.
SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace.
At Doan's, we know one thing and one thing only. Backs. Strained backs from weekend chores to pulled backs doing your favorite hobbies. We even know quarterbacks. Doan's, the experts in back pain relief for more than 100 years. Available at a store near you.
Spicy buns, spicy sauce, spicy seasoning, spicy jalapenos, ooh, spicy fries. Boy, Arby's getting loose with the spice on the new Diablo sandwiches and fries. Arby's, we have the meat.
All right, welcome back. Let's have a live look at the latest on Tropical Storm Nicole as it continues to bring strong gusty winds and heavy rain across much of central and northern Florida and now parts of southern Georgia as well. The center of circulation is right about there, not that far from Cedar Key, and overall the bad weather extends hundreds of miles away from where that center is. And in particular, what I'm watching now and somewhat concerned about, believe it or not, is this clear sky coming in. Why does that matter? You'd think that would be good, right? Yeah, it would be good. It'd help dry us out a little bit. But the problem is that the sun is coming out, and that dry slot will work its way inland, and eventually the sun will come out in some of these regions there in northern Florida and southern Georgia. If it's not out already, that is going to destabilize the atmosphere a bit more, and I think even enhance that severe thunderstorm and tornado threat. Right now, the good news is there are no tornado warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings, but there's some pretty big storms that are lurking offshore here that are coming inland, and those are going to be part of an environment that will support a tornado threat, which is why we have that tornado watch out until 1 o'clock, including Jacksonville and Jacksonville Beach, Jax Beach, which is where Reynolds Wolf is right now. Reynolds, the skies are going to be clearing, I think, to your east, but that's not necessarily a good thing because that enhances that tornado potential during the afternoon hours.
Yeah, makes for a very effervescent atmosphere, to say the very least. Very bubbly. And that's to your point. Yeah, that's not a good thing. We've been right here on the First Coast for much of the day, showing you the issues that we found on the beach in terms of the coastal erosion. But let's take a little bit of a gander inland to Jacksonville proper. We got a live image there that we're going to show you over the city of 1.7 million people. We've got a lot of problems there. As expected, we have the flooding right along the Riverwalk, exactly what we had anticipated, and certainly we saw our share of that about 5 years ago. If you have any familiarity with Jacksonville and you know those low-lying areas that are often susceptible to flooding, today is the day where a lot of that is happening, especially on the river basin. So that's something to consider. Also, pardon me. Goodness gracious. I believe it's the Danes Bridge. The Danes Bridge in Jacksonville is blocked this hour because of an overturned semi-truck. Mike Bogat, our amazing producer, got that information for me. We think that could have been wind aid. Could that have caused the overturn? Not sure, but like it or not, people that call that region home are finding a very difficult time of trying to get from one side of the city to the other. So that's going to be compromised. A lot of cancellations are at the airport. That's to be understood. That's to be expected. So it's going to be very difficult in terms of just traveling around. A lot of debris on roadways, I would imagine, not just limited to Northeast Florida, but in Central Florida, where Justin Michaels was live in Orlando. And then, as Dr. Postel mentioned, the center of circulation over towards Cedar Key, which is clear over on the other side of the state. We're talking hundreds of miles away. But it's testament to how expansive this wind field happens to be. We're so far away from even where it made landfall, from Vero Beach, and still the effects we've had here are quite startling, to say the very least. But I'll tell you, it's really not a surprise when it comes to these tropical systems. Earlier today, we also showed you some of the narrative that we have out of Daytona Beach, where Jim Cantori was showing us some buildings that were compromised and then actually in the state of falling because of this tropical system. Well, I can tell you, in this area, back in 1964, on September 10th, we had Hurricane Dora that was right off the shoreline, made a direct hit here. And when it did, there was no loss of life, thankfully, but there were 43 structures, 43 homes that were destroyed, 20 of them pulled out into the depths of the Atlantic Ocean and off into history. So, again, we learn about what's happened in the past, we apply it to the present, and hopefully we'll learn something that'll aid us as we go forward into the future. You know where we're going? We're going to go to the future. We're going to continue. We're going to make our way also a bit to the south to Vero Beach, and that's where we'll find your friend and mine, Mike Seidel. Mike, conditions here drying up in a very noticeable way. How are things in your part of the world?
Things have turned around quickly this morning. We had the worst weather last night. We gusted to 60 at the airport, 75 at the beach, and we just had huge surf. And we've had the surf up since Sunday. That's been the problem. The winds have been blowing onshore now, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Now they're starting to blow offshore. That's a good thing. But the sun is breaking through all warnings, tropical storm warnings, hurricane warnings, and the storm surge warnings. They were all dropped south of Sebastian, and that's north of us. So from here down to Hollandale and through the Palm Beach area, all the warnings have dropped. I want to take a look at the surf right here, and it's still sore. Sure, it's still up, but nothing like last night. And I can note a noticeable difference since first light this morning. I want to take you back to 8:30, Chris Erickson and the time lapse. This is 8:30 to 9:30, and you can see how the skies start to clear. We get some breaks in the overcast. We get some sunshine out here on the beaches, and this is looking off to the south and east where the sun comes up this time of the year. But the waves crashing in the wind blowing the surf back, so that's definitely an indication that we've got some offshore component to the surf. That's the Ocean Grill in the distance. A lot of folks out here this morning, like yesterday before it got dark, grabbing the video, grabbing the pictures. Some of these folks have never seen the ocean churned up like this. It is quite an amazing sight if you're, not here when a storm hits, and you're here, when you have 1 or 2 footers. Just incredible yesterday with the daylight and the big waves. Offshore, they peaked at 32. Now they're running 20 and change. That's at the buoy east of Cape Canaveral. So we're going in the right direction. The sun beating down here. That Florida sunshine feels good. And the rain is over with. So now it's all about the beaches and waiting for Mother Nature to bring the sand, or at least some of the sand.
Moving forward with node-positive breast cancer is overwhelming, but I never just found my way. I made it and did all I could to prevent recurrence.
Verzenio reduces the risk of recurrence of HR-positive, HER2-negative, node-positive early breast cancer with a high chance of returning, as determined by your doctor when added to hormone therapy. Hormone therapy works outside the cell, while Verzenio works inside to help stop the growth of cancer cells. Diarrhea is common, may be severe, or cause dehydration or infection. At the first sign, call your doctor, start an antidiarrheal, and drink fluids. Before Before taking Verzenio, tell your doctor about any fever, chills, or other signs of infection. Verzenio may cause low white blood cell counts, which may cause serious infection that can lead to death. Life-threatening lung inflammation can occur. Tell your doctor about any new or worsening trouble breathing, cough, or chest pain. Serious liver problems can happen. Symptoms include fatigue, appetite loss, stomach pain, and bleeding or bruising. Blood clots that can lead to death have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have pain or swelling in your arms or legs, shortness of breath, chest pain, and rapid breathing or heart rate, or if you are nursing, pregnant, or plan to be.
I'm making my own way forward.
Ask your doctor about everyday Verzenio.
You said close your eyes, don't look down. Fall into me, and I'll catch you, darling. We'll dance in the street like nobody's watching. It's just you and me, and the song.
Celebrate every kiss. Get financing that fits your budget with low monthly payments.
Take a picture. I'm stuck! Is that a new iPhone?
Yep, I just got the new iPhone 14 with its amazing camera at T-Mobile.
I don't know what to do!
Just switch to T-Mobile and you can get iPhone 14 with Apple TV Plus included. And so much more. I'm talking over $225 in benefits every month.
Wow.
At T-Mobile, get iPhone 14 on us with Apple TV Plus included. Part of over $225 in benefits every month on Max family plans.
A thin painted line. The only thing between you and a life-changing accident. But are these lines enough? A Subaru with eyesight watches the lines for any danger and can automatically stop itself.
Is everyone okay?
I'm okay.
Your family is safer in a 3-row Subaru Ascent. Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
There's never been a better time to switch to Spectrum Mobile, America's fastest growing mobile provider. Now, when you buy a Spectrum Mobile unlimited line for just $29.99, you get another unlimited line free. Spectrum Mobile delivers reliable service coast to coast with unlimited talk, text, and data, plus nationwide 5G included. Get a Spectrum Mobile unlimited line for just $29.99 and get another unlimited line free. Call 844-897-5232. Visit SpectrumMobile.com or your local Spectrum store.
The era of multi-sensory art has arrived. After breaking attendance records in Zurich, Berlin, and across Europe, Monet's Immersive Garden is coming to New York. Witness his commitment to Impressionism in this experiential excursion as you bathe in gigantic water lilies, completely immersed in his works. Monet's Immersive Garden, featuring over 100 paintings, is the place to just let yourself go. At 30 Wall Street, November 1st through January 8th. Tickets at monets-garden.com.
I travel the world to carve a path for those who aren't afraid to get a little bit dirty.
That is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life.
Let's go on an uncharted adventure.
Currently in our area, 62 degrees under sunny skies. Today, a good deal of sunshine. High 65. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy this evening, then becoming cloudy after midnight. Low 56. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, rain. High 68. Chance of rain 90%. Rainfall near a half an inch. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back, and we do have breaking news. Governor DeSantis did extend the state of emergency for the entire state of Florida. Now let's talk about what's going on with Nicole, because we are definitely still tracking it as we will continue to watch Nicole really get swept up in this jet stream. And this is that big system that's back off towards the west, dumping blizzard conditions across that area. And behind it, some very cold air will move over the areas where we're dealing with all this tropical, these tropical conditions, I should say. So this is what we're going to be dealing with as that system continues to draw up towards the north. We are going to be dealing with some very gusty conditions and some very rainy conditions in the days to come. So by tomorrow, the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic really going to get in on the action. So we will have that widespread rain, and with that, we could see some flooding as well, and we will have those gusts up to about 50 miles an hour in this circle here. So from Bangor on down through Norfolk, we'll definitely be seeing that. So take that into consideration as you are going to be out and about in these areas. Take it into consideration that we do have the potential for flash flooding out there as well. So all the areas here shaded in the green coloring under that. So we're looking at all the way up towards Maine, back down off towards still portions of Georgia. So Atlanta is going to be in on that even as we work our way in through your tomorrow morning, through Saturday morning, in fact. So when we talk about a flash flood warning, if that happens, then just know that you definitely need to seek higher ground. It is imminent. It is occurring now. This is what we're working with in terms of the rainfall as we go into your Thursday afternoon, evening time frame. So it's starting off to the south. We've been showing you that all morning in Florida, but then it starts to spread on off towards the north and east. So by the time we hit your Friday, that's when we'll really start to see this as we have this pushing over towards D.C., back off into West Virginia as well. Even portions of Kentucky going to get in on some rain coming in, possibly even pockets of some moderate rain down off through Richmond, up towards New York, Syracuse, Burlington, all getting in on that rain factor. So it's not going to be the best time as we work our way into your Friday and also your Saturday. Even as we go into Saturday morning, we're starting to dry things out in a few pockets here, but then as we push on up towards Burlington, so we're looking around Vermont and also New Hampshire, they will be dealing in with the rain there. And then finally, we'll start to see some drier time. But before I go, I do want to show you that colder air that I talked about that will be moving in. So we do see pockets in the mountains of some snow. Alex, over to you.
Thanks so much, Lynette. Meanwhile, we are watching what's going on with Lynette right now. We talked about that threat for these storms that have been offshore there in the Atlantic, pushing onshore. And those are the ones that are now starting to exhibit a bit more rotation and prompting some of these warnings, including now the latest warning coming out here in southeastern Georgia. Tornado warning here for us in Camden County, at least part of Camden County, until 12:15. That does include the city of Woodbine. This storm itself moving pretty quickly on off towards the west, right around 50 miles per hour, getting ready to cross over I-95. So major interstate there. This storm is going to be able to move on through. We're highlighting the area where we have the rotation showing up best on the Doppler radar. It's that area where you see that green next to almost like a grayish area there. That's where the rotation is showing up, and that is where the potential tornado would be. So moving westbound and making a run for I-95 and potentially even Woodbine. If you're in that area, now is absolutely going to be the time for you to get into your safe zone, lowest floor of a sturdy structure, and getting away from the windows. As we time it out here, you can see as we work our way through time, some of the other areas that could be impacted by this particular storm. Essentially, it's moving over Forest View, or getting ready to move over Forest View in the next 3 minutes or so. Then Woodbine just after noon over towards Clark's Bluff at about 12:08. You got Burnt Fort that's in there as well. Now, Burnt Fort, you're not in the warning right now, but that is a zone that if it were to hold together and this thing gets extended off towards the west, you could be included. So I would certainly be paying very close attention to this particular storm. And again, other areas down the road, because we continue to bring in these storm cells that are offshore, pushing inland, so that risk for these tornadoes may have to be going up a bit for us across northeastern Florida, southeastern Georgia, and potentially even getting up into parts of South Carolina as well. Let's get down towards Jacksonville. So head down the road a bit down 95 to Jacksonville Beach. That's where we find our very own Reynolds Wolfen. Reynolds, you've been talking about how at times you kind of see some of the blue skies showing up, which is not what we want to see when it comes to that threat for isolated tornadoes.
You're absolutely right about that, and it seems kind of tricky, doesn't it? I mean, to just you hear, okay, you got blue skies, that's great, and in a sense it is. Every now and then we do see these windows of blue that pop up, and as Dr. Postel mentioned earlier, and as Alex is referring to, that causes the atmosphere to become increasingly unstable. So although you have the dryness, and that is certainly good in some respects, it does destabilize the atmosphere, which means it's more conducive for tornadic formation. So again, one of many things we have to contend with. But I'll tell you, we've got quite the view out here. Although we don't have the rain, we still have the surf, and it is intense at this hour. Full coverage continues on the Weather Channel coming up in just a few moments.
This the biggest bounce of the summer.
Hey, if you're coming and come down, play. If you feel too shy, then watch for me. Watch by me.
Shake it. This the biggest bounce of the summer. If you ain't coming, that's a bummer. Watch by me. This the biggest bounce of the summer.
When we were a motorized bicycle company, they said that's fine for the streets, but you'll never win a race. They said motorcycles are one thing, but you can't make cars. All right, you're a car company, but you won't win Formula One in a hybrid. Well, you'll never compete off-road. What about when there is no road? No gas. They've challenged us to do a lot of things. What will we do next? Honda, the power of dreams.
Extra hard studying calls for something extra. So you serve up new DiGiorno fully stuffed crust pizza. Because pizza with an extra layer of cheese stuffed edge to edge throughout the entire crust always hits the spot. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
Since when do you drink tap? Since I found out. Ugh, gross. I know.
You'll always remember buying your first car and buying your starter home, or whatever this is. But the things that last a lifetime, like happiness, love, and confidence, you can't buy those, but you can invest in them. We believe that your investments should work harder for the future you imagine. And that's where our strategic investing approach can help. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
Okay, everyone, our mission is complete balanced nutrition. Together, we support immune function, supply fuel for immune cells, and sustain tissue health.
Ensure with 25 vitamins and minerals, and Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein.
On any weekend, work day, or wedding day, healthy-looking skin feels amazing. Eucerin Advanced Repair has more than ceramides. It has natural moisturizing factors, locking in moisture for 48 hours. Eucerin, healthy-looking skin every day.
You're helping her study for a geography test. When a burger with steak, butter, and bacon sounds like the best, she's about to find out you can't read a map. Hey, Sonic steak, butter, bacon, cheeseburger.
Sonic.
Looking for something like this?
Superheroes are everywhere, in our movies, communities, and running our small businesses. And they can grow online securely with MasterCard tools, extending their reach far beyond the storefront. Because when you see the superhero you can be, that's priceless. MasterCard is proud to support Black Panther Wakanda Forever.
They say you eat with your eyes first, so here's a good look at our new thick and fluffy French toast. Artisan challah dipped in vanilla cinnamon batter. French toast the way it's meant to be. Try all 3 flavors, only at IHOP. Download the app and earn free food with every purchase.
Welcome back. We have some breaking news. We have a tornado warning out for parts of coastal Georgia there. That red polygon, that little box, is now indicative of a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. This storm is moving toward the west at 55 miles per hour. It's for Camden County. Now, the National Weather Service in Jacksonville at 11:49 issued that tornado warning for central Camden County in southeast Georgia for that severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located. That thunderstorm was located 8 miles northeast of Kings Bay Base. Again, moving west inland at 55 miles per hour. There is rotation inside of this thunderstorm. You can see that right there where the greens and the reds are kind of close together. Jensen, can we zoom in on that just to see how tight that rotation really is? That might give us a better idea. Yeah, you can see that little place there where the green and the reds are right next to one another. And if you live in Woodbine, heads up, take shelter now, immediately, lowest floor with as many walls between you and the exterior, away from windows, of course. This is part of an overall pattern, guys, that is going to feature, I think, plenty more of tornado warnings during the next several hours, as overall, this is a part of the, well, periphery of Nicole. that is capable of producing severe weather, and we're seeing the manifestation of that in front of you. Now, this storm in particular will be moving through those locations at those times, perhaps making it as far west as Rain's Landing by 12:20 in about 20 minutes. So, again, this is one of many thunderstorms that will be moving inland from the Atlantic, rolling across southern Georgia. And again, this is not the last tornado warning we're going to see. And for now, we actually have a tornado watch issued for that very area. And I have a feeling we're going to see more tornado watches issued as overall the environment is getting more and more supportive of severe weather during the afternoon hours. With that, I'm going to send it over to Reynolds in Jacksonville Beach, Florida, where I think some clearing is coming in from the Atlantic. And as I mentioned earlier, that's not a good thing because the sun comes out sometimes. That's a sign things could get more active later on in the day. Reynolds.
As always, you're absolutely right, Dr. Postel. Yeah, aesthetically, it is quite beautiful to see the sunshine. Yeah. It's great to see the patches of blue here and there, but what is not great is what it does in the overall big picture, and that is creating a more unstable atmosphere. Well, we've been talking about the effects for much of the day that we've had here along the shoreline, as the Atlantic has been just battering the shore and the issues we've had. But if you go inland to Jacksonville proper, we've had a lot of problems there, too, especially with regard to the wind and some flooding. I can tell you there is a bridge downtown that spans over the St. Johns River that has been blocked. There was a high-profile vehicle, I believe it was a semi-truck, that was overturned. Was it caused by strong wind gusts? Impossible to say, but I'm sure that the weather certainly did not help. But that's going to be a major endeavor. Plus, the San Marcos area, that's where we have some flooding in the downtown area also. And as we expected, there's flooding right along the riverfront. And sure enough, it happened 5 years ago. It is happening as we speak at this hour. And again, it's part and parcel of what can happen at times when it comes to the winds being pushed in the opposite direction. Remember, the St. Johns River, 310 miles, flows to the north through 12 different counties. And sure enough, when it gets pushed in the opposite direction, guess what happens? A lot of times you've got it escaping the truth of the riverbanks and it overspills, and that's certainly the situation that we have for the time being. But I'll tell you, other conditions, other things have been happening. School is out, obviously. Kids don't have school for today. It's all about keeping everyone safe. People are urged to stay at home until the system lifts up and moves on. But I can tell you, things are certainly improving where we happen to be. And earlier we had reports with Mike Seidel down in Vero Beach where things are looking better there, but they caught quite a bit of the brunt of it. Power outages still are very, very high down in Brevard County. And really the target area is right along portions of the central coast that you have there for the east coast of Florida, the center part. Space Coast too. But then when you get to where we happen to be, power outages, I think we're around 6%. Really not too bad for the time being, but they're going to be sporadic. But crews are going to be out and about. They're going to be flooding the areas that have been affected and doing the incredible work of trying to restore power services for so many people who desperately need it. But again, the conditions will be improving here steadily, but it could be getting worse in other parts of North Florida, eventually to Georgia, the Carolinas, where we still have more issues with the wind, subsequent power outages, with it, maybe even some flash flooding. All right, let's hand the baton over to my friend of yours, and that, of course, is Alex Wallace. Alex, I know we're covering so many features today, not only on the tropical side, but even a lot of winter weather out there, too.
Yeah, you said it. We've got it all out there. A winter storm is dumping the snow in the northern plains. We'll talk about that as we head on through the show. And, of course, what's going on here with Nicole, where we still have our tropical storm warnings that are up here from the National Hurricane Center, including portions of Florida. Orlando, you're still in there, up towards Jacksonville, where Reynolds is. Tallahassee and into southern Georgia, around the Albany area, over towards Brunswick, Savannah, sliding north and eastbound there along the Carolina coast into Charleston. So those areas where tropical storm conditions are expected, and we'll also be talking about the storm surge being a problem in some of these locations as well. You see where we do have still some watches and warnings here around the Big Bend area, over towards Apalachicola. We got watches showing up there. So it's not just a East Coast thing, but West Coast. You see there, storm surge watches there going through Savannah up towards Charleston. Some of the actual numbers that we could see in these zones, you can see them here on the East Coast. There's some areas where we could be looking at 3 to 5 at storm surge, again, being maximized at the time of that high tide. That's where we could see that. Now, it won't be this whole area, but somewhere in that zone we could see that. And then here, as we work our way off towards the west, again, another location where we could see maybe 3 to 5 foot storm surge as well. This has just been a very sprawling and large system when it comes to the sort of aerial coverage of where we've dealt with some of those strong and tropical storm force winds. I mean, hundreds of miles away from the center. So this thing is massive. Of course, you'd imagine with this thing moving its way across the state, there's going to be some travel issues. cars traveling out there as well as airport travels. Got a number of airports, including Daytona, Orlando, that are closed. So no flights going in and out of those areas. And where the airports are open, yeah, flights getting in and out, that's also a bit of a struggle as well. A lot of cancellations and certainly a lot of delays as well. So a day to be patient, a day to check with the airlines as we are dealing with this sprawling system now. Let's get a little bit closer here because we do have a tornado watch that's still in place here for you, northeastern Florida into southeastern Georgia until about 1 o'clock. Would not be surprised, though, that we see maybe another watch getting issued by the Storm Prediction Center, maybe a bit farther to the north as well. So, yeah, we're not out of the woods when it comes to the tornado risk, even though this particular watch is expected to expire here within the next hour. I'd imagine we'll see another watch getting put out. Then we talk about the winds that'll be impacting us here across the Panhandle of Florida, up into Alabama and Georgia. We've got wind advisories, including around Atlanta, down towards Auburn, Athens, Georgia, dealing with that over towards Columbia, and even an area of a high wind warning here right around Macon and a few counties off towards the south and the east from there, where winds could gust up over 40 miles per hour at times. So strong winds, get the trash cans, the furniture that may be outside, anything that could get blown around by some of these strong winds. Tie them down, bring them in, because it's just going to be a breezy time for the rest of the day heading into tomorrow. Well, we've been dealing with the winds along the coast of Florida, and that's where we want to head back to there in Vero Beach. That's where we find our very own meteorologist, Mike Seidel. And Mike, it's been a tough time. I see you've made it down towards what is at least left of the beach.
Yeah, what's left of the beach? I mean, there's still sand here, but let me put it in perspective. We had a dune here. It didn't go very far. There was an escarpment. But that's gone. These are in front of the concrete wall, and these are steel pilings. And I just talked to the owner of the hotel, and these go down 10 feet into the sand. So this is really not going anywhere. The only concern is how high the surge goes. Yesterday, we had a storm surge warning of 3 to 5 feet. We didn't get that because one thing is the tide was going out. Low tide was 2:18 a.m. Eastern, and that was about the time Nicole made landfall just south of here in Vero Beach. So they cancel each other out. The water never even really got up here. It came up with every wave, but it was never like right here. So the wind would blow the water up into the front yard, and you can see there's some debris up here in the grass. But boy, this is just a minimal cleanup. Really, all you need is a big rake, a lawn rake, and then you are back in business. Part of a palm tree. This is some rubber tubing that came from somewhere. A lot of rubber tubing. There's some more down there. But by and far, unlike with Ian, which was a whole different animal, there's not a whole lot of debris on the beach. But again, the sand is gone. The one impact they did have, and it does impact locals, are the bridges, and they did shut down, but this was not a big deal because they shut down from midnight till 4:30 a.m. when most people are sleeping. So the bridges are open, the sun is coming back out. The winds have definitely lightened up. The tornado, I should say, the storm surge and tornado warnings, storm surge and tropical storm warnings were discontinued a couple of hours ago. So we're in the clear. Now it's just a matter of some cleanup inland. There may be some water inside some of these locations here from the wind and the rain, but hotel here went through it in pretty good shape. And now we got to get the sand to naturally replenish because Coast Guard just doesn't come in, the Corps of Engineers, and pump sand in here. Those things are planned years in advance. So Dr. Postel, the sun is out, the breezes have lightened up, the surf is easing off, and certainly we're way out of the woods on this one. And it was all about the beaches, and that's what we thought it was going to be all along. What happened out here, not what happened inland.
Yeah, Mike, that's exactly right. The legacy of Nicole's damage and what it will be remembered by is the beach erosion and the pounding surf that ate away at the water's edge, and that was very significant. The wind was a factor as well, but it was the water and the waves, once again, that did the most damage in this case by far. Unfortunately, we got some bad news to report. Two fatalities to mention in Orange County, Florida. They were electrocuted by downed power lines. Yet another reminder that you need to stay away of these power lines that are down, and it is part of a tropical storm still in progress in Florida. We have winds that are still strong enough to bring down power lines, and that is something to keep in mind going forward. Again, we're still dealing with a lot of wind and rain in places in Florida. Let's go to the map. I can show you the center of Nicole, which is actually right about there, north of Tampa, southwest of Gainesville, but the bad weather extends from hundreds of miles away from that. And we think think the center of circulation is going to go back out over water and perhaps make, Lynette and I were talking about this earlier, that maybe making another landfall. We'll see. But if it does go out over water, it's not going to strengthen. There's not enough time. There's not enough room. There are a lot of other factors ongoing to prevent Nicole from getting stronger, even if the center goes out over a small sliver of the Gulf of Mexico there. So don't worry about that. Focus on the rain and the wind still in progress. And remember, the wind can still do damage at the speeds we're seeing with gusts of 30 to 40 and even 50 in some spots. This is the other factor that I'm concerned about. When I look at these satellite pictures, I see a lot of clear skies coming in and a dry slot off the Atlantic. You might think, that's good, right? Yeah, it is. For a lot of places, it'll shut down the rain. But what it does is allow the sun to come out, and that means that over land, we're going to see the air mass get warmer and more unstable. And that is going to increase those ingredients, make them more favorable, those conditions, for the possibility of severe weather. So that clear slot is going to go inland even farther, and that is going to, I think, continue to increase that tornado threat in parts of Georgia. We've got a tornado warning now out for Camden County in Georgia for about another 5 minutes or so. All of these storms are coming in off the water and racing at highway speeds, 50 to 60 miles per hour. Bottom line is if you get a warning, please act quickly. Don't wait to do anything else. Find your safe spot, lowest floor, and many walls between you and the outside as possible, away from windows, of course. There is a tornado watch out, which is, remember, different than a warning. A watch tells us that the conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorms and tornadoes in and around the watch area. A warning means we have the possibility, if not indeed, a tornado in progress already. But the watch is out until 1 o'clock. I'm almost certain there are going to be more tornado watches to come, at least one more, and probably just north of that one. So heads up, the severe weather threat continues across southern Georgia for the next several hours. As I mentioned, the wind, not super strong. We had wind gusts last night in the 60 to 75 mile per hour range, which is exactly what we told you yesterday morning. The strongest wind gusts would be in that range, and they indeed were. But that's powerful enough to bring down power lines and knock down some trees here and there. We saw one wind gust of 84 miles per hour, but the vast majority of the wind gusts in the reports that we've seen have been generally in the 50 to 65 and even 70 mile per hour range. Enough to do damage, but the vast majority, the strongest of all the winds, like with all landfall and tropical cyclones, right, remained offshore. That's also a problem because strong winds offshore, when they blow toward the shoreline, Lynette, can lead to some coastal flooding and water rises like we're seeing here, Fernandina Beach, with that onshore east wind, still with a 3.1-foot storm surge level there. Lynette.
Yes, Dr. Postel, we're still dealing with that onshore flow. You can see what's happening around Charleston, around Savannah at this point, Brunswick picking up on it, even down off towards Jacksonville. The gust really in Jacksonville, close to 40-mile-an-hour wind there. We're seeing a 25-mile-an-hour wind in Savannah right now, and the gust in Brunswick coming in about 33. So it's still gusty out there. Nicole still means business, and it's going to be mean business as it pushes off to the north and east, too. But before all that happens, we're still breaking it down for you for today, putting this into motion. We stopped this a little later, early in the morning on your Friday. We're still gusting in Atlanta, 35 to 40 miles an hour. So we are going to watch what's happening along the coast as well. We can see 25 to 30 miles an hour over in Savannah. And then we go into the afternoon on your Friday. Not a whole lot of change along the coast, but in the interior, not as bad in Atlanta, 15 to 20 mile an hour winds gusting there. And then we go into about 11 o'clock on your Friday, and then things are starting to taper down a little bit more. This is what we like to see. Hopefully that'll put a smile on your face here in the southeast. But as we head into your Saturday, that thing is really going to start to work its way on off to the north and east. And that thing is Nicole, still bringing some problems there. But for today, we do have that Torcon of 3, of 2. It is on the line there. So with that, we do have a risk. So be prepared for more tornadoes to fire as we go throughout the day. And also be prepared as this continues to push on off to the north and east for more tornadoes possibly as we head into your tomorrow. We'll be right back.
Where can you get great appliances this holiday? Backed by our price promise every day. Lowe's, actually. Get our best deals of the season, backed by the Lowe's Price Promise.
Is that KFC's two-piece drum and thigh combo?
Yep.
Is it juicy?
Uh-huh.
Is it creamy?
You know it.
Is it flaky?
Yes.
And it's only $6? That's a real steal of a deal of a meal. Wink. Hurry, this $6 deal ends soon.
COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too, by asking your healthcare provider if an oral treatment is right for you. Oral treatments can be taken at home and must be taken within 5 days from when symptoms first appear. If you have symptoms of COVID-19, even if they're mild, don't wait. Get tested quickly. If you test positive and are at high risk for severe disease, act fast. Ask if an oral treatment is right for you. COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it takes stunning photos in the dark, can edit annoying items out of pictures, and unblur faces. Why, it'll even put some of that genius in your ears or on your wrist. Beautifully, of course. Introducing the new Google Pixel Watch, Google Pixel Buds Pro, and our newest Google Pixel phones. Switch to Verizon and get Google Pixel 7 Pro on them with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans.
Sure, I've got a gift list longer than Santa's, but I've got Harry and David, so I'm not stressing. I'm slaying the holidays. Sent my bestie her favorite pairs, shot my favorite client a banquet in a box. My brother got a Christmas brunch. Harry and David makes the holidays a piece of cake. Spread joy this year with Harry and David.
2 new IHOP lunch and dinner menu items for twice the goodness, twice the flavor, and twice the choice. Sirloin Salisbury steak and all-natural salmon. Perfect for lunch or dinner. Only at IHOP. Download the app and earn free food with every purchase.
Meet the unstoppable Shark Hydrovac. It powerfully vacuums and high-speed mops all at the same time. With its self-cleaning antimicrobial brush roll and odor-neutralizing solution, it conquers all of life's messes. Shark Hydrovac, the unstoppable power of clean.
Mission Control, we are go for launch.
She's eating the rocket.
Lunchables, built to be eaten.
We can help get you guys back into that house.
Come on in.
Oh my gosh!
Fast Home Rescue, Saturday nights, 8/7 Central, only on the Weather Channel.
Hi, folks. It's the Medicare annual enrollment period, and this year it's simple. 1, before the deadline, call the number below. 2, check your zip code for a Medicare Advantage plan with prescriptions, dental care, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every month. 3, you'll find out what you're eligible for. AEP has a deadline. Call now.
I called to find a plan that covers more of my dental expenses.
I call every year to make sure my doctor is still in my plan.
I called to find a plan with lower copays.
I called to see if my zip code has a plan with the benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I call every year.
Millions of people have called the Medicare Coverage Helpline. You can too. Get what you deserve. AEP has a deadline, so don't delay. Call now.
Call 1-800-530-9947. That's 1-800-530-9947 now.
Tuned for your local on the 8s, brought to you by Cosentix, Secukinumab.
Psoriasis really messes with you.
Try, hope, fail.
No one should suffer like that.
I started Cosentix. 5 years clear.
Real people with psoriasis look and feel better with Cosentix. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentix. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections, some serious, and the lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Tell your doctor if your Crohn's disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
Best move I ever made.
Ask your dermatologist about Cosentix.
Currently in our area, 63 degrees under fair skies. Today, plenty of sunshine. High 65. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly cloudy, low 56. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, rain, high 68. Chance of rain, 90%. Rainfall around a half an inch. Here's our 7-day outlook.
I'm Mike Corey. I travel the world to carve a path for those who aren't afraid to get a little bit dirty.
There's a cocktail of excitement and terror.
Long way down.
That is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life.
Come on, let's go on an uncharted adventure.
Welcome back. Let's have a look at the latest on Tropical Storm Nicole as it continues to move through Florida and now affecting parts of southern Georgia with a lot of rain and still some gusty winds. And on the east-facing shores of northeast Florida, we are seeing still very rough surf and significant beach erosion with that onshore wind coming in on an angle about like that. So what do we've got? The center of circulation is somewhere there, not that far north of Tampa, but the weather impacts extend a great distance away from the center of rotation, like right here, for example. I'm concerned about a lot of this clear sky. There's a dry slot wrapping around Nicole, as often happens with landfalling tropical cyclones. That part of it is not that surprising that the sun is coming out in this part of the circulation. But the problem is that when the sun comes out and heats the ground, it's going to destabilize the atmosphere. So right in that zone, when those showers and thunderstorms roll on in off the Atlantic Ocean, they come inland and meet an environment that is pretty well suited now for severe weather, including tornadoes. And part of that is indeed because the sun is out, it's destabilizing the atmosphere. We got plenty of wind shear to work with. That's not a limiting factor. It's the instability. And I'm watching some storms roll in, heading toward coastal Georgia, just north of the Florida-Georgia line, north of Fernandina Beach, Florida. Brunswick, heads up. There's a nasty storm right about there that I'm watching. It's got a pretty tight rotation. Can you see that? I have a feeling there'll be a warning issued for that one in the next few minutes as everything is racing inland at about 50 miles per hour. So these storms are hauling at highway speeds, and we'll see more tornado warnings this afternoon with the convection coming in off the Atlantic Ocean. We have one tornado watch out, which means it's an area that is susceptible to seeing tornadic development from thunderstorms, severe weather in and around the watch area. This tornado watch goes until 1 o'clock, so another 40 minutes. But you got to think they're going to have more tornado watches out, perhaps even north of that, right up in this zone where the bad weather looks like it's continuing to roll on in for the Atlantic. And other areas as well. So the severe weather threat, I have a feeling, is kind of just getting going with that dry slot wrapping around Nicole. We'll be watching it, of course, very carefully. The winds circulating around Nicole outside of those thunderstorms are still pretty strong and certainly capable of knocking down some power lines and trees. We've seen some power lines down. Unfortunately, a couple of fatalities in Orange County, Florida, not far from Orlando, where some people were electrocuted by the downed power lines. A reminder to stay away from them. You don't know if they're alive or not, so just absolutely stay away. And we could see still that kind of damage today with the wind moving through. But like with all landfalling tropical systems, the strongest of all the winds last night, this morning, and now have been offshore. We're seeing that onshore flow. In other words, the strongest winds are over the water, but there's still part of that wind that is hitting the coastline, enough to raise the water level still in northeast Florida and southern Georgia. So that is something to contend with now that we're seeing the water rises of a couple of feet, even in areas just east of Savannah, Fort Pulaski, and also Fernandina Beach, Florida, nearly 3 feet. But the worst is over, it feels like, Lynette, except for that tornado threat that we got to watch out for.
Yes. An alert for that, and we're still watching Nicole because it's still on the move as it will continue to work its way back into the Gulf of Mexico. And if that center goes into the Gulf of Mexico, then it'll make another landfall, so possibly a third landfall. We'll see if that works and if that makes its move on off to the north and to the east. So not done quite yet with Nicole. It still has a lot of life left, that's for sure. We look at the alerts, and we do have wind alerts. So we do have wind advisories and also high wind warnings. So if you are in these purple areas, just know that you will be dealing with gusts today up to about 40 to 45 miles an hour, and this goes right in through your tomorrow too. So the wind gust forecast is in motion, and we can see what's happening as we work our way towards about 1 o'clock. So just a few more minutes before we get there. And at that point, I should say, we will have gusts sustained in about the 15 to 20 mile an hour range, but those gusts higher up to about 30 to 45 around Atlanta. And look what happens as we go into the evening time frame. So you may be trying to get home from work. You you definitely need to have both hands on the steering wheel for sure, as we can see that these gusts will be up to about 35 to 40 in Savannah. Charleston's about 30 to 35 mile-an-hour winds. And by your Friday early in the morning, we're going to be dealing with the high winds still lingering across the area. And we really won't get a break from this action until we head into your Saturday. And then we'll start to see more of that off to the north and east. But down off towards the south, we're waiting for more rain to work its way in, and that will happen. That will occur for today. We can see this around 9 o'clock this evening. We're going to be dealing with this around Asheville, Charlotte, Columbia, Savannah, Charleston, Macon, all getting in on some heavy rain bands there. And then this slides right on off towards the north. So Roanoke, you're going to be in on that action as we work our way into your Friday. And then we'll get a nice break as we head into your Saturday. We'll be right back.
This is the sound of better breathing. Fasenra is an add-on treatment for asthma driven by eosinophils. It helps prevent asthma attacks, improve breathing, and lower use of oral steroids. Fasenra is not a rescue medication or for other eosinophilic conditions. Fasenra may cause allergic reactions. Get help right away if you have swelling of your face, mouth, and tongue, or trouble breathing. Don't stop your asthma treatments unless your doctor tells you to. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection or your asthma worsens. Headache and sore throat may occur. Ask your doctor about Fasenra.
Better luck next time.
Who said that?
I did.
But I haven't even thrown yet.
You threw good money away when you bought those glasses. Next time, go to America's Best, where 2 pairs and a free exam start at just $79.95. It's a quality exam worth $59.
Can't beat that.
Can't beat this either. All right, I'll give you that one. And apparently that one. 2 pairs and a free exam starting at just $79.95. Book an exam today at americasbest.com. Somebody sign this kid.
When we were a motorized bicycle company, they said that's fine for the streets, but you'll never win a race. They said motorcycles are one thing, but you can't make cars. All right, you're a car company, but you won't win Formula One in a hybrid. Well, you'll never compete off-road. What about when there is no road? No gas? They've challenged us to do a lot of things. What will we do next? Honda, the power of dreams.
You'll always remember buying your first car and buying your starter home, or whatever this is. But the things that last a lifetime, like happiness, love, and confidence, you can't buy those, but you can invest in them. We believe that your investments should work harder for the future you imagine. And that's where our strategic investing approach can help. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
Doug.
It's nice to unwind after a long week of telling people how Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. Showtime. Woo! I'm on fire tonight. Yes! Limu, you're a natural. We're not counting that. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
But all you got was ham? And all you got was turkey.
With gravy.
But it's an all-you-can-eat holiday buffet. A smorgasbord of all you want, all you need. Did I sit at the wrong table?
Domino's online carryout deal includes all your favorites for just $7.99 each. So let's play a word association game. Dips and twists.
$7.99.
8-piece wings.
$7.99.
Large one-topping pizzas.
$7.99.
The only place to get this deal.
Domino's.
Stouffer's makes you happy full.
Sorry, we're busy.
So busy.
So cheesy.
So creamy. What? We are busy. Busy eating this mac and cheese.
Stouffer's.
This year, we're not waiting for Black Friday. Get the best prices right now at LO Flooring's Better Than Black Friday sale, with up to 25% off over 300 floors and no interest for 36 months. The Better Than Black Friday sale ends November 15th. LO Flooring.
Say you're looking for the perfect present. You might try looking at the perfect place. A place with gifts that light up a face, as well as a room, where it's easy to find the brands they'll love and the advice you trust. That place is your local Ace. Around the block, what you need in stock with people who know their gifts. Get our best price ever by saving $180 on a Weber Genesis 2. And Ace Rewards members get free assembly and delivery on new grills.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Welcome back as we are continuing to track our tropical storm Nicole, which is now bringing tornado warnings
Oftentimes the case with these tropical cyclones, as they work their way ashore, they can help to spawn and spark off these isolated tornadoes. And we've seen a couple of warnings fire up here over the last hour or so. Here's a new one here for us. Tornado warning here in parts of Camden as well as Glynn counties. This is looking in on southeastern Georgia. Storm itself now getting ready to cross over I-95. So essentially it's been moving its way just to the kind of south of the Jekyll Island area, pushing its way westbound at about 40 miles per hour. So it's moving fairly quickly here and getting ready to move over there towards I-95. This warning is out until about 1 o'clock. Brunswick is in that warning, although it looks like the most dangerous part of the storm is going to slide just to your south there in Brunswick. But if you're south of Brunswick over towards 95 and just east of Woodbine, now is certainly going to be the time that you want to get to your safe zone. If you have a basement, get there. If not, lowest floor of a sturdy structure is where you want to be and away from the windows. The key is to put as much as between you and the storm as possible and getting away from the windows now. So again, storm itself moving its way westbound at about 40 miles per hour. Again, this is in Camden as well as Glynn counties. Get that warning there until about 1 o'clock. Kind of timing out here when the worst of the storm is going to be moving its way on through. Looks like Hickory Bluff here as we get to about 1240 or so. Over towards Waverly. Now, Waverly, you're not in that warning, but you're close enough that if this thing were to hold together, could be on top of you at about 1253. Waynesville there, potentially having an impact there a bit after the 1 o'clock hour for you. So again, if you're in any of those areas, certainly paying very close attention to this storm and getting into your safe zone. And notice as you look at the radar picture, there are more storms over the waters of the Atlantic. It's those storms which are showing more of the signs of the rotation as they push ashore. They could certainly cause some issues there as we kind of zoom into those areas off the waters. You see some of the lightning strikes showing up. It's these individual storms that we have to pay very, very close attention to, and they are just going to continue to rotate in. I'd imagine we do have a tornado watch area that's in place for still a few counties in northeastern Florida, southeastern Georgia until 1 o'clock. But I imagine we'll see another watch getting issued by the Storm Prediction Center that'll go a little bit longer and potentially even include some areas a bit farther on off towards the north. So again, this is all on the periphery now of our tropical storm Nicole, which has had a big impact on a lot of these areas here across the southeast, including down into Florida. Let's head down the road a bit to Jacksonville Beach. That's where we find our very own meteorologist, Reynolds Wolf. Reynolds, how are things faring at this hour?
Things are much better. I mean, there's definitely a feel to it. We put the jacket on and off as we need to interchangeably when the scattered showers come through, but it's certainly a far cry from the deluge that we had earlier today and when the raindrops are coming in horizontally. If we can, let's move over here. Mark Weiss, our very capable and talented photojournalist, showing us with a horizontal move what's happened. Well, down below. This is some of the erosion that occurred earlier today. You'll remember that a high tide was around 8:58 this morning, and that's really when this thing came in and, I mean, just ravaged this coast. Now, these dunes look very different now than they did yesterday, but they did what these dunes are designed to do by nature, and that is actually create and act like a barrier. And that's, again, see a little bit of a compromise, no doubt, but still holding strong for the most part. Wow, I mean, just testament to the power of what these tropical entities could do. And what's even more amazing is that over Mark's shoulder, you go more than 100 miles in that direction down towards Vero Beach, and that's where this made landfall. Let's go farther inland, and as we do so, you'll find Jacksonville, Florida, home to 1.7 million people, and quite the accident across this span that you're seeing here that goes across the St. Johns River, one of many, where there was a tractor trailer, we believe, that was tipped over. Now, was the wind an issue? I don't see how it was a help, that's for sure, and that could have been one of many features that caused the problems there. Traffic backed up and completely understandable. Also, the San Marcos area, you had quite a bit of flooding there too, and right along the riverfront as we expected. Yep, flooding in those areas. So no surprises if you are from the Jacksonville area and you know those low-lying areas or places that can get compromised when you have again, an approaching tropical system. Those places, usual suspects, were affected today. So what can we expect with the system now? Well, things are going to get better here. They will, as the dry air continues to funnel in. But this system is not going to drop anchor. It's going to continue to make its march, eventually curving back to the north, which means that you've got Georgia, you've got Carolinas, maybe a sliver of Tennessee, maybe up into Virginia and along the 95 corridor. And what it's going to do is going to bring that wind damage and possibly more power outages. But when you think about high elevation, the Appalachians, when you get into North Georgia and the Carolinas and even parts of Tennessee, well, that's going to enhance the rainfall. When it enhances the rainfall, flooding could be an issue going forward in time. So certainly a lot to cover. All right, we're covering the tropics. We're also covering a bit of winter. Yes, parts of America dealing with the full force of what winter can bring, but here, it's all about the tropics. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
I've made progress with my mental health. So when I started having unintentional body movements called tardive dyskinesia, I ignored them. But when the twitching and jerking in my face and hands affected my day-to-day, I finally had to say, it's not okay. It was time to talk to my doctor about Austedo. She said Austedo helps reduce TD movements in adults, while I continue with most of my mental health medications.
Austedo can cause depression, suicidal thoughts, or actions in patients with Huntington's disease. Pay close attention to and call your doctor if you become depressed, have sudden changes in mood, behaviors, feelings, or have suicidal thoughts. Common side effects include inflammation of the nose and throat, insomnia, and sleepiness. Don't take Austedo if you have liver problems, are taking rezapine, tetrabenazine, or valbenazine. Austedo may cause irregular or fast heartbeat, restlessness, movements mimicking Parkinson's disease, fever, stiff muscles, problems thinking, and sweating.
Talk to your doctor about Austedo. It's time to treat TD. TD is not okay. Visit askforaustedo.com.
Chocolate confetti, time to start it up. Let's go! Better get ready, it's about to bust.
Almost there.
It's getting better, getting better.
2 minutes completed. Burn calories.
Let's go! It's getting better all the time. Let's go! I think I'm gonna make it mine. Let's get together, yeah.
Meet the unstoppable Shark Hydrovac. It powerfully vacuums and high-speed mops all at the same time. With its self-cleaning antimicrobial brush roll and odor-neutralizing solution, it conquers all of life's messes. Shark Hydrovac, the unstoppable power of clean.
Do you like chocolate bars?
A thin painted line. The only thing between you and a life-changing accident. But are these lines enough? A Subaru with eyesight watches the lines for any danger. And can automatically stop itself.
Is everyone okay?
I'm okay.
Your family is safer in a 3-row Subaru Ascent. Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
Olive Garden's never-ending pasta bowl is back, which means the never-ending pasta you crave is back. Starting it with our never-ending first course, well, that's always been here. Never-ending pasta bowl, starting at $13.99 for a limited time.
I can't. My toes.
Turns out, it is hard walking a mile in someone else's shoes.
And it turns out the General is a quality insurance company that's been saving people money for nearly 60 years. I gotta go. For a great low rate and nearly 60 years of quality coverage, go with the General.
When I first started Ancestry, I had no idea what to expect. Ethnicity inheritance. Nigerian East Central from you. Benin, my dad's side, is 30% Japanese. Thank you, Mom.
I love how it gives you a little bit of history.
Yeah, I feel like reading this, like these are my roots. There's just still so much to discover.
Discover even more during our holiday sale.
Looking for something like this?
Superheroes are everywhere, in our movies, communities, and running our small businesses. And they can grow online securely with MasterCard tools, extending their reach far beyond the storefront. Because when you see the superhero you can be, that's priceless. MasterCard is proud to support Black Panther Wakanda Forever.
Well, welcome back. We got a couple of tornado warnings right where we thought they would be. This is the part of Nicole that is dangerous right now with severe weather rolling on in from the Atlantic. Tornado warning number 1 for Camden and Glenn counties in southeast Georgia. Brunswick, heads up, be prepared, take shelter now. These storms are moving at highway speeds up to 55 miles per hour. Take shelter. If you get the warning, lowest floor, as many walls between you and the outside, away from windows. Now, we also have another tornado warning. Sorry, I was running here to get here in fast time, just as fast as these supercells are moving. Look, just to the south of that, we got another tornado warning here. This is for Camden and Nassau counties. Nassau County, Florida, Camden County, Georgia, Fernandina Beach, St. Mary's. Heads up, another supercell rolling on in off the Atlantic just north there. That's on Amelia Island, that storm. It is moving toward the west inland at 50+ miles per hour. There is rotation in there. Take shelter if you're on Amelia Island, especially the northern half of the island, Fernandina Beach. Find a safe spot now. Lowest floor is many walls between you and the outside. It will be over quickly. That storm will move off to the west, but there are more coming in behind it. Let's zoom out a little bit. See all that convection over the water, all those individual thunderstorms? Right there, exactly. There are so many supercells in there, you can't count them all. And as they move toward the coast, they will likely get stronger. And I do believe there are going to be plenty more tornado warnings yet to be issued. And outside of that, we're going to see, I think, another tornado watch issued going forward. So this is the beginning of many hours this afternoon of a tornado threat in coastal Georgia, extreme northern Florida, and areas nearby. So that's what it looks like on the radar. Let's have a look at the sort of bigger picture that I've got on my screen, showing you the center of rotation of Nicole is right about there as a tropical storm. The center may indeed move back out over water, but it's not going to strengthen. There's not enough time and there's not enough room for it to do that, and there are other factors in the way. So while the center may move out over water and we may technically get, let's say, another landfall in the Big Bend area, it is not likely to be any stronger than it is now. In fact, it'll probably be weaker. I think that weakening trend will continue. But again, the problem is in that quadrant right up in here, this is where the most dangerous weather is right now. There is a dry slot moving in. The sun is out, the clouds are clearing, and the thunderstorms are getting stronger. Each one of those sort of arcing bands coming in are bands and lines of supercells rolling their way in to the Georgia and Florida coast. And we have that tornado watch out until 1 o'clock. You could see that there. Overall, this is a tornado watch that covers only a couple of counties, and it expires in about 20 minutes. But I'm telling you, there's going to be, or there should be, another tornado watch out, potentially for areas north of there and even west of there, as the bad weather continues to swirl around the center of Nicole, coming in off the water in that direction. So the winds right now in many locations are manageable, but they are still strong enough in spots to knock down some trees and power lines. Be very careful of that. We have, for example, in Orlando, sustained wind 36, still gusting to 46 miles per hour. And the wind and the rain will continue across Florida this afternoon and evening, and it's only going to get worse in areas to the north across parts of Georgia as well. Now, the strongest winds remain offshore over the water, as they've been all along, but we still have that wind hitting the beaches in that kind of an angle. That means we're still dealing with some minor coastal flooding in North Florida and southern Georgia still. But right now I'm going to send it down south, Vero Beach, Florida, where Mike Seidel is, where the weather is improving as Nicole is slowly moving away. Mike.
Dr. Postel, on the tornado watch situation, I just read the mesoscale discussion, and they are considering another watch. They don't give a percentage. Oh, yes, there it is. 40% chance that we'll extend the watch because there's still that tornado threat near the coastline through the afternoon with the supercells. No threat here. All the warnings have been discontinued as of 10 a.m. this morning. The sun is out. The breeze is beautiful. It really is now turning into a nice beach day. We've got a bit of an offshore flow. If you look at the waves as they crest, you can see some of the surf, some of the sea foam and water getting blown back. So offshore flow is good. I want to show you the time lapse from this morning. Chris Erickson, between 8:30 and about 9, took this. And you can see, well, the clouds are moving fast because it's a time lapse, of course. But you see some clearing, some blue sky, and the surf as we had high tide a little after 8 o'clock, about 8:30 this morning. That's the last high tide, I think, that's going to send the waves up to the seawall. The seawall did its job. The water was never this high except when waves came up last night at the peak of the storm. Nicole came in after about 2 a.m. south of here, but beginning about 7, 8 o'clock, waves were hitting and getting crashing. The wind was blowing some salt water into the front yard, but we've got concrete. We've got the steel pylons that go down 10 feet in the sand. They did close the bridges briefly overnight, but midnight to 4 a.m., that's when you want the bridges closed because most people are home and don't need to drive between here and the mainland. So that's good. They're back open. So by far the #1 impact, as expected, on the coast, up and down the east coast of Florida. But here in Indian River County, no reports of any structures being compromised.
There's nothing like hitting the waves.
There's nothing like volunteering, but my moderate to severe eczema can make it hard.
Now, I'm staying ahead of it.
Dupixent helps heal your skin from within, so you can have clearer skin and noticeably less itch. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. Ask your doctor about Dupixent.
What do you got there? A hospital bill for me? For $1,200? Did you say Gap?
Yeah, he did. He's talking about expenses that health insurance doesn't cover.
That's why there's Aflac. It pays you money to help close that gap. Aflac, huh? Don't tell me he high-stepping. He stole my move.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover at Aflac.com.
Ah, what a beautiful day to welcome you to your retirement with Physicians Mutual, including coverage for the gaps in Medicare.
Oh, I'm so happy I could just sing.
You've got that happy retirement feeling.
I've got that Physicians Mutual feeling. You help me find the coverage I need.
So you can have the retirement you deserve.
I've got a good feeling now that I'm covered.
Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
Thank you, Nature Made, for seeing that life is a little chaotic and creating new targeted blends to help. So when our sleep, stress, and immune health are thrown off, new Nature Made Well blends can help us find balance.
Where can you get great appliances this holiday? Backed by our price promise every day. Lowe's, actually. Get our best deals of the season, backed by the Lowe's Price Promise.
Extra hard studying calls for something extra. So you serve up new DiGiorno fully stuffed crust pizza. Because pizza with an extra layer of cheese stuffed edge to edge throughout the entire crust always hits the spot. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
A breakfast croissant plus seasoned potatoes for $3, and they're red shirting you?
It's just a standard work shirt.
Hey, way to stay humble, man.
Thank you, Reg.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $3 breakfast deal.
Seems like things are very complicated these days. Are you sure you're doing that right?
No.
That's why Spectrum Mobile makes mobile easy with unlimited data and nationwide 5G for $29.99 a month per line. So no added taxes, no hidden fees, and no contracts. Just $29.99. It's simple. Just a coffee.
Decaf, half calf, cloud roasted.
I'll just do a water then.
Artisanal water, spring water, babbling brook.
Want simple? Get unlimited data and nationwide 5G for $29.99. Call, click, or visit a Spectrum store today.
So is this stuff really fresh?
Yes. I mean, yeah, we don't have freezers, we don't have microwaves. We always have fresh stuff coming in. I mean, this is the best guac that you can get.
Fresh is what you stand for.
Definitely.
For every holiday, for everyone. Ritz, a taste of welcome.
I travel the world to carve a path for those who aren't afraid to get a little bit dirty.
That is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life.
Let's go on an uncharted adventure.
Currently in our area, 64 degrees under sunny skies. Today, plenty of sunshine. High 65. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly cloudy, low 56. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, rain, high 68. Chance of rain, 90%. Rainfall around a half an inch. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. We do have some breaking news right now. We do have another tornado watch that was issued. That goes until about 7 o'clock. That is for Georgia and also South Carolina. But we're also going to be watching these tornado warnings that are continuing to pop up. This is going to be the name of the game for pretty much the rest of today. So right now we're looking at this one for Fernandina Beach. So the counties here around Camden, Nassau, and this goes until 1 o'clock. Right now we're looking at radar indicated. So we don't actually have eyes on the ground saying that this is what's going on, but this is a radar indicated tornado, and we're going to continue to watch this. This is where you need to be in the lowest level of your home at this point, and make sure you get into an interior room, put as many walls between you and the outside. So again, this goes until 1 o'clock, and we're going to continue to watch more tornado warnings possible as we go through the rest of today. Now, here's that tornado watch that I was talking about. This goes until 7 o'clock, and this is for Georgia and also South Carolina. So this means that conditions are favorable for tornadoes, and that's exactly what you've been seeing, some tornado warnings happening, and that means that it's imminent, it's happening now, it could be on the ground. So you do need to get to the lowest level of your home. Once again, there is that tornado warning, and this one goes until about 1 o'clock, and we could see more as the day goes on. So keep your head on a swivel. Now let's take a look at some of the impacts that Nicole is doing for us and will continue to bring us as we go through the rest of today and beyond. So we're tracking Nicole, and what we have here is a big dip in the jet stream. So you can see this blue back here. That's some cold air. When you look at that trough there, pulling in that cold air from the north, and then you have that ridge, and with that ridge you are dealing with some warmer conditions, and Nicole is a big problem, and this is going to merge together, if you will. We will have this jet stream just really trying to pick Nicole up, and then you can see this area of high pressure back off towards the east here. It's kind of making its way in between them, so funneling in between them, and with that it's going to funnel in some very gusty winds as we go through the next several days for the northeast, and also it's going to be funneling in that rain as well. So still a rain wind threat. Widespread rain will be up towards DC. We're going to see this around New York, Syracuse, some of the big cities, and some of the little cities as well. So just know that is going to happen for you. So from Bangor down off towards Norfolk, we will be dealing with the winds that could gust up to about 50 miles an hour. So it is going to be gusty. It's going to be rainy, so rainy, in fact, that we do have the potential for some flash flooding. This goes until tomorrow morning into Saturday morning for the areas here in the green coloring. So it is a big real estate that we will be seeing the possibility for flooding. And remember, when we're dealing with the flash flooding, that means that it's imminent, it's happening now, and you need to seek higher ground. So at this point, this is where you should be thinking, because we do have conditions favorable for that. So then we head into about 5 o'clock. We can see the bulk of the rain is down off towards the south for today, but look how it begins to push in as we head into your Friday afternoon, evening. So around the time that you're coming home from work, you will be dealing with plenty of rain out there around Pittsburgh. We're seeing this over towards Buffalo as well. But then as we head into Saturday, looks like we get a break in a lot of action, a lot of places, I should say. And then we head on off towards your Saturday morning, but still some rain back off towards portions of Maine. And also we can see on the back side of this, that's where we had that colder air that I was talking about that's bringing the blizzard conditions back off towards the west. And then finally, we will be dealing with that around Buffalo, also around Charleston. So we do have tropical conditions today, and then we're going to be dealing with some very cold air that will come in. Let's head down to Jacksonville Beach, Florida, and we are talking to Reynolds Wolf. Reynolds, things are a little hectic, but where you are, things are starting to calm down a little bit. But the biggest thing is the fact that we do have some tornado warnings that will be through today.
Absolutely, and that is typical when you have these landfalling tropical systems. I mean, that is just part of the repertoire of what you deal with in terms of meteorology. I can tell you that here in this area, we've seen quite a bit of, well, crazy weather today, but things are beginning to let up, which is good news. They did not have school today in this area. The reason why is for safety. So for any of those students who might be tuning in, if you've got an interest in meteorology or into earth sciences, let me show you what coastal erosion happens to be. Now, remember, this is a barrier island, which is nature's way of protecting the mainland, right? And then on the barrier island, you have, as part of the fortifications, you've got these massive dunes. Well, even strong dunes at times can fall by the wayside when it comes to immense waves, and certainly high tide working in conjunction with those big waves. Yeah, you see the saw blade effect that it had right here, splitting these dunes. But I'll tell you, these dunes, for the most part, holding strong. Those sea oats, kind of the anchoring system that keeps everything together here. It's nature's incredible grand design, no doubt. Well, we're about to go to commercial break in about 15 seconds, but as we look off the distance and you see these waves, they are towering, they are massive, and they continue to roll on in. And you know what? We're going to roll the commercial break. We will see you coming up in just a few moments. Coverage continues right here on the Weather Channel.
This city is magical. Attention passengers, if you look out your windows, you'll see a magnificent tree in a glorious world of holiday joy.
Happy holidays from the middle of everything.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it takes stunning photos in the dark, can edit annoying items out of pictures, and unblur faces. Why, it'll even put some of that genius in your ears or on your wrist. Beautifully, of course. Introducing the new Google Pixel Watch, Google Pixel Buds Pro, and our newest Google Pixel phones. Switch to Verizon and get Google Pixel 7 Pro on them with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans.
This is the reason for the season. It's a time for joy, so forget the compromise. At HomeGoods, you can spend less and find more to level up your holiday cheer. Because your favorite things about this season don't cost a fortune. They're found.
A breakfast croissant plus seasoned potatoes for $3, and they're red shirting you?
It's just a standard work shirt.
Hey, way to stay humble, man.
Thank you, Reg.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $3 breakfast deal.
When you order from Domino's, you can get more than just pizza for $6.99. You can get specialty chicken, savory pastas, oven-baked Parmesan bread bites, molten lava crunch cakes, and medium two-topping pizzas as well. We didn't stop at pizza, and you don't have to either.
They say you eat with your eyes first, so here's a good look at our new thick and fluffy French toast. Artisan challah dipped in vanilla cinnamon batter. French toast the way it's meant to be. Try all 3 flavors, only at IHOP. Download the app and earn free food with every purchase.
It's a new day because COVID vaccines just got a big update. Just in time for everyone who works with other people. Just in time for more togetherness. Just in time to say, oh, you bet we'll be there. Because the updated vaccines can now protect against both the original COVID virus and Omicron. And that's a moment we've all been waiting for.
When we were a motorized bicycle company, they said that's fine for the streets, but you'll never win a race. They said motorcycles are one thing, but you can't make cars. All right, you're a car company, but you won't win Formula One in a hybrid. Well, you'll never compete off-road. What about when there is no road? No gas. They've challenged us to do a lot of things. What will we do next? Honda, the power of dreams.
You'll always remember buying your first car and buying your starter home, or whatever this is. But the things that last a lifetime, like happiness, love, and confidence, you can't buy those, but you can invest in them. We believe that your investments should work harder for the future you imagine. And that's where our strategic investing approach can help. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
Thank you, Nature Made, for seeing that life is a little chaotic and creating new targeted blends to help. So when our sleep, stress, and immune health are thrown off, new Nature Made Well blends can help us find balance.
Right now, Tropical Storm Nicole battering Florida with heavy rain, damaging winds after making landfall earlier this morning as a Category 1 hurricane. Thanks for being with us here for special coverage on the Weather Channel. I'm Mike Bettis.
And I'm Samantha Moore in for Alex Wilson. And Nicole's rare late season landfall is one for the books in Florida. The last time the Sunshine State got hit twice with landfalling hurricanes was one season was in 2005.
So in a rare November event that just happened for us, right? So let's show you some of the images from this morning. Nicole making landfall. How about the winds gusting to 64 miles an hour here at Melbourne Beach? Everything was just blowing everywhere. Street signs and street lights were coming down.
Oh man, all over the place there. And the surge was impressive and damaging in Daytona Beach. Coupled with the bashing waves, the storm did a number on Florida's shoreline, eroding away a lot of the beaches and the natural dunes that normally protect them.
A lot of that shoreline is rearranged. Relentless waves certainly pushing buildings to the point of collapse. And a reminder that it does not take a major hurricane to cause major problems. Well, of course, Nicole, our top story, and thanks for being with us here as it treks its way across Florida. Again, Samantha Moore, I'm Mike Bettis. Everything you need to know, including our crews that'll be out there in the field, highlighting what's happening right now.
And a lot is happening right now. And here is what we know at this moment about Tropical Storm Nicole. Unfortunately, 2 people are dead after they were electrocuted by downed power lines in Orange County. The entire state of Florida is now under a state of emergency, and there's continued risk of flash flooding, strong winds, and possible tornadoes as well. And more than 315,000 customers are currently without power. So we've got all of those things that we're dealing with, and also that threat for severe weather. And Mike is on the radar talking about the threat for tornadoes.
Yeah, let's show you exactly what's going on here. So many of us have taken an absolute beating from Nicole today, and it's far from over. Unfortunately, many people, as we suspected, would lose power. More than 310,000 customers in Florida without power, a lot of those in Brevard and Orange County in particular. Volusia County's got almost 40,000 customers without power. So the areas that were hit hard, especially right there along Florida's Atlantic Central Coast. So focus right around, say, Cape Canaveral, north and south of there. Look at how the number of outages really went up after the storm made landfall, making landfall after midnight last night, and then up they went. Actually, really saw an acceleration of the outages right around lunchtime or just before lunchtime today as the storm is now moving its way inland. You can see it's about to emerge, though, off the Gulf side. 45-mile-per-hour winds, so the winds have come down pretty significantly since it made landfall as 75-mile-per-hour hurricane. Northwest moving at 15. It's picked up some forward speed since yesterday as well, and now about 45 miles north of Tampa, about to come out into the Gulf of Mexico. Landfall 3 o'clock in the morning. Vero Beach, Florida, is a Category 1 pressure, 981 millibars. There's where it stands right now. Look at the big sprawling storm here. The reach on this has been tremendous. The tropical storm force winds at peak reached out almost 500 miles. An incredible wingspan with this. And you can see where the center of circulation is right about in there. Not exactly sure if it's going to come out over the water. It's going to maybe stay more on land here. If we keep it more on land, that'll help reduce our surge risk here in the Big Bend. Nonetheless, prepare yourself for that danger. And then notice these outer bands that are producing convective thunderstorms and the possibility of tornadoes. Take you right down along I-95 here. This band of storms right in here has been the one that's been responsible for producing tornado warnings today. And as the whole system itself begins to shift northbound, the threat of that line will shift northbound as well. Tornado watch has been extended now up to the north here along I-95 north of Savannah and been extended until 7 o'clock this evening. So we'll have that risk. Again, around Cedar Key is about where the center of circulation is right now. We'll get some heavy rain along I-75 between Tampa and up around Lakeland here. Ocala getting hit hard with some rain. That whole band is likely to spiral up toward the Gainesville area, but we've got an onshore flow right now in places like Spring Hill. We're getting onshore flow. We're getting some water rise in Tampa Bay as we speak, even though we're on the what would you consider be more the clean side of the storm. You're still getting some minor storm surge there into Tampa Bay. How about the wind still up? Tampa at 37, 35, the gusts in Daytona. Even down, say, around Miami, it's breezy. Winds are gusting to 25. Winds should start, Sam, to start come down. We're going to transition here to more of a severe weather threat with tornadoes and likely a very heavy rain and flood risk, too.
I'll be watching that throughout the afternoon and into that evening commute as well. So a lot of these North Florida cities being impacted here with these gusty winds right now. Some of the gustiest places here in Orlando, up to 40-mile-per-hour gusts. We have 39-mile-per-hour gusts, of course, on shore here in Jacksonville. And then across the Big Bend region of Florida, we have them going more offshore with that counterclockwise circulation around Tropical Storm Nicole. So we're looking at these winds continuing to go around that center of circulation, and you can see where the rain is heaviest. So it is rainy and windy here along Interstate 75. Not a great drive at all. And we have our tropical storm warning that is in place here as we head through the rest of this afternoon all across North Florida. So all of these interstates and the turnpikes being impacted here. And of course, a storm surge is still a real issue across much of the northeast coast into the Space Coast over into the Big Bend region of Florida, where we're seeing 3 to 5 feet of storm surge. So here we go. As we head through the evening, you can see those bands spiraling around that center of circulation. So the really active weather working its way into Tallahassee through Apalachicola, perhaps over into the Panama City area as we head into the late evening hours, and then continuing to see that center move right offshore here, where it will likely make another landfall as we head into the overnight hours. So certainly watching for that as we head into Friday and we start to see things really move to the north here and then impacting much of the southeast and Georgia and on up into South Carolina. So we're easily talking another 2 to 3 inches of rain in this region as we head through the next several hours. The winds, yep, they're going to continue to be a real problem here, some 40 to 50 miles per hour in places like Tallahassee, Lake City, over into Jacksonville. That center of circulation moving over back into the Gulf, or heading into the Gulf as we head through this evening, and that's when we'll likely see things continue to go downhill here across the Panhandle as we get into the early morning hours, and then into tomorrow. A lot of this wind and rain will be working its way into Georgia, and of course watching that high tide again. It was a problem this morning. It'll likely be a problem again this evening, particularly in Jacksonville right around 11:30 or so. Mike?
All right, Samantha, thank you for that. Well, Nicole has moved inland, now begins its trek northbound here, likely to bring plenty of rain and plenty of wind, and that could cause some very hazardous travel conditions along all the major interstates in Florida, I-75, I-95, and I-4. Joining us now, Greg Bueno from the Florida Highway Patrol for more on the road conditions. Thanks so much for being with us, sir. Can you give us any insight as to some of the roadways where you might be seeing more issues because of the weather?
Well, first and foremost, thanks for having me. In the Tampa Bay area, as you know, we have the Skyway Bridge. It's been closed since 6:45 a.m. due to 50-mile-per-hour sustained winds. And our troopers are closely monitoring that area. We know it's an inconvenience for everyone. But the good news is our major highways, our interstates, which we're most focused on, remains open at this time, albeit the rain and wind continue. Our main point of emphasis here is anyone who is out there driving to use extra caution, increase your following distances, slow down, most certainly put your phones down, keep your headlights on and your seatbelts on.
Absolutely. Now, so far, you're mentioning the Skyway Bridge. We know the wind is a problem. Has there been any damage to any of the roadways thus far, perhaps in East Florida with the strong winds and the surge? Has there been any damage to any roadways that you know of?
We do have some flooding on some of our highway ramps. However, our roadways, our major roadways are all open at this time. And that is a good thing. And we want to work hard in keeping those open, albeit as we had to do with the Skyway Bridge this morning, if need be, we would close something. But at this hour, everything remains open. But we encourage everyone to continue to take the storm very seriously.
We're starting to see a little bit more heavy rain now across North Florida through the Panhandle. What would be your advice for folks that maybe are somewhere between Jacksonville and Tallahassee, where, let's be honest, they won't receive the brunt of the storm, but the conditions they'll be dealing with right now could be hazardous?
Absolutely. And again, and that's our message, is to continue to take the storm seriously, whether it's tornadoes or potentially as the storm moves off into the Gulf, potential storm surge or coastal flooding. These are all things that all of us have to take very seriously. If you can stay home, avoid driving, certainly do that. But if you are going to drive, make sure you take those extra precautions.
And officer, is there anything that people can do if they are headed out on the roadways, perhaps in the Tampa-St. Pete area tonight, that they need to really be aware of, or precautions they can truly take?
Well, precautions is to, stay at a safe location, and only travel if you need to at this point. You certainly don't want to try to be a storm chaser or try to go into the storm itself if you don't need to. That's number one. Number two, if you are going to travel, you want to use common sense. You want to make sure you're driving slow and having a safe following distance and doing all those safe things to be a responsible, safe driver. Because at the end of the day, all of our families are using those very same roads, and we want everyone to get home safely.
Greg Bueno with Florida Highway Patrol. Thanks for taking some time to talk to us. Thanks for the information. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Sam?
Well, of course, Georgia is next in the line of fire as Nicole tracks to the north. And meteorologist Paul Goodlow, he's in Savannah this afternoon. And Paul, how are conditions there so far where you're at?
We saw the rain start this morning, Sam, around, say, 7, 8 o'clock in the area. We've seen it moderate to heavy from time to time, but also now we're seeing kind of breaks in the rain. But we're also experiencing high tide this morning, and that with the strong northeast wind, you can see some of the debris here next to this kind of sidewalk along the river, kind of river walk. It's kind of blown some of the debris here when the water was much higher. It's gone down some as our tide has moved on out. It's going to come back up later on this evening, so still a concern for coastal flooding. The other thing about the coastal flooding, you see this parking lot, the drains are finally working. I'm going to jump down here. And earlier, before they cleared some of the debris here from these drains, this entire parking lot had maybe about a foot or so of water in there. It doesn't look that bad now, but you see how it's kind of sloped in towards this drain. The water was up to the bottom of the car bumpers. So cars that were parked in here, well, they were staying parked in here. No one was kind of venturing into this deep water because it doesn't take that much to cause your car to flood out. Luckily, they've cleared the drains, but you can see the water is right here. So we get more rain. Perhaps the river starts moving backwards as we have high tide coming in. We can see more flooding as well. Let's come back up here because we're still seeing a lot of people out and about. Conventions are back underway. There's a big, I guess, teacher counselor convention. Tons of teachers around town here, but you can see the Talmadge Bridge. You can look up, or I guess downriver, and you can see even the Georgia Queen across the river. You have the Westin. You got the Savannah Convention Center. There's ferries that go back and forth, taking people across the river to the convention center, back to the hotel. So people are out and about because we have Veterans Day tomorrow, a big Veterans Day parade here. So hotels are pretty busy. So if this is the worst of it, great, but it's not. We still have a tornado watch in effect for this area until 7 o'clock with some of those bands spiraling in off the Atlantic. We can quickly see a spit up here. So that's definitely something that we'll watch throughout the rest of this evening. And that could have the biggest impact, as well as some coastal problems with flooding as we head here across coastal Georgia. Mike?
All right, very good points there, Paul. Thanks so much for the update. That's our Paul Goodlow. He is in Savannah, Georgia for us this afternoon. All right, so let's update you on where Nicole goes from here. We know it hammers the southeast pretty hard. A lot of wind, a lot of rain. We'll still have some surge in coastal locations. And then our storm system in the middle of the country is going to pick it up and then force it quickly off into the mid-Atlantic and northeast. You can see just how breezy it is right now. Many places winds gusting more than 30 miles an hour. Won't be surprised if we get wind gusts this afternoon that might be as high as 50 miles an hour. We do have tropical storm warnings that remain here across North Florida into South Georgia and then into coastal South Carolina as well. High wind warnings extend up into Georgia. We also have wind advisories from the Panhandle of Florida into Alabama, up toward places like Atlanta, Columbia, Greenville, Spartanburg, then up toward Asheville, North Carolina as well. So the winds will be a factor today. Would not be surprised to see some tree branches that might come down and maybe some sporadic power outages here across the southeast. There's that onshore flow, especially coastal Georgia and then the coastal South Carolina as well. Storm surge could still be as high as 3 to 5 feet around, say, Jekyll Island, St. Simons, Jacksonville Beach. 2 to 4 as you go farther north toward the low country here. Then 1 to 2 from the Grand Strand of Myrtle Beach up toward North Carolina. There's a look at the high-resolution future radar. We'll definitely get some banding today. Within these convective bands, we're going to see some tornadoes, we believe, with that watch that continues until 7 o'clock for tornadoes. And then the center of circulation coming very close to, say, the Georgia and Alabama state line tomorrow morning. Rough drive for you in the morning in places like Atlanta, then quickly exiting into the northeast, Samantha, becoming a big issue Friday into Saturday across New England.
Oh, yeah, and right during the evening commute on Friday evening, they could be dealing with that wind and rain. You can see the forecast forecast. Cone taking it up from the Gulf across Georgia, stretching on up across the Appalachian Mountains and then into the Middle Atlantic states. So part of the steering mechanism here, the jet stream, big trough of it in the west. We have a ridge to our east, and in between we have our tropical storm Nicole that'll be making tracks here, being steered by those winds. Lots of tropical moisture to get tapped in and some strong winds aloft. That's going to add to lift, and we'll have more instability in the atmosphere and those strong winds moving in as we have that tropical moisture moving northward as well. So we could be talking 2 to 3 inches here from Pittsburgh into Scranton, a big rainmaker for us here. So that means possible flash flooding as we head through tomorrow morning, even in through the start of the weekend. We could be talking about this heavy rain and flood impacts in the Northeast.
Who wants burgers?
Ooh, it's the DQ Signature Stack Burgers menu. That is 5 tasty burgers right there. There goes a spicy flamethrower and loaded A1 Signature Stack Burgers.
Go, Mom?
You're still the cool mom.
Thank you.
DQ, happy tastes good.
'Tis the season to buy the new Maytag Pet Pro Pair, so you and your sweater can forget all about those hairy situations. Enjoy instant savings when you purchase multiple appliances. Shop Daily Steals this Black Friday, exclusively at Lowe's.
A thin, painted line. The only thing between you and a life-changing accident. But are these lines enough? A Subaru with eyesight watches the lines for any danger. And can automatically stop itself.
Is everyone okay? I'm okay.
Your family is safer in a 3-row Subaru Ascent. Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
Meet the unstoppable Shark Hydrovac. It powerfully vacuums and high-speed mops at the same time. From the wet to the dry. Even the Hydrovac conquers all of life's messes. Shark Hydrovac, the unstoppable power of clean.
It seems like places are giving you less and less food these days.
Yes, Mama, it's called shrinkflation. Oh, shrinkflation is just another word for robbery. But this is shackflation. What? Dang, that's huge. Extra pepperoni, extra cheese on that thing.
2 new IHOP lunch and dinner menu items for twice the goodness, twice the flavor, and twice the choice. Sirloin Salisbury steak and all-natural salmon. Perfect for lunch or dinner. Only at IHOP. Download the app and earn free food with every purchase.
If Mark, Mr. Cartoon Machado, didn't have the fighting spirit to draw out his passion, he never would have turned chrome into a canvas. If he let a lack of tools stop him, he never would have started tattooing using a homemade machine. And if he listened to those who said you need an art degree, he never would have perfected the street look that made him a street legend. That's the fighting spirit. That's what makes a lion. Modelo, root for those with a fighting spirit.
Better luck next time.
But I haven't even thrown yet.
You threw good money away when you bought those glasses. Next time, go to America's Best, where 2 pairs and a free exam start at just $79.95.
Can't beat that.
Can't beat this either. Book an exam today at americasbest.com.
The power of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone. Real-time radar, and so much more. Go to streamtwc.com to start your free 7-day trial.
All hands on deck. Bravo's newest Below Deck is heading into uncharted waters with 5-star service.
Best check I've ever had.
5-star drama.
We'll have an engine failure.
And 5-star adventure.
You only live once, right?
Set your DVR for an all-new Below Deck adventure every Tuesday night at 9 on Bravo.
Brought to you by your Tri-State BMW Centers. Visit us at bmwcenters.com.
Mornings are our time, and I couldn't let stiff joints slow me down. So I started taking OsteoBioflex every day because it has Joint Shield, clinically shown to improve joint comfort within 7 days.
OsteoBioflex, available at your local retailer and club.
My blood pressure is borderline. I can worry about it or do something about it. Garlic Healthy Blood Pressure Formula works safely and naturally with a custom blend of garlic, vitamins, and minerals, and it's odor-free. I'm taking charge with Garlic.
For your local on the 8th, brought to you by Cosentix, Secukinumab.
Psoriasis really messes with you.
Try, hope, fail.
No one should suffer like that.
I started Cosentix. 5 years clear.
Real people with psoriasis look and feel better with Cosentyx. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections, some serious, and the lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Tell your doctor if your Crohn's disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
Best move I ever made.
Ask your dermatologist about Cosentyx.
Currently in our area, 65 degrees under fair skies. Today, plenty of sunshine. High 65. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy skies this evening will become overcast overnight. Low 56. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, rain. High 68. Chance of rain 90%. Rainfall around a half an inch. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there, where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
I want you to show you how powerful the winds are here.
America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Welcome back to Weather Underground. I'm meteorologist Paul Guthrie live in Savannah, Georgia. It's the 10th day of November, and we're dealing with a landfalling hurricane earlier today. Now it's a tropical storm. Now we're seeing a rain band kind of pick up here. You can see there's still some people out and about because we're seeing on again, off again rain showers, as even though the center of Nicole, tropical storm Nicole, is still hundreds of miles away, we still have that influence, that rotation, and even that strong northeasterly wind. Next to me is the Savannah River. Earlier, as the tide was coming in, we're seeing this water much higher. You can see some of the debris line. Another thing we noticed when I got here yesterday afternoon, it was chilly. It was kind of overcast, but it wasn't raining. But temperatures were in the upper 60s. The dew points were in the 50s. So without that humidity, it feels a little cooler. Today, it's feeling much warmer. Temperature hasn't warmed up a whole lot, but our dew points have gone from the 50s to the upper 60s and low 70s. Clearly more tropical air, Mike, and that's part of this transition from Nicole, from kind of subtropical to tropical storm, then a hurricane, and now to a weakening, hopefully, rapidly weakening tropical storm. But it's also another thing we're feeling is that wind field. We're still well away from Nicole. We'll never have that center, but we'll have winds all throughout the day and even into tomorrow. And that rain, at least that's the good news for Georgia, much of the southeast. We are kind of dry. Driving down from Atlanta, I noticed a lot of middle Georgia looking a little brown because of our lack of rain so far this fall. Mike? Good point there, Paul, for sure. So some of this could be beneficial. We'll just have to get through maybe the next day or so. We know it's been a long week, though, in Florida. And the coast, very rough surf. Look at all the different staircases, docks, seawalls that have just been chipped away day after day after day. This is in Port Orange, and this was hours away from the eventual landfall. But there was an onshore flow all week long. We just kept getting hit over and over and over again, nonstop. How about the problems here at the Volusia Beach Safety Building? Look at how the restroom there was compromised and it collapsed. Multiple waterfront structures evacuated ahead of the storm because of the possibility of them collapsing or failing. Yesterday here on the Weather Channel, the sheriff told us they evacuated 11 condo buildings because they were deemed to be unsafe. But the erosion has been unimaginable. I'm going to show you the moment here. That same spot, just facing the other direction. Watch this.
Oh, man! What's that? And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen.
See that whole thing collapses right there. I'm not sure we actually got to the moment that it collapsed, but it really was intense how the whole thing just fell right in. But we've had this huge amount of erosion that's occurred for us here. I want to take you right there into Daytona Beach shores, right to the location at A1A and Dunlawton. That was the location where Jim Cantori was reported, right where that Volusia Beach Patrol building was, right where we saw the waves crashing up against Pirates Cove Hotel. This is an area that, again, it took now 4 days of onshore flow, relentless, on top of what Hurricane Ian did when it made landfall 6 weeks ago. It really did a number on the east coast of Florida. This is the location that we were focused on, right down in here where we showed you some of the video of all of the erosion here. Let me give you a 3D perspective of what that area normally looks like. We'll show you Google images from a year and a half ago and how everything is laid out here and how well intact everything still is. You can see that we have seawalls along here. Here's the avenue. This is Dunlawton that goes up toward A1A here. You can drive on the beach, so there is access in some locations where cars will actually drive down, but that's also an intrusion point for the storm to come in, right? It brings in the water, and it brings in a lot of waves that can come into this area, and then that water sloshes back and forth in between. The restroom, the beach patrol, right in there is where that was compromised. This is the area that we were looking back to, where you're looking in this direction at this building, where this little area here, this patio, this elevated patio, then ended up collapsing here. But there are so many vulnerable locations here because they were already weakened because of Hurricane Ian back in September. But you can see how tall some of these seawalls are. This is about 10 feet right here. So they're fairly well protected from some of that surge that comes in, but there are avenues for that water to intrude, and that includes right there along Dunlawton. There's a look at the lifeguard stand. There's that restroom that had collapsed. The front end had tilted down and into the water. And here's a look at that area where we were looking back toward it, and that whole thing just ended up collapsing as these supports were just knocked out by the waves of Nicole. Stay with us. A lot more Nicole coverage when we return.
Storm Tracks, brought to you by Boost. Get the right nutrition. Get more out of life.
Age is just a number, and mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. Boost High Protein also has key nutrients for immune support. Boost High Protein.
This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Attention everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now because there may be plans with extra benefits simply not covered under Medicare Parts A and B. That's right, there are people on Medicare but don't have a Medicare Part C plan, which covers everything in Part A and Part B, plus some may include extra benefits only in Medicare Part C. Here's the good news. Everyone on Medicare can call now during the Medicare annual enrollment period. We will check to see if you may be missing out on a Medicare Part C plan with additional benefits. Call the number on your screen. Don't wait. The deadline for the annual enrollment period is December 7th. Call to speak with a licensed insurance agent. You don't get Medicare Part C plan benefits automatically, so call now before the deadline for your free, no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Just call 800-680-8493. 800-680-8493. This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Attention everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now because there may be plans with extra benefits simply not covered under Medicare Parts A and B. That's right, there are people on Medicare but don't have a Medicare Part C plan, which covers everything in Part A and Part B, plus some may include extra benefits only in Medicare Part C. Here's the good news. Everyone on Medicare can call now during the Medicare annual enrollment period. We will check to see if you may be missing out on a Medicare Part C plan with additional benefits. Call the number on your screen. Don't wait. The deadline for the annual enrollment period is December 7th. Call to speak with a licensed insurance agent. You don't get Medicare Part C plan benefits automatically, so call now before the deadline for your free, no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Just call 800-680-8493. 800-680-8493.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Switch to Verizon and get Google Pixel 7 Pro on them with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans.
Some people like to talk into microphones. We prefer dropping them. The MDX Type S, a new era of premium performance.
You'll always remember buying your first car and buying your starter home, or whatever this is. But the things that last a lifetime, like happiness, love, and confidence, you can't buy those, but you can invest in them. We believe that your investments should work harder for the future you imagine. And that's where our strategic investing approach can help. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
With Sonic's 2 for $5 menu, you get 2 delicious things for only $5, which is helpful if you struggle with decision making. The Sonic 2 for $5 menu.
Sonic. Ubrelvy helps you fight migraine attacks. You won't take a time out. 1 dose of Ubrelvy quickly stops migraine in its tracks within 2 hours.
Do not take with strong CYP3A4 inhibitors. Most common side effects were nausea and tiredness.
Ask about Ubrelvy, the anytime, anywhere migraine medicine.
Just before 3 a.m. and Hurricane Nicole continues to approach the southeast Florida coast. I'm meteorologist Jen Carfagno, and I'm live in Cocoa Beach, Florida, up here on the Space Coast, where we're continuing to get winds gusting in excess of 60 miles per hour. This is some of the strongest wind that I've felt so far. And while I may not be feeling 60 miles per hour because I'm a little protected by the hotel that I'm standing next to, I know these winds, I can feel them, had they been getting stronger. This is the kind of wind that is funneling inland and through neighborhoods and, unfortunately, potentially taking down some trees. Again, this is the strongest that I've felt. I can feel it stinging in my face and obviously docking me off my footing here a little bit.
Well, that meteorologist Jen Carfagno in Cocoa Beach, Florida, as the storm made landfall this morning as a Category 1 hurricane near Vero Beach, Florida. That's where it sits for us right now, north of Tampa by about 45 miles or so, hitting us pretty hard around, say, Tallahassee, up around Gainesville as well. And the track will continue up through Florida, Georgia, and then the Carolinas. We have about 3,000 customers without power. It seemed like it peaked around 320 or so. So the numbers have actually come down just a little bit in the last hour or so. Brevard County has the most with 80,000 outages. Well, thanks for staying with us here on Weather Underground. Glad you joined us for our Nicole coverage. I'm Mike Bettis.
And I'm Samantha Moore, and we're going to take you out and give you a live look at what it looks like right now in Port Charlotte, where you can still see the sea looks pretty angry out there. We have some big waves, of course, strong gusty winds, still have the rain coming down, hitting the lens of the camera there at Port Charlotte. And it looks like we're under a little overhang here, but you can see just how rough it still is right along the coast, Mike.
It's ugly, and you take a look at a place like Port Charlotte again. We're on the Gulf Coast side, right? And so we're getting hit, with some really rough surf as we speak. And there'll be some air. And we've got an onshore flow there, by the way. So you might see some water rise and maybe some brief coastal overwash. So just be prepared for that. So, Port Charlotte sitting down here, that's where we got hit by Hurricane Ian. But on the back side of this, we've got the onshore flow. But the good news for you, though, is the storm's pulling away. So you won't have to deal with that for very long. And won't be that intense either. 45-mile-per-hour winds presently with Nicole. Northwest movement at 15 miles per hour. So it's accelerating some here, and we think it's going to continue to accelerate as it pushes its way up through Florida and Georgia for the remainder of the day. We do have issues with these outer bands. You see these bands right here? These are the ones that might produce the tornadoes today. Tornado watch continues. The center of circulation is down here. I'm hopeful that a lot of that will stay onshore here and help minimize some of the surge that we can see here around the bend. 37-mile-per-hour gusts in Tampa, 37 in Tallahassee. By the way, Skyway Bridge still remains closed. 39-mile-per-hour winds in Jacksonville, and that's an onshore flow, so we're still getting a good push of water, unfortunately, into North Florida, into Georgia, into South Carolina. Look how far out these tropical storm force winds extend, about 350 miles out from the center. We still have tropical storm warnings in effect here, Central Florida, up into the low country of South Carolina. As far as those winds go, they're gusty now. They'll stay gusty through the remainder of the day as the track comes north now. You can see that we've got a threat for some tornadoes. That'll be from that dash line south today, and then tonight and tomorrow shifting up to North Carolina and Virginia as the storm itself pulls in that direction, Sam.
Okay, Mike, thank you. We're going to check in right now with meteorologist Paul Goodlow. He is stationed in Savannah, Georgia, and the impacts there, of course, we have the risk of those gusty winds, the rain, and the tornado risk as well, Paul.
That's right. We're under tornado watch until 7 o'clock tonight. That might be our biggest widespread risk that can really kind of pop up pretty quickly. In fact, right now, the other concern we have is just kind of flooding. The winds that were up when the river was up higher, when the tide was coming in. This, the Savannah River, kind of flows out towards past Tybee and into the Atlantic. You can see some of the debris line when some of the wind-whipped waves and the water was higher, kind of pushing some of this debris on shore. You also might maybe hear a low rumble of that little ferry, which docks here behind the Hyatt and takes people across the river to the convention center. If you've ever been to Savannah, on one side of the river you got the West End, beautiful golf courses and this convention center. Other side you have historic Savannah, you have all these hotels. So the fastest way is to go back and forth first ferry. Otherwise, you got to head up and over the Talmadge Bridge, which I tell you is a beautiful kind of architectural masterpiece there, but it takes a lot longer to go by car, much faster to go by boat here. But even the weather here, we're seeing on again, off again rain showers. That really didn't start until, say, 7, 8 o'clock this morning. We see and expect the rain to continue, and from time to time we'll have some heavy showers, some thunderstorms as well, and those themselves we're concerned about coming off the Atlantic, which can quickly spin up tornadoes. So be weather aware. It's not just a hurricane or tropical storm now. It could spawn tornadoes, so the severe weather aspect that we should be prepared for here across the Georgia coast.
Moving forward with node-positive breast cancer is overwhelming, but I never just found my way. I made it and did all I could to prevent recurrence.
Verzenio reduces the risk of recurrence of HR-positive, HER2-negative, node-positive early breast cancer with a high chance of returning, as determined by your doctor when added to hormone therapy. Hormone therapy works outside the cell, while Verzenio works inside to help stop the growth of cancer cells. Diarrhea is common, may be severe, or cause dehydration or infection. At the first sign, call your doctor, start an antidiarrheal, and drink fluids. Before taking Verzenio, tell your doctor about any fever, chills, or other signs of infection. Verzenio may cause low white blood cell counts, which may cause serious infection that can lead to death. Life-threatening lung inflammation can occur. Tell your doctor about any new or worsening trouble breathing, cough, or chest pain. Serious liver problems can happen. Symptoms include fatigue, appetite loss, stomach pain, and bleeding or bruising. Blood clots that can lead to death have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have pain or swelling in your arms or legs, shortness of breath, chest pain, and rapid breathing or heart rate, or if you are nursing, pregnant, or plan to be.
I'm making my own way forward.
Ask your doctor about everyday Verzenio.
Do you like chocolate bars?
It was my son Jaden's 5th birthday, and he wanted Chick-fil-A.
My husband was a Marine, her husband's a Marine. Her husband had been gone for almost 6 months at that time, and I just knew that we had to do something extra special for him.
When I get to the door, actually, I was very surprised.
We brought the cow out and delivered to them.
Do you know who that is? Jaden was really excited about it.
I wanted to be the extra family for them that night.
Oh, thank you.
Yay. Life doesn't stop for diabetes. Be ready for every moment with Glucerna. It's the #1 doctor-recommended brand that's scientifically designed to help manage your blood sugar. Live every moment. Glucerna.
At Marshall's, we get you more for your money. More brands, more quality, more fashion. Way more for way less. We get the deals. You get the good stuff. Marshall's.
Hey, Peloton, step into your power. Let's go.
Ah, you didn't come to work out. You came to outwork. Let's get it.
Yo. Boom. Come on, you got this. Everyday man's on the block. Beats,
no challenge, no change.
The ting goes. Let's go.
Fitness that stays with you. Try Peloton risk-free with a 30-day home trial. Terms apply.
Hey, you know what I say to all the other titans of tech who are making such a fuss over finally launching themselves into space? Welcome to the club. I've been putting people into spaces for years. Millions of people into millions of spaces. And that must be why Apartments.com is the center of the rental universe. Tippy, tippy toe, tippy, tippy toe. That's a big turkey. Wait a minute. There's one going up now. How many of these guys are there? Apartments.com, the place to find a place.
What do you got there? A hospital bill for me? For $1,200? Did you say Gap? Yeah, he did.
He's talking about expenses that health insurance doesn't cover.
That's why there's Aflac. It pays you money to help close that gap. Aflac, huh? Don't tell me he high-stepping. He stole my move.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover at Aflac.com.
Extra hard studying calls for something extra. So you serve up new DiGiorno fully stuffed crust pizza. Because pizza with an extra layer of cheese stuffed edge to edge throughout the entire crust always hits the spot. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
Well, right now we have a named winter storm blasting the northern tier with heavy snow and blinding winds. And at the same time, a tropical storm is slamming into Florida. And the threat for heavy rain and flooding from the tropical storm named Nicole not over. And we're going to get back to our live coverage, of course, of Nicole in just a moment. But right now we have to focus on our first named winter storm, Alejandra, and the dangerous cold and wind that is sweeping in across and will impact millions after the snowstorm moves on out. That cold is going to be putting many in the deep freeze. So we're looking at up to a foot of snow here across the northern tier as we head into tomorrow. So still the snow coming down at a pretty good pace here across much of North Dakota and Minnesota. There's that upper level low spinning around here, ushering in the cold and the wind. You can see how tight the isobars are here. So we definitely have some of those gusty winds impacting much of Minnesota. Right now, Duluth has gusts up to 47 miles per hour. So it's not just the snow potential here. It is the wind and the cold that's really going to be a reality check for a lot of folks here as we head into the next 12 to 24 hours. So you can see the winds are going to be gusting as this system pushes to the east, some 30 to 35 miles per hour in places like Minneapolis. And then once we get into tomorrow morning, we'll start to see things start to slowly quiet down later on in the day. So we do have a severe weather threat as well as that frontal system pushes to the east. Possible severe here, mainly a hail threat and a damaging wind threat as this system pushes into that area of warm, moist air. So here's the timing of it here as we head in through the rest of this afternoon. Davenport being affected, stretching up into Madison, Wisconsin, and into Wausau as well. Heading towards Lake Michigan as we head into the late evening hours, we could see those storms starting to flare up along that boundary. And then once we get into our Friday morning, it looks like a wet commute here in Madison. Still potentially some really good downpours along with those gusty winds. And take a look at these temperatures, how things are going to be dropping as we head into the next 24 hours or so. Chicago 76 today, 47 tomorrow, and then the cold air continues to settle in over the weekend. We're only going to be in the 30s for high temperatures in the Windy City as we head into the weekend, Mike. And of course, that is a windy, cold pattern.
That is one of the more remarkable forecasts I think I've ever seen here on the Weather Channel. 76 today, and then it is just bone-chilling cold after that. Wild stuff, right? Well, we know that that system that's in the middle of the country will be responsible for steering Nicole and pulling it into the northeast. A large envelope here of tropical storm force winds that extend 350 miles out from the center. There's the movement to the northwest, and then it's going to get some interaction with that system that Sam was just talking about, and it gets pulled quickly off to the northeast. It'll accelerate quite a bit here. By Friday evening, it's going to be way up here into Roanoke, and by Saturday evening, basically almost in Canada. Here's a look at our thunderstorm threat that comes along with it, and the risk for tornadoes even. That area tonight, this area tomorrow could extend all the way up towards, say, Philadelphia. A lot of rain is in our forecast, watching for some flooding. That could include maybe places like Athens, Ohio, back toward Pittsburgh, maybe over toward Williamsport, and then some heavier rain up into maybe the Adirondacks and the Catskills into New York. But a large area where flooding rain is possible for us from, say, tomorrow morning all the way through Saturday morning, and tomorrow a severe weather threat with tornadoes possible, including a place like Richmond, down toward Raleigh, Wilmington, and Cape Hatteras. Well, we certainly know with another tropical system and evacuations that were ordered, it's more important than ever to be prepared before you hit the road. That happens before and after each and every storm. Our Paul Goodlow has your checklist.
This is a sight often seen with an approaching hurricane. Thousands of coastal residents evacuating inland. Here's some things you can do to make it go smoothly. First off, only evacuate when told to do so by local officials to help reduce the volume of traffic on the roads. And try to fill up with gas before an evacuation order is given. Plan a primary evacuation route along with a backup and double check your supplies. You'll want to have a first aid kit, snacks and beverages for the drive, and everything you'll need for where you'll be riding out the storm. And since you're leaving harm's way, make sure you pack your important paperwork and take that with you as well.
The hurricane seems to be strengthening with landfall later tonight.
During the storm, make sure your vehicle's in a safe spot. It should be on high ground, out of flood danger. If you can't get it under cover, park it away from trees that can blow over. Wait until local officials give the all clear before traveling home. And driving after the storm can be dangerous. Avoid flooded roadways and be on alert for down power lines. Never drive over one. Not only could they still be live, but driving over them could bring more poles and equipment crashing down. And for several days after the storm, be on the lookout for all types of debris, some with nails and even screws, and these can easily puncture tires. It's a good idea to have a working spare tire with your vehicle. Now, putting all these tips into practice can definitely help you stay safe this hurricane season. And whether you stay at home or ride out the storm from a safe distance, don't forget to check in on one another and do your part to be a good neighbor.
This hurricane coverage presented by State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
When the unthinkable happens, good neighbors show up. For 100 years, State Farm has been among the first to arrive, with the latest technology and tools to help you recover faster. State Farm has been there before, and will be there again and again. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
When we were a motorized bicycle company, they said that's fine for the streets, but you'll never win a race. They said motorcycles are one thing, but you can't make cars. All right, you're a car company, but you won't win Formula One in a hybrid. Well, you'll never compete off-road. What about when there is no road? No gas? They've challenged us to do a lot of things. What will we do next? Honda, the power of dreams.
Looking for something like this?
Superheroes are everywhere, in our movies, communities, and running our small businesses. And they can grow online securely with MasterCard tools, extending their reach far beyond the storefront. Because when you see the superhero you can be, that's priceless. MasterCard is proud to support Black Panther Wakanda Forever.
Welcome to Stormy Heights, where the windows are always Pella, because the weather is always changing. Pella's fiberglass is the strongest material for windows and patio doors. They're tested from -40 degrees Fahrenheit up to 160. The fiberglass frame is even scratch and dent resistant.
Hurry, replacement windows are on sale now. Schedule a free in-home consultation for details.
I'm so thankful to you, to you, to you, to you, to you.
Thank you, Nature Made, for seeing that life is a little chaotic and creating new targeted blends to help. So when our sleep, stress, and immune health are thrown off, new Nature Made Well blends can help us find balance.
There's never been a better time to switch to Spectrum Mobile, America's fastest growing mobile provider. Now, when you buy a Spectrum Mobile Unlimited line for just $29.99, you get another unlimited line free. Spectrum Mobile delivers reliable service coast to coast with unlimited talk, text, and data, plus nationwide 5G included. Get a Spectrum Mobile Unlimited line for just $29.99 and get another unlimited line free. Call 844-897-5232. Visit SpectrumMobile.com or your local Spectrum store.
The people here at AgeWell say it best.
Every day I go to work knowing that we're helping those who really need it.
we are a smaller plan, I feel like we can connect better with our members.
And we treat our members like our family.
We will assist you every step of the way to help you navigate the healthcare system and get the services that you need.
Extra attention, extra benefits, extra care. Feel well, live well, age well. Age Well, New York.
I travel the world to carve a path for those who aren't afraid to get a little bit dirty.
That is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life.
Let's go on an uncharted adventure.
Currently in our area, 66 degrees under sunny skies. Today, plenty of sunshine. High 65. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy skies this evening will become overcast overnight. Low 56. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, rain. High 68. Chance of rain 90%. Rainfall around a half an inch. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to Weather Underground. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodell live in Savannah, Georgia. We're under a tornado watch because of a very late season landfalling hurricane named Nicole. Now it's a tropical storm moving throughout parts of Florida, but we're still seeing the overall scale of this thing impact us here on the Georgia coast as well as our neighbors north across the river. You head up a little bit, you have South Carolina, so even places like Charleston. We are dealing with some coastal flooding, pretty rough surf out towards Tybee Island. I know they have a big nature kind of discovery center. A lot of school kids come there all throughout the year. They'll have some rain, some rough surf. They're not going in the water today, but that should pass, improving weather tomorrow. But today, our big concern is we have the high tide coming up later today. We can see perhaps more kind of overwash of the river water onto the Riverwalk here. But overall, it's going to be kind of a rainy, windy day. But Mike, one of the biggest concerns is tornadoes. We can have fast spinning tornadoes anytime you have a landfalling hurricane. And here's the thing. This system is so unique where normally you have, even like Ian, you have the tornadoes in kind of confined area, but this is a much bigger wind field, giving enough shear all across the Georgia coast, parts of Florida, and even eventually South Carolina, still with that risk for tornadoes from Nicole.
You know, we've still got some pretty significant wave heights, too, out there, Paul. So I still think we're going to have some issues in the really exposed locations. You know, a place like where you are in Savannah, slightly protected, but doesn't mean the water's not going to come up. Where Paul is, that's for sure. Look at the wave heights. I want to show you off the coast of Savannah. At 15 footers right now. There are some areas where the waves are going to be between about 10 and 15 today. Down here around, say, Titusville, about 16-foot waves. These waves should begin to come down here as now Nicole is weakened quite a bit. The onshore flow will start to back off here as the storm ends up going north of these locations, becomes more of an offshore flow, and the waves come down. 3 to 5 foot storms are still anticipated here. This is all going to be dependent, though, on exactly where the center of circulation goes. If the center stays more like this, it's going to reduce that. If it comes out more like this, it's going to increase that. But 3 to 5 is also quite likely for us here from Melbourne northbound through, say, coastal South Carolina, maybe up toward Hilton Head. There's a look at what the high-resolution future radar shows. Again, kind of right at the coastline here. That's the issue. If the low is going to sit about right in there, that brings us in an onshore flow in a place like Cedar Key, up toward maybe a St. Mark's, or even an Apalachicola could get some pretty significant storm surge. That's a very surge-prone location. But notice how quickly it moves the rain through. I think by tomorrow evening, dinner time, you're going to be in the clear in a place like Atlanta, in Augusta, Columbia. The rain will be ending for you as everything from that point rolls up into North Carolina and then eventually the Northeast. Some really heavy rain, though, is in our forecast. That could include 3 to 5 inches in the mountains of western North Carolina. We're also very flood prone as well as landslide prone. So keep that in mind. We've had really bad results in the past when a tropical system has gone in this direction. So just keep that in mind. And if you live in a vulnerable location right on the hillside or maybe down in the little creek valley, something like that, then maybe consider going somewhere else tonight and tomorrow to let Mother Nature play its role. There's a look at our threat for tornadoes for the remainder of the day. A torque count as high as the 3 coastal locations in Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina. So just another thing to think about here, Samantha, for the rest of the day, the other threat, the tornadoes.
Definitely a risk there. Here in Charleston, where we're standing virtually with the rain and the wind, it is not a night to be out, that's for sure. And we're going to continue to see conditions going downhill as we head into those overnight hours. So this is what we're seeing with the winds and the rain moving on in here this afternoon. And those winds are going to continue to increase, and the rain is going to be becoming more widespread and heavier at times. So here are the winds that we're seeing, those gusts up around 30 to 35 miles per hour, and we're seeing it onshore out of the east right now as we see the circulation around Nicole further to the south, but that circulation extending well up here into coastal Georgia and the Carolinas. And as we head through the afternoon, those winds are just going to continue to increase through the evening and into the overnight hours. So we'll have those winds howling at night. That means we'll likely have some trees down. You know, the rest of the leaves are going to get blown off with this event for sure. So there'll be a lot of wet leaves on the roadway. Be careful as you head out and about on Friday, as it is still going to be quite slick on the roadways with those wet roads and the leaves on top of them. And then the winds should start to weaken a bit as we head into the weekend. So that'll be some good news. So in Fort Pulaski here along the coast near Savannah, we're likely to see that high tide cause some problems along with the surge and the surf here. We could have some more coastal issues, and into tomorrow morning as well, we'll have to watch for any damage that could occur here along the coast as Nicole continues to wreak havoc here in the southeast.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Switch to Verizon and get Google Pixel 7 Pro on them with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans.
Ain't nothing like the real thing, baby. Ain't nothing like the real thing.
Unc, that's my piece of the shakaroni. That's the biggest one we make.
They'll donate $1 from every shakaroni to the Papa John's Foundation.
Dang, that's huge. If the hoop was as big as that pizza, maybe it'd have made some of your free throws. Somebody save me a slice. Where'd he come from?
Is that KFC's two-piece drum and thigh combo? Yep. Is it juicy? Uh-huh. Is it creamy?
You know it.
Is it flaky?
Yes.
And it's only $6? That's a real steal of a deal of a meal.